Isn't gun ownership banned in country Z? When did guns become so common that everyone has one? Some time ago, the people he encountered were armed, and now the same is true for these individuals. Shun Sun raised his hand to signal Lai Fu to step back. Lai Fu moved to a diagonal position, and Shun Sun got off his bicycle. The dark muzzles of the guns showed no signs of relaxing, silently aimed at Shun Sun and Lai Fu. More than a dozen people were bundled up tightly, with only their eyes visible. The ferocity of the animals now made them feel scared. Even Shun Sun's presence did not lower their guard. If anything, they became more alert. Although the hands holding the guns trembled slightly, they remained steady, aimed at Shun Sun. They had dealt with dogs and cats before, but they didn't expect this person to be even more formidable. Having killed so many, they had gained experience. No matter how the animals changed, bullets could still cause harm. No one could feel safe with so many guns pointed at them, and Shun Sun's expression grew colder. He placed his hands on the bicycle handlebars and lowered the support stand. Seeing that Lai Fu did not attack and even hid behind Shun Sun, the guns of the group slowly lowered. 4 of them cautiously approached, but kept a wary eye on Lai Fu. "You over there, throw your bag over here." Shun Sun was carrying a backpack filled with snacks and a bottle of warm water. "Are you deaf?" "I said throw your bag over. Hurry up," one of them said, raising his gun. Shun Sun unfastened the strap around his waist, a cold smile appearing on his lips. "Here, catch." The black backpack flew through the air in a parabolic arc. 2 of them hurried forward to catch it, while the other 2 remained alert, watching Shun Sun. Shun Sun placed his palm behind him, where a handgun had appeared in his hand. "Food. Lots of food," the 2 who caught the backpack exclaimed as they opened it on the ground, excitement on their faces when they saw what was inside. There were biscuits, bread, some snacks, and a thermos, making their stomachs growl with hunger. For a moment, all 4 of them looked down at the contents of the backpack, and their companions, hearing there was so much food, rushed over from behind. "Don't grab." "I said don't grab. Put it all back." "Can't you understand what I'm saying? Put it back." The man with the rifle fired a shot into the sky, and suddenly, everyone fell silent, putting back what they had taken. Shun Sun replaced his gun and rummaged through his weapons, pulling out several grenades. He removed the pins, and the grenades remained still in the air. Stepping back to ensure he was at a safe distance, Shun Sun began throwing the grenades one by one toward the group. "Get down." The 2 who had been watching Shun Sun closely opened fire when they noticed her movement, but they missed. Shun Sun quickly moved to the side, taking cover behind a corner, and threw several grenades. While the others were dodging, she pulled out her pistol and took them out one by one. 2 fell with a thud, and the grenades caused significant damage, leaving several others injured and crying out on the ground. For a moment, no one paid attention to the backpack. Everyone was frantically looking for cover. They weren't professionally trained, so it was hard for anyone to react quickly in such a situation. Shun Sun caught them off guard because the grenades came so suddenly. Who would carry so many grenades? "You're crowding me. Move your backside back," Shun Sun said as she stepped back, finding herself right behind Lai Fu, who was too large for the narrow corner. Lai Fu pressed against the wall, giving Shun Sun a bit of room to maneuver. She took out her sniper rifle, adjusted the scope, and had to admit that it was her favorite weapon. Out of the dozen or so people, 5 or 6 were killed by the explosion, 2 by her pistol, leaving 9 hiding behind pillars. "She's over there." Shun Sun deliberately showed her head, and bullets rained down on her. Once the gunfire stopped, she shouldered her sniper rifle and shot one of the closest targets. These people had poor aim, but random shots could still hit someone, so Shun Sun was cautious about showing herself again. "Go around to the back and take them out," Shun Sun instructed, pulling out a smoke grenade, which quickly filled the alley with smoke. With their vision obscured, Shun Sun signaled Lai Fu to move. "Now go." Lai Fu sprang up and dashed into the smoke. Shun Sun picked up a stone from the ground and threw it, making it hit the wall with a loud noise. The sound of bullets began to rain down on the wall, and the others were now like startled birds, on high alert at any noise. Soon, they ran out of bullets, and the sound of reloading filled the air. Shinsun switched from her sniper rifle to 2 pistols, aiming at 2 of the remaining targets and pulling the triggers. My leg," one man cried out as Shinsun hit his calf, instantly freezing the wound. The other man wasn't so lucky. He was shot in the neck and died on the spot. Now there were 2 fewer of them. "I'm going to take you on," the man shouted, reloading his gun and charging toward Shinsun's corner, firing continuously. Shinsun dodged the bullets, slowly retreating to the corner. The remaining few did not hide anymore but followed closely behind the man. They thought they could overpower him easily. After all, they had guns, and he was just one person. The bullets were relentless, and if he stepped out now, he would surely be shot down. Shinsun slowly retreated, having already thrown out a smoke bomb. The footsteps grew louder, but Shinsun showed no fear on his face. Instead, he smiled. When the first person reached him, they were momentarily stunned by his expression. "Step back. It's a trap," the man reacted quickly. Anyone who could smile so happily while surrounded by guns was someone he had never seen before. The man suspected there might be grenades nearby, causing some of them to panic and step back. They were cornered, and he didn't want to be the first to die. Timing it right, the smoke bomb spread out, and Shinsun raised his weapon to strike down at the man, the blade stopping at the man's neck. The smoke obscured their vision, but the noise Shinsun made still caught their attention. Fire. Bullets flew toward Shinsun, who pulled the unfortunate man he had just taken down in front of him as a shield, slowly retreating. Someone's behind us." In the thick smoke, a man was tackled from behind and, before he could scream, he lost his breath. From the sound, Shinsun knew it was Lai Fu, who had come around. He put on infrared goggles, and although he could barely see the outlines of the others in the smoke, it was enough. Gunfire would give away their position, so Shinsun approached 2 men who were back-to-back, ready to defend. He threw a dagger, hitting one man in the forehead. As his partner reached to help him, Shinsun struck down again, taking out 2 more. The remaining few were mentally breaking down, their fingers turning white from gripping their guns so tightly. The sound of their heartbeats was deafening as one man fired wildly, shouting, "Die, die," and slowly backing away. Who the heck is shooting wildly?" One man cursed as a stray bullet hit his arm. Lai Fu bit down on the frantic man's head, and in an instant, he was lifeless. With only 2 left, Shinsun darted behind one man and pierced his chest with the blade. Lai Fu tackled the other to the ground, tearing at him. As the smoke cleared, several people lay still. The noise they had made too loud. Someone was likely already coming this way. Shinsun searched through the guns on the fallen bodies, stashing them away. But when he went to ride his bike to escape, he found it had been shot and was now unusable. Shinsun had no choice but to store it away, picked up the backpack on the ground, and took out a bicycle again. "Let's go," he said. Lai Fu led the way, and Shinsun followed closely behind on his bike. Less than 2 minutes after they left, more than 20 trained soldiers rushed into the alley. Qin Ilu signaled, and 2 soldiers behind him moved forward with their guns to scout ahead. The air was filled with the smell of gunfire. Qin Ilu picked up fragments from a grenade explosion on the ground, his expression cold. "Captain Qin, there's no one here. They have already left," one soldier reported. They had moved quickly, but it was still not fast enough. "Everyone, check around for any other clues," Qin Ilu instructed as he crouched down to examine the wounds on the fallen. "Captain Qin, look at this." A soldier picked up an empty smoke grenade canister from the ground and handed it to Qin Ilu. "Let's check for bullets on these people." Qin Ilu took the canister and stood up. After receiving the order, several soldiers began to cut open wounds to retrieve bullets. "Captain, these individuals were killed by direct slashes. There are no gunshot wounds. Also, these 2 have strange injuries." Qin Ilu crouched down to inspect the odd bodies, noting that their heads were severed, with bite marks and signs of great force around their necks. These were killed by mutated beasts, Qin Ilu guessed immediately. "Captain, look at this." It's a sniper bullet, one soldier said, holding a small disc with several bloodied bullets on it. It seems there was a shootout here earlier. Qin and Lu could already piece together what had happened in the alley. There was a sniper, 2 with handguns and 2 with knives, about 5 or 6 people, accompanied by a trained mutated beast. Captain, the rescue team from City B has arrived. Qin Ilu's expression changed slightly as he recalled Lin Zhongyi's advice to be patient. Let's go, he said, and the 20 or so soldiers jogged out of the alley behind him. Meanwhile, Shinsun, unaware that he had gained 5 new companions, happily rode his bicycle. With a bright smile on his face, he had collected over 30 guns, which was quite a haul. He hummed a tune softly as he stopped behind Lai Fu at the base of a large shopping mall building. Is this the place? Shinsun asked, hitting the brakes and looking up at the 50-story building, with a 10-story mall at the bottom. The inside was spacious, no wonder Lai Fu could fit in. Lai Fu stood in front of the broken floor-to-ceiling window, howling twice before walking inside. Shinsun picked up the bicycle and placed it under the window before entering as well. Lai Fu's tail wagged vigorously as it walked proudly. This was the first time Shinsun noticed an expression on its face. The mall was large, and the hallway was spacious. Even at nearly 3 meters tall, Lai Fu didn't seem cramped in the corridor. When they reached the 5th floor, Lai Fu stopped by the entrance, squatting down and looking at Shinsun, then at the door. Open the door, Shinsun said, gripping the sword that had appeared in his hand. He didn't dare to be careless. Any mutated beast that could harm Lai Fu would surely be as fast as it was. Lai Fu wagged its tail and approached, placing its front legs on the door to push it open. The door creaked open slowly, and Shinsun peered inside, his expression changing slightly, but only for a moment. The doorway was tangled with white and black threads, and in the middle was a large hole over 2 meters wide, which Shinsun knew for sure was made by Lai Fu. Stepping inside, Shinsun felt the sticky threads under his feet, and as he lifted his foot, he heard a squelching sound, which slowed him down a bit. Looking back, he saw Lai Fu rubbing its paws, with black threads stuck to its back. It was only a little past 2 in the afternoon, but no light came into the 5th floor mall at all. The threads were tightly wound about 6 or 7 meters inside the door, leaving a small clear area in the center. Shinsun swung his sword to cut away the threads blocking his path, revealing many chewed-up scraps on the ground. Entering the central clear area, Shinsun felt something hard underfoot. He scraped his shoe against it a couple of times to lessen the stickiness. He wondered what kind of mutated creature could produce such sticky threads. As he thought, a bright flashlight appeared in his hand. When he shone it on the ground, he finally saw what he had scraped against. It was a half-skeleton, still intact on the upper half, and it was blackened, unlike normal white bones, as if it had been poisoned. A cracking sound came from above, and Shinsun aimed the flashlight upward. Countless humanoid shapes were hanging above, and he estimated there were around 300 bodies. A breeze, seemingly from nowhere, caused the shapes to sway. Lai Fu let out a howl and stood behind Shinsun, its back covered in dense threads. Shinsun raised his hand to wipe them off. His gloves were too sticky to use, so he took out a new pair from his bag and put them on. Picking up the gloves from the ground, Shinsun carefully examined the threads, which looked a bit like spider silk but were thicker. The bulges above her head shook more violently, colliding and making a thudding sound. A strand of silk shot down from above, and Shinsun rolled on the ground twice to avoid it. The silk struck the skeleton, causing it to crack loudly. Lai Fu was clearly excited. It ran to Shinsun's side. She placed her hand on it to stand up, and in the next moment, 2 powerful flashlights appeared in her hands. Shinsun shone the light upwards towards the source of the silk and saw a 2-meter-tall spider standing above, continuously spinning silk from its abdomen. There was no wind coming in. The earlier bulges were shaking because this creature was moving above. There was a massive spider web up there, with hundreds of bodies hanging from it. Another strand of silk shot down, but this time Shinsun was prepared and dodged with Lai Fu in 2 different directions. There was more than one spider. Shin Sun waved her flashlight upwards and spotted 3 six-eyed spiders glaring at her. The 3 spiders charged towards her, moving quickly on their 8 legs, their 6 eyes darting around. Shin Sun turned and ran. Lai Fu followed closely behind with a loud bark. Silk shot down from above, but each time it landed safely 3 steps away from Shin Sun. Exciting! Fun! Bring it on, I'm right here, Shin Sun said, stopping for a moment after running a distance. After training for so long and with her enhanced body, these mutated spiders couldn't possibly catch up to her, and Lai Fu kept pace steadily. Whoever gets caught is a pig, Shin Sun shouted to Lai Fu, who then sprinted ahead. Shin Sun's stop-and-go movements stirred the aggression of the spiders, but even after chasing her through half a mall, they still couldn't catch up, as they were in their territory. When Shin Sun stopped again, the spiders didn't follow. She shone her flashlight and wondered, why aren't they chasing anymore? Lai Fu suddenly stopped and bumped into her waist. Ouch, my back. Shin Sun fell to the ground, her flashlight flying a meter away and sticking to the silk. Grumbling as she got up, Shin Sun was about to scold Lai Fu when she heard hissing sounds from above, and the bulges began to shake even more. She picked up the flashlight and shone it, revealing 1 or 2 spiders perched on each bulge, each about a meter in size. This was bad.
Wow.
Even though Shin Sun was prepared, he was still shocked by the sight before him. Nearly 400 spiders were spinning webs from their abdomens, entangling the large web above or hanging from humanoid shapes. The silk slowly descended, and the spiders dropped to the ground, their long legs digging into the earth, creating a sparse sound as Shin Sun and Lai Fu found themselves surrounded. Shin Sun shone his flashlight, revealing 2-meter-wide spiders with 6 eyes and 1-meter-wide ones with 4 eyes. Thousands of eyes were spinning, reflecting Shin Sun's shadow. The circle of spiders closed in tighter, forcing Shin Sun and Lai Fu to huddle together. Now it was clear why Lai Fu couldn't fight back. With so many spiders, it was a miracle he could escape. A sharp sound came from behind the swarm, and the spiders moved as if commanded, shooting strands of silk toward Shin Sun and Lai Fu. Poisonous, Shin Sun dodged a nearby strand, noticing a transparent liquid dripping from the black silk. Wherever it touched, a sizzling sound erupted. Seeing Shin Sun evade, the sharp sounds grew more frantic, and a flood of silk shot toward him. Shin Sun's expression changed. Get down. He pressed his hand on Lai Fu's head. The strands were coming from all directions, making it impossible to defend against them. The silk was just 2 meters away from hitting them. In a moment of urgency, 2 bottles of alcohol appeared in Shin Sun's hands. He hadn't expected the poison to be hidden in the silk. He thought it was all coming from their mouths. Clearly, these creatures were uniquely adapted to their environment, making them the true rulers of the earth. With no time to open the caps, Shin Sun held the 2 bottles in his left hand and drew a knife with his right, slicing the alcohol bottles. The alcohol sprayed around Shin Sun and Lai Fu in an instant. In 1 second, he switched the knife for a lighter. As the small flame from the lighter touched the alcohol, it ignited with a bang, causing the lighter to explode, but the burning silk created a path. The alcohol mixed with the poison burned with a crackling sound, and the alcohol had a disinfecting effect, neutralizing the poison. For safety, Shin Sun put on a gas mask. Go that way, hurry, he pointed to the path that had opened. Lai Fu hesitated and didn't run. Instead, he bit Shin Sun's clothing, wanting to pull him along. Don't hesitate, Shin Sun kicked Lai Fu's rear. Nearly 400 spiders were not a joke. The alcohol was an indiscriminate attack. In the moment Lai Fu hesitated, the next wave of attack arrived. Lai Fu was kicked away by Shin Sun, landing a meter away. Seeing the spider silk coming at him, he shouted, "Get away!" Shin Sun yelled back, ready with the alcohol in his hand. With no chance to find his owner, Lai Fu quickly darted through the swarm of spiders, pouncing on the big spider behind. With a loud bang, a new wave of flames erupted. The spiders a few meters away from Shin Sun were not so lucky, as they were covered in alcohol. Shin Sun's gloves were soaked too, and his hands burned like torches. He quickly took off the gloves, but some alcohol got on his fingertips. He grabbed a cloth to cover his hand, extinguishing the flames, but the cold air made him shiver. Dodging the spider silk, Shinsun put on a new pair of gloves. Several spiders covered in alcohol screamed and rolled on the ground, trying to put out the flames. But it was useless. Soon, the smell of burning flesh filled the air as some spiders began to cook. Seeming to fear the earlier flames, the remaining spiders hesitated to approach Shinsun. Instead, they watched their screaming companions, retreating several meters. As the smell of cooked meat wafted from the burning spiders, many could not resist the temptation and crawled toward their fallen friends, starting to feast on them. Some spiders attacked Shinsun, while others chased Lai Fu, and some continued to eat their companions. With less pressure, Shinsun stopped using alcohol to burn, knowing it could catch him on fire too. He created a circular fire barrier around him and stood in the center, grinning wildly. From his space, he pulled out 2 submachine guns, reloaded them, and aimed. The guns fired a rapid stream of bullets. The bullets struck the large abdomen of the spiders, piercing through and releasing a black goo. The spiders screamed and fell to the ground, quickly losing their lives. In no time, over 100 had died, and Shinsun swiftly reloaded. Both guns sparked as they fired, and sharp cries came from behind the spider swarm. For a moment, the spiders stopped attacking Shinsun. Even those eating paused and looked back. They began to retreat like a tide. Shinsun's heart raced as he put away the guns and ran back. 3 2-meter spiders had been killed by Lai Fu, and one lay on the ground, barely alive, oozing black goo from several wounds on its belly. The moment the goo flowed out, it froze instantly. Shinsun ran behind the group of spiders and said, "What is that?" In front of Lai Fu stood a spider that was 4 meters long, the ultimate boss. It had 8 eyes and 9 legs, with sharp spikes covering its legs and colorful patterns on its abdomen. Lai Fu bared his teeth and faced it. There was no time to waste. Shinsun stopped, took out a sniper rifle from his space, and aimed at the Spider King's lower abdomen. With a loud bang, the bullet shot straight toward the Spider King. Shinsun remained focused, keeping the rifle steady. As expected, the spikes on the Spider King's legs were as hard as iron. Its 8 eyes scanned the surroundings, sensing danger from Shinsun and staying on guard. The 9th agile spider leg blocked the lower abdomen, and with a sharp sound, the bullet was deflected. The sharp tip of the spider leg jumped up to attack Lai Fu's position. "Lai Fu, get out of the way!" Shinsun shouted, firing 2 quick shots. The Spider King paused to protect its vital area, while the 9th leg leaped onto the large web above. It was fast enough to injure Lai Fu. The Spider King moved quickly on the web, spitting out 2 strands of silk, one black and one white, aimed at Lai Fu. The sticky silk caught Lai Fu's left leg, making it impossible for him to break free. The smaller spiders approached, and soon, over 200 of them swarmed toward Lai Fu, their sharp jaws glistening with saliva. More strands of silk shot down from above, targeting Lai Fu directly. Lai Fu widened his eyes in panic, looking toward Shinsun, regretting that he had brought his master into this situation. "Lai Fu." Shinsun's expression turned icy. A seed of vines appeared in his palm, and he threw it forward, green light bursting from his fingertips. In an instant, the vines grew rapidly. Shinsun commanded, closing his palm as the vines sprouted sharp thorns. The vines filled the entire 5-story mall, crushing every spider in their path into a mushy pulp before they could even scream. The thickest vines stretched in front of Lai Fu, blocking the black and white strands of silk, though it was corroded by venom and turned black. Shinsun continuously supplied his power, allowing the vines to recover instantly from the corrosion. He directed the sharp tip of the vine straight toward the Spider King. The thorns on the vine became even sharper. Shinsun raised his hand, his index finger sliding upward slightly.
"Go."
Countless vines shot upward toward the Spider King in an instant. The Spider King jumped quickly to dodge, while Shinsun's right hand was in a half-clenched position. The vines suddenly surged again. You can't escape, Shinsun said, opening her fingers. As her index finger moved, the vines attacked in the direction she pointed. Where she pointed, they struck. As expected, the ordinary vines were not enough. They wrapped around the spider's legs but were cut off by the sharp barbs. The Spider King was starting to feel like it wanted to retreat. It was the fastest growing in its group and had developed some intelligence. Shinsun's presence filled it with fear. Even its fur stood on end at the thought of getting closer. It fled from Shinsun, avoiding the encroaching vines and breaking through thick webs. It needed to escape. Shinsun watched as the vines were cut away by the Spider King. Indeed, the ordinary vines were not very effective, and she missed the little black one. The Spider King broke through layers of web and ran toward the window. It was so close, just a little more, and it could escape. TSK, Shinsun scoffed lightly, raising her left hand. Green light points emerged from her fingertips, accurately merging with the broken vine on the ground. This was the first time she used both hands to control her powers. The severed vine began to grow wildly. Just as the Spider King was about to jump out the window, countless vines spread out, blocking all exits. The entire fifth floor was now completely sealed. A vine appeared obediently in front of Shinsun. She sat on it, and it lifted her into the air, flying toward the trapped Spider King. Shinsun supported herself on the vine, swinging her legs in the air. As she got closer, the vine lowered her down, and her feet touched the ground. She looked at the Spider King in the corner. I told you, you can't escape, Shinsun said as she put on a raincoat, flexing her wrists, which cracked as she moved. With a whoosh, 2 strands of web, one black and one white, shot toward Shinsun. A cornered beast fights back, especially a clever rabbit with many hiding places. The vines blocked the webs aimed at Shinsun, sizzling as the venom corroded them. Shinsun twirled her index finger, and the vines wrapped tightly around the Spider King. Your legs are impressive, especially the 9th one. I'll take that, Shinsun said, stepping closer to the Spider King and gripping its 9th leg tightly. She lifted her right foot and stepped on the vine, using all her strength. The Spider King let out a terrible scream as Shinsun tightened her fist and struck it hard. You're so noisy. With 6/10 of her strength, she hit the Spider King, leaving it severely injured. Shinsun continued to pull, and with a pop, she completely removed its leg. As she swung her right hand, the vine that wrapped around the Spider King loosened. Come here, Lai Fu, and help me deal with it. Lai Fu looked at the spot where Shinsun was and leaped over the tangled vines to reach him. Shinsun held out his hand to stop Lai Fu from knocking him down. Stop, don't push me. Lai Fu excitedly licked Shinsun's fingers. Go ahead, it's yours now. Shinsun stepped aside, and with a wave of his hand, the vines released the Spider King. Lai Fu watched the Spider King warily, growling softly. Like a hunter, Lai Fu slowly approached the Spider King, who, despite the pain from losing its 9th leg, managed to stand and confront Lai Fu. Shinsun was amazed to see it still standing. It seemed the Spider King had consumed many people during its transformation. With its 8 trembling legs supporting its massive body, Lai Fu used his old technique, jumping onto the Spider King's back and biting down. The Spider King, unable to resist, cried out and collapsed to the ground. After successfully attacking, Lai Fu quickly backed away, ensuring the Spider King posed no threat before confidently pouncing again. Shinsun, with his back to Lai Fu, sat on the vines, examining the spider leg he had obtained. The leg was about 1.5 meters long, covered in sharp barbs. Removing the softer part at the back, the hard end was still about 1.2 to 1.3 meters long. After discarding the soft part, Shinsun took out a machete from his space and struck it down, causing the machete to vibrate with a buzzing sound. Very tough, Shinsun's wrist shook. She had used all her strength. The barbs remained unchanged, but the machete had a chip taken out of it. Putting the machete away, Shinsun pulled out a handgun. She aimed closely at the spider leg and fired 2 shots, both hitting the same spot. After the shots, the bullets fell to the ground. What a great find! Shin Sun's eyes sparkled as she looked at the spider leg. The bullets hadn't penetrated and were blocked instead. Incredibly hard and sharp, Shin Sun put on a pair of gloves, gripped the end of the leg, and struck it against the vines. The barbs dug into the vine, and as Shin Sun applied force, green pulp burst out where the barbs caught. This scene delighted Shin Sun, and she continued to experiment on the vines. This tool was truly useful. If it struck a person, it would surely cause serious harm. The Spider King was now on the brink of death from Lai Fu's bites, and when Shin Sun looked back, she saw Lai Fu had already eaten several of its legs, crunching them in his mouth. Its 8 eyes spun wildly, unfocused, while 2 strands of silk uncontrollably flowed from its abdomen. Shin Sun watched Lai Fu eating with his head down and sighed. After Lai Fu transformed, besides having better teeth, a bigger body, and being a bit faster, there didn't seem to be many other changes. Wait, there was one change. His appetite had increased. Shin Sun put away the spider leg, planning to refine it later. Lai Fu was munching away, and soon the upper half of the Spider King was gone, but Lai Fu turned his nose up at the remaining tail. After cleaning up, Shin Sun prepared to leave. He controlled the vines to wilt quickly. They shriveled up instantly, making a crisp sound when stepped on, perfect for burning. Shin Sun stored the dried vines in a space and called Lai Fu to head downstairs. When they reached the bottom, the spiders hiding in the corner began to show themselves, about 100, each around 50 centimeters in size. The spiders eagerly consumed the leftover bits of flesh and even the spider silk. Several larger spiders surrounded the Spider King, feasting on the silk and remaining flesh in its belly. The sound of their eating was quite loud. Shin Sun took out his bicycle from under the window, glancing at the sky, realizing he needed to hurry home. Halfway through his ride, he stopped to grab a warm jacket from his backpack, as the night temperature had dropped sharply. He attached a bright flashlight to his bike and pedaled faster, feeling the cold intensify. Shin Sun stopped to rub his hands together. Lai Fu squatted beside him, and Shin Sun placed his hand on its neck to warm up. "Let's go," he said, as Lai Fu wanted him to ride. After a while of walking and stopping, they finally reached Tianfu. Shin Sun was shivering. It was his first time riding at night. If he had tried to return the previous night, he might not have made it. His hands and feet were numb from the cold. He stored Lai Fu and the bike in his space and climbed upstairs, trembling as he put on his gloves. Upon entering, Shin Sun immediately took out the heater and warmed up some ginger soup. The floor heating and radiator were on, but he still felt icy all over. He placed a wooden tub on the floor, poured hot water from his space into it, stripped off his clothes, and lay down inside. The hot water warmed his body, and his numb limbs gradually regained feeling, bringing color back to his pale face. The ginger soup on the heater was ready, and after drying off, he drank it, feeling warmer inside and more comfortable. He moved the heater to the living room, released Lai Fu, and cooked dumplings with spicy sauce for dinner. After eating, Shin Sun lay down on his bed. As her consciousness sank into the space, Shin Sun took care of the livestock and then retrieved the spider leg she had found during the day. Using her mental power, she controlled the spider leg and carefully removed some barbs from the tip, making it just the right size to hold in her palm. After wrapping the handle with gauze, the spider leg appeared in her hand. Lying on her bed, Shin Sun raised the spider leg to her eyes, wondering how to refine the tip. She really liked it as a weapon. Diving back into her thoughts, Shin Sun searched for videos on forging on her phone. She opened a finished product video, not to forge, but to find some inspiration. After watching, she compared it with other cold weapons in her space. This one will do, she thought, finding inspiration from a farming tool hook. Storing the spider leg back in her space, she used her mental power to refine the barbs into hooks. With a swift motion, the hooks were sharp and effective. Shin Sun was thrilled and even coated the small arrow tips with poison, making them perfect. She felt very satisfied with her creation and would have kept it by her pillow if it weren't for the poison that could cause accidental harm. The heater hummed in the room as Shin Sun slept soundly. In the morning, Lai Fu called from outside the door, and Shin Sun quickly summoned him into her space. He immediately found the litter box. Getting out of bed, Shin-sun looked downstairs through her binoculars. The snow had stopped falling. She could see a few people bundled up, moving around and making noise on the icy streets. After stewing some ribs on the stove, Shin-sun washed up with hot water by the fire. It seemed that a heat wave was coming, as the temperature had dropped significantly in the last couple of days. The ribs were ready, and Shin-sun found a movie to watch while eating, with Life-fu licking his bowl in the living room. After breakfast, Shin-sun worked out in the gym, but Life-fu's large head blocked the door, his paws reaching inside, unable to enter. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Shin-sun felt the temperature alternating between hot and cold. "I can't do this anymore," she said, realizing it was too cold to exercise. Earlier it was fine, but now any sweat made her feel instantly cold, and she worried about catching a cold or fever. She collapsed onto Life-fu, burying herself in his soft fur. "So warm," she sighed. Life-fu howled softly, licking her palm. After taking some cold medicine and drinking 2 cups of ginger tea, Shin-sun felt warmer and brought out a recliner to sit by the fire and read for a while. "This book is the same one I was reading before, and I finally finished it." Shin-sun closed the book, rubbed his tired eyes, and took out a warm eye mask from his space to wear. As he settled into his space, Shin-sun found vegetable seeds, corn, sweet potatoes, wheat, and various cabbage seeds. He placed the seeds in batches into the soil on the shelves he had prepared earlier. After filling over 100 shelves, Shin-sun began to encourage their growth. As the plants bloomed and bore fruit, he used a bit of his mental energy to clear out the sweet potatoes and directly shelled the wheat, stacking it aside. Shin-sun spent the entire afternoon busy in his space, and by the corner, there was already a large pile of harvested grains. Feeling his mental energy nearly depleted, Shin-sun exited the space, removed the eye mask, and found everything dark outside. Night had fallen. Life-fu was snoring in the living room. Shin-sun got up to add coal to the stove, killed a chicken to stew, and took out the fresh corn he had encouraged to grow in the afternoon to steam. Hearing Shin-sun's movements, Life-fu's large head appeared at the door, and Shin-sun prepared dinner for him. After drawing the curtain, Shin-sun plugged in the desk lamp. The light was dim, but enough to see the room's layout. The lid of the pot on the stove occasionally made a popping sound. Shin-sun settled quietly in a recliner, playing with a handgun, disassembling and reassembling it. His movements were so practiced they felt like muscle memory. With a click, the handgun was fully assembled, and the chicken stew was ready. He tossed the handgun onto the bed, stretched, and got up to serve the corn and stew on the table, with plain porridge on the side. Before going to bed, he removed the metal piece he had been wearing, turned on the projector, and chose a historical drama to watch. Halfway through the show, he had already fallen asleep, having used too much mental energy in the afternoon. When he woke up in the morning, the TV was still playing. Shin-sun turned off his phone and put away the projector, only then hearing shouting from downstairs. Adjusting his coat, Shin-sun took out binoculars to look down. Outside, 3 men in green coats were standing with a loudspeaker. The men were shouting, but it was too far away to hear clearly. Shin-sun looked further with the binoculars. At the entrance of the neighboring community, 3 more men were also holding loudspeakers. After a simple breakfast, Shin-sun put Life-fu back in the space, put on his gloves, and went downstairs. "GJ hasn't forgotten us. We are finally saved," a woman cried, holding her thin child. There were quite a few people standing under each building in the community, but Shin-sun was the only one who came out of Building F. Bundled up tightly, he squatted by the flower bed. "GJ hasn't abandoned us. They just arrived late, and we waited," the woman said, mostly emotional. After experiencing natural disasters and the hardships of these days, several unfamiliar women embraced each other and cried loudly. Shin-sun squatted nearby, listening quietly. She estimated that about 400 people remained in the few buildings. Only a few were crying. Most, like Shin-sun, stood silently to the side. The base is built on the mountain outside the city. If you have an ID, bring it. A household registration book is also acceptable as long as you can prove your identity. Those who cannot prove their identity can still go. The base will make other arrangements. Going to the base is a personal choice. No one will force you. A man shouted these words through a loudspeaker outside the tianfu, and the same phrases kept repeating. Shin Sun observed the crowd's reactions. When her eyes met the man's gaze in the crowd, he showed a crooked smile with yellow teeth. Shin Sun thought, "Just because I looked at you a moment longer." The man walked through the crowd toward Shin Sun. She turned and walked away, gradually distancing herself from the crowd, with the man following closely behind. Turning into an alley, Shin Sun waited at the corner for the man, kicking stones on the icy ground out of boredom. Some people want to die, you can't stop them. The sound of hurried footsteps indicated the man's eagerness as he rushed into the alley and stopped upon seeing Shin Sun. With a lewd smile, the man thought it was surprising that this woman had come to an empty alley to wait for him. He pulled out a bag of crushed cookies. "Hey, you haven't eaten, right?" Clearly, the man hadn't washed his face or brushed his teeth much since the extreme cold. His yellow teeth were especially noticeable when he smiled. He held out the cookie bag, but Shin Sun didn't take it. "You're from Tianfu," Shin Sun said, looking at the man with curiosity. She must have wrapped herself too tightly. People from Tianfu would easily recognize her face. "Yeah, I'm from Building C. What about you?" The man, hearing Shin Sun's clear voice, became even more convinced he was right. His lewd gaze was hard to hide as he shamelessly looked Shin Sun over. She was just a young girl. He had played with someone like her half a month ago, and he remembered that feeling. Shin Sun didn't respond. "Are you hungry? Here, take this and eat. I have plenty at home. Do you want to come to my place?" The man tried to entice Shin Sun with food. "Do you know Sun Jiahong from Building C?" Shin Sun's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. When the man heard the name Sun Jiahong, he smiled widely, realizing he knew her, which made things easier. "I know her. She stayed with me for a while about 2 weeks ago," the man said casually, seeming relaxed. It seemed he felt somewhat confident about the situation. Shin Sun's expression was cold as a hook suddenly appeared in her hand. The man stared in shock as if watching a magic trick, seeing a strange black object materialize. "What is this?" Shin Sun remained silent, and in an instant, she was in front of the man. To his astonishment, the hook pierced his neck. "Help!" With a swift motion, Shin Sun pulled the hook, tearing flesh and fabric from his neck, and blood splattered everywhere, staining her hands. The man collapsed, lifeless on the ground. Shin Sun put away the hook and put on a new pair of gloves, stepping over him. Such men are just too full of themselves. Shin Sun exited the alley, where a crowd had gathered outside, likely everyone from the area. Families were quickly packing their few belongings. "Let's go." A voice blared from a speaker, and the crowd followed the 3 people ahead. Shin Sun turned and went upstairs. From the 6th-floor window, she could see the situation below more clearly. Looking down, she noticed many others who hadn't followed. Almost half of the people at Tianfu had stayed behind, around 200. The others from nearby neighborhoods had also left about half. Shin Sun watched the figures of those who remained, standing alone in the crowd. They were not to be pitied. Starting today, they would be the real trouble. They had begun to adapt to the survival mode of the apocalypse, even enjoying this chaotic world, free from rules, likely with blood on their hands. Moreover, the 3 soldiers had said that going to the base was a personal choice, not mandatory. Anyone with a bit of sense could see the current situation. Without strength, one could only rely on the official base for safety. Once the main group left, the remaining people eyed each other warily, their faces covered tightly, making it hard to tell men from women. They left in small groups, with only a few like Shin Sun going solo, but these lone individuals were now being watched. Many in the crowd had noticed Shin Sun, their gazes intentionally or unintentionally drifting toward Building F. Only the remaining people at Tianfu dared not look her way, fearing her attention. The bodies that occasionally appeared around Building F struck fear into the hearts of everyone in Tianfu. This place should not be called Tianfu. It would be better to rename it Hell, as that woman in Building F is like a living judge of the underworld. On the 22nd floor, Shinsun opened the door to find the room warm from the stove. He released Laifu from his space and turned to enter the room, taking out binoculars to look down at the street where several cars were moving slowly, followed by a large crowd. Putting away the binoculars, Shinsun closed the curtains. Laifu's large head rested against the doorframe. It was just past 10 in the morning. He focused on his space, scooping rainwater to wash the blood and flesh off the hook. The cold air made the bits of meat stick to the cloth, clinging to the hook. "That will do," Shinsun said, as he took a scoop, though some blood and flesh still clung to it. He tossed the bedding and clothes he had removed into the space to wash, then put them in the dryer, just in time for noon. After preparing a simple lunch and eating, Shinsun closed the door and went downstairs without taking Laifu. He still didn't know the official stance on mutated animals. He pulled out his bicycle from under the window and rode around the streets. City B was now filled with many officials, and soldiers were seen walking in pairs around every corner, each holding a loudspeaker. After riding for a while, Shinsun stopped at an alleyway, catching up with the crowd ahead. The street was filled with survivors, and military personnel were leading the way. Shinsun pushed his bicycle down to the lower level. The crowd split into two groups. Pet owners walked on one side, keeping their distance, while military personnel with rifles maintained order. Shinsun quickly made his way upstairs. On the 4th floor, he looked out the window at the bustling street below. Pet owners were on the left side, mostly with cats and dogs, which had grown quite large with long fur dragging on the ground. If he hadn't groomed Laifu, his fur would probably look similar to theirs. "There's even a pig," Shinsun exclaimed in surprise. It seemed to be a small breed of pig that shouldn't grow much, but after mutation, it had suddenly ballooned in size, with tusks nearly a meter long. There were hedgehogs, chinchillas, ferrets, squirrels, rabbits, and even ducks, along with snakes. It seemed that wealthy people were still quite common, owning all sorts of strange pets. These pets clearly hadn't mutated well, with the largest only measuring just over 2 meters. The military personnel appeared accustomed to it, as the mutated animals followed closely behind their owners. Shinsun felt relieved. It seemed that Laifu could come out to move around, but he couldn't go out alone. If he encountered military personnel, he would likely be shot on the spot. After all, he was not one of those gentle household pets, but a true jungle beast. After watching for a while, Shinsun returned the way he came. He finally arrived outside the community just before dark. He rode his bicycle slowly, and by then, quite a few people had gathered outside. Shinsun walked through the crowd without looking around. "Hey, wait a minute," a woman called out, chasing after him. Shinsun sped up, pretending not to hear, and soon his bicycle passed Building A and reached Building B. "Wait, wait," the woman panted, trying to keep up, frowning as she squeezed the brakes. Shinsun turned his head, trying to hide his impatience, and looked at the woman through his goggles. "What do you want?" The woman showed no signs of hiding her intentions. She even wore light makeup, her face flushed and attractive, which made Shinsun glance at her a bit longer. She held her chest, breathing heavily, her black over-the-knee coat hugging her figure. This was the first decent-looking person Shinsun had encountered since the extreme cold. While the woman was still catching her breath, Shinsun had already lost his patience and turned to get back on his bicycle. It was getting dark, and he was not interested in the woman's intentions. "Please wait a moment." "Hello, my name is Su Ping. I want to ask if you would like to join our base." The woman caught up with him, her tone sincere. At that moment, Su Ping's companions also arrived, about a dozen of them, dressed similarly to Su Ping. Shinsun looked up at the darkening sky, feeling the cold in his fingers. "Not interested," he replied coldly, thinking Laifu was probably waiting for him to return. Su Ping's companion's expression changed slightly. It was the first time someone had outright rejected their invitation. Anyone who saw their current appearance would seriously consider what the woman was saying. A girl stepped in front of Su Ping, looking at Shinsun as if he were foolish. "Do you know who we are? Haven't you heard of the fire base?" "I haven't heard of it. What's it to me?" Shin Sun replied flatly, truly unaware. It seemed like all sorts of strange groups were popping up, probably just a newly established small base. Su Ping pulled the girl back behind her. It's okay. You can think about it. No need to reply so quickly. The last bit of light disappeared from the sky, and Shin Sun had no patience left. I already said I'm not interested in your fire base. You are from the fire base. The girl peeked out from behind Su Ping. She was already frustrated with Shin Sun's attitude. Although their fire base was newly established. But not just anyone can catch their attention. The base has resources, but does not support idle people. With her hands completely cold, Shin Sun pushed her bicycle and turned to leave. The girl reached out to touch Shin Sun as she passed Su Ping. With a click, the gun in her hand was loaded, and the dark barrel was aimed at the girl. The girl instantly lost her expression, her eyes filled with fear. The girl's companions, seeing Shin Sun pointing a gun at their own, quickly drew their handguns and aimed them at Shin Sun. Shin Sun raised an eyebrow at them, pressing the gun against the girl a couple of times, making her tremble all over. Shin Sun could feel her fear through the shaking gun. What are you doing? Put the gun down, Su Ping said, pressing down on her companion's gun. She had seen many capable people with strange tempers like Shin Sun. Sister Ping. The girl said with a hint of a cry, too scared to move, as Shin Sun's gaze was terrifying. Su Ping walked up to Shin Sun, maintaining her calm demeanor. I apologize on her behalf. She truly meant no harm. This is her first time out. Su Ping took out 2 packs of instant noodles from her backpack. Consider this a peace offering. Let's be friends, shall we? Seeing the 2 packs of noodles, Shin Sun pretended to be delighted and eagerly reached out to take them. All right, I'll forgive her. But as for being friends, let's skip that. Shin Sun quickly stuffed the noodles into her backpack, trying to hide them, while Su Ping took the opportunity to pull the girl behind her. Casually tucking the gun at her waist, Shin Sun hopped on her bicycle and sped away. Just 2 packs of noodles, acting like it's a feast. The girl peeked out from behind Su Ping, her tone mocking, dismissing Shin Sun's earlier actions. Hey, you should say less, Su Ping replied. Unable to convince Shin Sun to join the fire base, she pulled out a note from her bag and marked an X next to the words Tianfu. The note listed several neighborhood names, some checked off, others marked with an X like Shin Sun's, and a few names were completely crossed out. Su Ping turned to look at Tianfu in the night, not taking the girl's words to heart. In fact, she thought Shin Sun's reaction was perfectly normal. The girl, having relatives in the base, had no worries about food and drink. She was like a flower raised in a greenhouse. While many dark corners of city had begun to turn to cannibalism, she still managed to maintain her innocence. Let's go, Su Ping said as she put away the note and quickly left with a few others. She lifted the bicycle and placed it in the small 3-story compartment, closing the door behind her. Shin Sun rubbed her cold hands as she went upstairs. Her toes and fingers felt numb from the cold, so she put on her warm gloves and opened the door. Lai Fu heard Shin Sun's familiar footsteps and eagerly stared at the iron door. Hurrying to the stove, Shin Sun took off her gloves, put on her fuzzy slippers, and rested her hands on the stove, letting out a sigh of relief. Lai Fu had waited for Shin Sun all afternoon and was very hungry. She brought Lai Fu's food bowl over, cut a piece of meat in her space, and added 2 live fish and an egg. Lai Fu dug into his meal while Shin Sun took out 2 packs of instant noodles, checked them for any issues, and stored them in her space. With a pot on the stove heating up, she added some home-cooked dishes, scrambled 2 eggs, and cooked a bowl of rice. Shin Sun was also very hungry, finishing her meal quickly. After dinner, Shin Sun took scissors to trim the long fur around Lai Fu's neck. The living room was silent except for the sound of the scissors snipping away. The fur grew quickly, and it was already as long as her palm since the last trim. She collected the fur she cut and patted Lai Fu on the neck. All done, good night. Lying in bed, Shin Sun's mind drifted into her space, where she nurtured the food on her shelves. Over the past few nights, she had stored over 800 pounds of sweet potatoes and wheat. The chickens, ducks, and geese had multiplied to over 400, even with her controlling their numbers. Shun Sun quickly gathered the eggs. After a whole year, the eggs she collected had piled up into a small mountain. Finding videos on how to make salted duck eggs and century eggs, Shun Sun focused her energy in her space, and after several failed attempts, she finally succeeded. Since she was alone, she didn't need so many, so she only prepared a basket with about 500 eggs. Even if she ate 2 a day, that would last her half a year. Feeling tired, Shun Sun exited her space and went to sleep. In the morning, she woke up naturally. Now, she was the only one left in Building F, free from anyone watching or bothering her, which made her very happy. After slowly getting out of bed and freshening up, Shun Sun caught a large goose in her space, swiftly taking care of it. The goose twitched a couple of times before it passed away. She plucked the feathers, cleaned it, rubbed in the marinade, and set up the solar-powered grill. While reading, Shun Sun roasted the goose. Lai Fu, smelling the delicious aroma, waited patiently. Closing her book, Shun Sun turned the goose over. She was reading an encyclopedia of herbs, which listed many herb names, their properties, and pictures. She had read half of the book, relying on repeated readings rather than a remarkable memory. In the space, the herb field had only been sown with seeds to encourage sprouting. She hadn't fully started working on it yet. After flipping the goose, Shun Sun continued reading. The aroma of roasted goose filled the room. Shun Sun rubbed her tired eyes, set the book down, and used a hook to lift the roasted goose onto the cutting board. She took a cleaver and cut half for Lai Fu, making sure to set aside her portion with extra chili, as she had developed a taste for spicy food after the cold snap. After taking a bite of the goose dipped in chili, warmth spread through her. The goose was fed fresh, tender bok choy grown with special abilities, making the meat delicious. Shun Sun felt very satisfied. With a satisfied sigh, she collapsed onto the lounge chair and let out a burp. She took out a cup of milk tea from her space and inserted a straw into it. Just as she was about to take a sip, she heard a faint noise outside the door. She put down the milk tea, and her gloves appeared on her hands. Putting on the gloves, she opened the door to find a man lying outside, his black coat dirty. Lai Fu barked behind her, but didn't dare get too close. The man was bundled up tightly, even wearing a modified hat. Shun Sun kicked him lightly. With a decent amount of force, the man rolled over, and a burnt smell filled the air. He had been electrocuted. Shun Sun crouched down, grabbed the front of his coat, and dragged him to the window, throwing him out. He landed on the ice with a thud. She brushed off the dirt on her gloves and was about to close the door when she noticed something on the ground. Picking it up, she saw it was a blackened wire, likely belonging to the man. She tossed it into the trash and closed the door, returning to her room. The milk tea had cooled down, and she lost her desire to drink it, so she stored it away. Shun Sun lay back in the lounge chair and continued reading. Around 5 in the afternoon, she finished the book. She took out some fruit from her space and sat by the fire to eat while Lai Fu woke up lazily. After a simple dinner, Shun Sun washed up and lay in bed, focusing her mind on her space to encourage the sprouting herbs in the field. The medicinal herbs grew slowly in Shun Sun's view. Since she didn't know what these seeds were, she had just scattered them randomly in the field when planting. Watching the mature herbs, she used her abilities to speed up their growth until they shriveled to her desired effect. She sorted the herbs into different categories and stored them in a lower space, leaving the seeds behind. This time, Shun Sun carefully divided the planting area, using her mental energy. She planted pest-repelling herbs in one section, herbs for clearing heat and stopping coughs in another, and those for bruises in yet another. After categorizing and planting all the herbs, Shun Sun checked the time. It was already past 10 at night, and she couldn't sleep. She took out the prepared herbs and searched her space for a comprehensive guide to traditional Chinese medicine. Safflower, sanchi, peach kernel, centella, peony root, strychnus, salvia, turmeric, balsam flower. As she found each herb, she used her thoughts to grind them into powder, which would be used for treating injuries. Soon, it would be hard to find these herbs, so after preparing the powders, she placed them in boxes and labeled them for easy access, then continued her work. In half a month, the extreme heat would arrive, bringing an increase in snakes, insects, and pests. Although she had stocked up on mosquito repellent and insecticides, she wanted to be prepared for any situation. Mugvert, perillo, clove, potsholi, mint, dringit dongerin pil. Halfway through her tasks, fatigue hit her, and Shinsun paused, exiting her space, a sign of mental exhaustion. She turned on the electric blanket to a low setting and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up in the morning, Shinsun opened her eyes to see the ceiling. She wasn't sure what time she had fallen asleep the night before and still felt a bit groggy. After feeding her pet, she lay back in bed, wrapped in her blanket, deciding to sleep a little longer. After finishing its meal, her pet looked at the door and then at Shinsun. It had been 3 days at home and wanted to go out to play. With a longing gaze, it kept staring at Shinsun, making it hard for her to sleep. Rubbing her hair, she got up and boiled some water to wash up. It had been over 10 days since she last washed her hair, and it was starting to smell. Her hair had grown quite a bit, so after drying it, she took out scissors and cut her hair in front of the mirror, snipping away until it looked quite uneven. She couldn't bear to look at it, so she put on a cozy hat to cover it up. Meanwhile, her pet waited in the living room, wagging its tail for her. "Let's go," Shinsun said, bringing her pet into her space before closing the door and heading downstairs. Once on the second floor, she let her pet out. Now, its large size couldn't fit through the second-floor window anymore. Taking out a hammer, Shinsun began to break down the walls on either side of the floor-to-ceiling window, and her pet jumped out in a flash. It has now grown to 4 meters tall, and its muscles are very strong, so it can only lie down in the living room. Without riding a bike, Shinsun walked down from the second-floor window with a backpack on his back and a thermos around his neck. "Let's go," he said. As soon as Laifu left Building F, it ran joyfully on the ice. When it returned, Shinsun grabbed the fur under its neck and said, "From now on, you can't run away from me." In just 1 week, most people in City B chose to go to the base, leaving the streets noticeably empty. Shinsun wandered the streets with Laifu, and compared to before, there were very few people outside now. Laifu followed Shinsun, and the two of them strolled leisurely, like they were shopping. "Hurry up." At the corner a few meters away, 3 people were walking toward Shinsun. Upon seeing Laifu, they chose to take a detour. The 3 hurriedly left. Now, aside from the tall buildings in City B, there was nothing else left. Losing interest in exploring further, Shinsun continued to wander with Laifu until they reached the city center. "Fire base is hiring." Shinsun read aloud the words on the red banner, wondering how much supplies the fire base had. They were boldly recruiting people here. At a folding table, a man and a woman sat, with 6 boxes of instant noodles behind them. 8 armed guards stood around the boxes, and Shinsun observed the group, noting that 3 of them were women. Many people were eyeing the supplies but kept their distance, not daring to approach, likely due to previous encounters. "Get lost. You can't even handle 2 people, and you want to join our fire base? Take a good look at yourself, weakling," the man said dismissively, while the woman beside him seemed used to such situations. Shinsun took out her binoculars and noticed that 2.5 boxes of instant noodles were already empty. Feeling a bit tempted, she put away the binoculars and left with Laifu. She had supplies herself, but it was hard not to be tempted by the flashy goods in front of her. It was almost noon, so Shinsun casually entered a shopping mall. The mall was completely empty, and no one ventured inside anymore. It seemed that after the officials arrived, they cleaned out all the malls in City B, leaving nothing behind that could be taken. After checking that no one was around, Shinsun took out a stove from her space and lit it, but due to the large size of the mall, the heat couldn't gather effectively. The stove was burning brightly, but Shinsun still felt very cold. After quickly finishing her meal, she stood up to move her stiff hands and feet. Outside the door, she called for Laifu, who seemed unaffected by the cold air. Laifu ran over and squatted beside Shinsun, wanting her to ride on him. She petted Laifu's long fur, but did not get on. Glancing at the time, it was almost 2 o'clock. It was time to head back. "Let's go," she said. Instead of retracing her steps, Shinsun took a different route out of the mall. The buzzing sound of machines came from the street next door. She stopped to listen closely. The noise was intermittent and not very loud. Electricity. This was the first time since the extreme cold that she heard electrical sounds outside. After confirming it was indeed machine noise, she stepped over some gravel and walked toward the neighboring street. Before the extreme cold, this area was likely a food street. Jumping down from the rubble, Shinsun saw a few people busy at work. Buzzing. Her sudden appearance made the workers stop their electric saws.
Wow.
A man in a military green coat elbowed his companion. Look over there. The man followed his gaze and widened his eyes. Their attention was not on Shinsun, but on Laifu behind her. There were still many pet owners in the base, but it was their first time seeing a leopard, especially one as large as Laifu. Seeing that they were official personnel, Shinsun raised her right hand in a gesture, and Laifu stopped and squatted behind her. A green metal trailer was parked nearby, with an intact solar panel on the roof. 4 electric saws were connected to it. What are you waiting for? The ice is almost solidifying, Lin Zhongyi shouted as he stepped out of the trailer with a loudspeaker. The 4 workers returned their focus, turning on their electric saws, creating a buzzing sound as they cut into the ice, carving out a path. It was unclear how long they had been cutting to create this ice path. 2 relatively small soldiers entered the path with electric saws, clearing the way as blocks of ice were removed. Lin Zhongyi approached Shinsun. It had only been a short time since they last met, but Laifu had grown so much. You've taken great care of this leopard. It must eat a lot to grow this big, Lin Zhongyi remarked, admiring Laifu's shiny coat, which looked even more vibrant than the military dogs in their unit. The hair on the back of his hand stood up, and Lin Zhongyi's eyelids twitched, hiding his emotions. Free range, free range. Usually, it goes out to find food by itself, and sometimes it even brings some back for me. I guess it's actually taking care of me, Shinsun said with self-deprecating humor, sensing the probing in his words. Captain, we found it. A voice of excitement came from below the ice. Lin Zhongyi glanced deeply at Shinsun before turning to walk over. Researchers have said that for an animal to grow to 3 or 4 meters, its daily food intake is unimaginable. Even military dogs are controlled in their feeding, with the best ones only reaching a little over 2 meters. The pets that entered the base this time were even more strictly monitored, with the largest only growing to about 1.5 meters, and that was only because they were fed human meat. Now, with food scarce and many mutated pets moving to the base, what was this leopard eating to maintain its energy? The answer was obvious, and Lin Zhongyi's cold gaze turned to Shinsun. In the extreme heat of week 103, the first time Lin Zhongyi saw Shinsun, he felt she was unusual, too calm. Being close to her made him uncomfortable. Years of training had made him alert to certain dangers. She was being watched. Shinsun, wrapped up tightly, smiled and took off her goggles, her smiling eyes meeting Lin Zhongyi's. He was momentarily stunned by her gaze. She stood there, but her eyes held a chilling intensity. Lin Zhongyi had seen that look before, on the faces of the dead. Indeed, anyone choosing to stay in B City at this time couldn't be a good person.
Captain.
A voice called from the ice again. Shinsun put her goggles back on and waved goodbye to Lin Zhongyi, taking her companion with her. She understood what the captain was really thinking. Lin Zhongyi watched her leave, his expression focused on the task at hand. He turned his attention back and jogged over. Soon, researchers had said a heat wave would arrive, and once the base was completed, if this woman went there, it would be clear what she was made of. What's the situation down there? Lin Zhongyi asked as he put on a warm military hat and went down. Captain, the door is indeed over here. It's been breached, and there's a lot of food inside, came an excited voice. Quick, load it onto the truck, he ordered, as a large block of ice was cut and set aside, revealing frozen, sealed meat inside. You two, go over there and breach the wall next door, Lin Zhongyi instructed, wanting to gather as much as possible before dark. For a clock, Shinsun took out her watch from her pocket, checked the time, and then put it back. There was still some time before reaching Tianfu, but she could make it back before dark. Part of V City was frozen under ice, and most of the remaining buildings had collapsed, their walls oxidized and darkened, leaving only ruins. Two boys approached, their dark down jackets, making it hard to see their original colors. The younger boy leaned against the older one, both looking quite thin. The older boy tightly held the younger boy's hand, his eyes pleading as they looked at Shin-sun. Did she feel sorry for them? Shin-sun did not. The military personnel shouted hoarsely with a loudspeaker. The base was just outside the city, with food and drink available. Yet they pretended to be pitiful instead of going to the base. Were there any good people left in B City? As the boys got closer, the younger one called out, "Sister." The little boy looked at Shin-sun with his greenish eyes. "Come on, Lai Fu." Shin-sun didn't even want to look at them.
Roar.
Lai Fu's rough growl startled the two boys. The little one fell to the ground, dropping a rusty knife. Realizing what happened, he abandoned his brother and ran away. The older brother glared at Shin-sun with anger, picked up the knife, and chased after the younger one. "Don't chase him, Lai Fu." Shin-sun grabbed Lai Fu by the fur. It was getting dark, and the temperature seemed to drop even more. Her fingertips felt cold. Lai Fu squatted down, and Shin-sun climbed onto his back, burying her face in his fur. His large body shielded her from the cold wind as they ran. Half an hour later, they arrived at Tianfu, where it was already dark. Upon entering, Shin-sun stored Lai Fu in her space. Today, she encountered those military people who were retrieving supplies from under the ice. The officials must have predicted that the temperature would rise soon, and those supplies needed to be taken out before the heat arrived. Otherwise, the sudden increase in temperature would spoil the food instantly. On the 22nd floor, Shin-sun saw two bodies lying in front of her door, a man and a woman, their bodies already stiff. She picked up one with one hand, and a handgun fell from the man's body. "Oh." She picked up the handgun and searched the two, finding 3 handguns in total. She dragged the two to the window and threw them out, then stood by the window, looking at B City in the night. Her place had been targeted. These people came every few days, and she was tired of collecting bodies. After closing the door, she took out the stove and turned on the heater. Shin-sun took off her gloves and sat by the stove to warm her hands. Once the room warmed up, she began to eat. There was no room for Lai Fu in the living room, so Shin-sun sent his food directly into her space. "In a week, the extreme heat will arrive, so let's change places and let our minds drift into space." Lai Fu was left alone on a mountaintop, with a huge bowl of mutated beast meat and a dozen eggs, and he ate happily. After working on the medicine powder for 2 hours, Shin-sun's consciousness returned from the space. The preparation of the medicine powder became more detailed, and it seemed that her mental strength had increased a lot recently. Since she was the only one using it, there was no need to prepare so much. Shin-sun looked at the stacked boxes of medicine powder in the space. The amount for half a year should be enough. Next, she just needed to deal with the upcoming extreme heat. Closing her eyes and lying on the bed, Shin-sun calculated the days ahead and soon fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up in the morning, it was already past 8. She prepared food for Lai Fu and had a simple breakfast. The snow outside had increased, and the temperature had dropped significantly. The snow on the balcony was already up to her calves. Taking her tools, Shin-sun opened the iron door. With a large iron bucket and a shovel, she started collecting snowmelt water from the top floor. By the time she reached the 3rd floor, she stood by the window and noticed many others were also collecting snowmelt water. Carrying the iron bucket down from the upper floor, Shin-sun jumped from the 2nd floor window. The snowmelt around Building F had not been disturbed yet. With so many people around, she couldn't directly store it in the space, so she scooped up the snow and placed it in the bucket, secretly storing it in the space. After collecting all the snowmelt, Shin-sun carried the bucket upstairs. The thermometer seemed faulty, as it couldn't accurately measure the current temperature. The heating and underfloor heating in the room were turned up to the maximum, and the stove was burning with 4 fires, gradually warming her body. Staying inside, Shin-sun lay on the lounge chair and began organizing the vegetable rack in the space. For a whole week, aside from collecting snowmelt and gathering bodies, she hadn't stepped outside. With a loud thud, a man's body was thrown down from the 22nd floor by Shin Sun. The body hit the ice with a loud noise, and after a moment, she saw a few people from Building E come out and quickly drag the body inside. It turned out that the body she had thrown down was picked up by the neighbors. Closing the window, Shun Sun sharpened the scissors in the space. Plugging in the electric hair clippers, Shun Sun's consciousness entered the space, calling Laifu to her side. She took out the clippers and said, "Stand still." If she calculated correctly, there were still 2 hours before the temperature would rise, so she needed to hurry and clip Laifu's fur. Laifu sat quietly on the ground, looking down at the grooming tool in Shin Sun's hand. The silent grooming tool started without making a sound. First, Shin Sun removed the long fur from Laifu's belly and neck, then from his limbs. "Lie down." Shin Sun gently patted Laifu's neck. Laifu lay on the ground while Shin Sun used the grooming tool to carefully remove the remaining fur, placing the cut fur into a box. With Laifu's large size, there was quite a bit of fur, filling 2 storage boxes. After exiting the space, Shun Sun took out a set of black sportswear made of sweat-absorbing, quick-drying material. There were 5 minutes left. Shun Sun put 2 heaters back into the space, turned off the underfloor heating, and also turned off the radiator. He took out a thermometer, and strangely, it worked again. At -54 degrees, the temperature was slowly rising, and in the blink of an eye, it reached -32 degrees. It began, and Shin Sun put down the thermometer to take off his clothes. -16 degrees, that was fast. With a wave of his hand, the remaining 2 heaters were stored away. At 13 degrees, Shin Sun changed into a short-sleeved sports shirt and removed his warm hat. In just a moment, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Sunlight streamed in through the window, no longer feeling cold. The ice began to melt gradually, and the thermometer now showed 37 degrees. The air felt hot, sweat trickled down his temples, and his shirt was damp. Shin Sun took a piece of lemon ice from the space and put it in his mouth. Instantly, the heat in his body eased, but the temperature continued to rise. Shin Sun took out a fan and filled it with ice, connecting it to a solar panel. The cool breeze from the fan lasted only a couple of seconds. He moved the living room air conditioner into the room, plugged it into the solar panel, and it worked well to cool down. The room became cooler, but after 2 minutes, Shin Sun felt warm again. 52 degrees, Shin Sun put away the thermometer, pulled back the curtains, and used binoculars to look downstairs. The ice layer had melted under the intense heat, even evaporating and producing white steam. The temperature climbed to 59 to 60 degrees before finally stabilizing. This water should evaporate before dark. Many people gathered downstairs. Shin Sun put away the binoculars and took out 3 blocks of ice to place in the room. With the 3 blocks of ice, the fan, and the air conditioner, Shin Sun used a thermometer, and the room's temperature was around 37 degrees, still bearable. With strawberry ice in his mouth, Shin Sun took out sunscreen, added some cooling powder he had ground, mixed it well, and applied it to his body. The sweat wasn't flowing as heavily as before. Shin Sun took out a heat-resistant suit, which looked a bit like a raincoat and reached below his knees. The sky gradually darkened. After a simple dinner, Shin Sun opened the iron door and went downstairs. The ice that had formed on the second-floor window had evaporated, leaving only water stains on the wall. The supporting wall on the second floor seemed to have been soaked by rain for too long, and now, after being exposed to the sun, it had developed cracks. Shin Sun traced his finger along the crack in the wall, white powder sticking to his fingertip, which he gently brushed off. It seemed this building wouldn't last much longer. Sweat dripped from his forehead, sliding past his eyelashes. Shin Sun put on a sweatband on his forehead, absorbing the perspiration. "Excuse me," a woman in a checkered shirt came up from the first floor, holding a small, thin boy by the hand. She looked happy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Shin Sun stepped aside to let them pass. When he reached the first floor and was about to step outside, a few more people came in. "Sorry, let me through." The man recognized Shin Sun, paused for a moment, then took his family upstairs. It was already dark, but the round moon above shone a deep red, and the heat of the night was still intense. As Shin Sun walked out of the Tianfu Gate, the shops on the first floor had been completely looted, with some people crying and others expressing excitement on the street. This crazy weather is finally back to normal. Let's go home quickly, a couple passed by Shin Sun. These people must have been at the base earlier, but the sudden rise in temperature in the afternoon made them think everything was fine, so they returned from the base. It made sense. The temperatures in City B had previously ranged from 30 to 40 degrees, so it was no wonder they were overwhelmed with joy. However, he believed that in just a couple of days, they would be crying to return to the base. The rubber soles of his shoes melted against the hot ground, and in less than 10 minutes, they were starting to stretch. Shin Sun looked at the melting heels of his shoes. He found an empty house by the roadside, entered, and closed the door behind him. From his space, he took out a watermelon ice to cool down. He took off his shoes and pulled out a new pair from his space. The soles were made of heat-resistant material, very durable. After changing shoes, Shin Sun let out Laifu. Wow! Laifu immediately cried out as it felt the heat in the air. Shin Sun gave it 2 ice cubes to cool it down, and Laifu gulped them down. He gave it 2 more before stepping outside with Laifu. The sweatband was already soaked, so Shin Sun changed to another one. Crack, crack, the tall buildings nearby made noises from within. Shin Sun jumped onto Laifu's back. Let's go. Laifu ran quickly with Shin Sun to escape as a 30-story building collapsed with a loud crash, falling toward the building on the left. The materials were already poor quality, and after rain, freezing, and sun exposure, they had become completely unstable. One by one, the tall buildings fell. The dust rose and blocked their view, so Shin Sun put on goggles and a mask.
Run. Help.
A man shouted, but the next moment he was buried under the debris. The collapsing buildings shook the ground, and Shin Sun held tightly onto Laifu's neck until the noise stopped. Laifu suddenly stopped, his claws digging into the ground. Shin Sun looked back. Most of City B had collapsed. The Tianfu area could have held on longer, but the continuous tremors caused the cracks to widen, and even Tianfu could not withstand it. Let's go back and check, Laifu said as they ran over the rubble. Half an hour later, they returned to the outside of the Tianfu community. Of the 6 buildings in Tianfu, only Building A was still standing, but the first and second floors had already cracked. Yuan, Mommy is coming to save you. Don't be afraid. A woman, clearly in distress, was mechanically digging through the rubble with her hands. Her fingertips were raw, yet she continued to move the stones. A man approached and hugged her waist from behind, lifting her off the ground. Wife, look at me, please, he called out, trying to bring her back to her senses. Shin Sun walked to the rubble of Building F. The collapse had been so sudden. Her room still had an air conditioner, refrigerator, and gym equipment inside.
It was a pity.
It seemed she would have to sleep on the street tonight.
Mom. Dad.
A small boy knelt in front of the rubble of Building B, his thin figure wiping away tears. The moonlight returned to its normal white, no longer red. Shin Sun moved some stones and picked up a wooden board stuck in the pile. In the darkness, Shin Sun lit a campfire on the ruins. The little boy approached first, staring blankly at the flames. Shin Sun watched him without saying anything, adding some firewood and stepping back. It was too hot, just enough to provide light. She popped a piece of watermelon ice into her mouth, and Laifu sniffed her hand, licking it. Shin Sun also gave him a few pieces. The man, supporting his wife, came over with an apologetic look at Shin Sun, who glanced at him but did not raise her head again. Resting her head on Laifu's belly, Shin Sun closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. The sound of whispers attracted the nearby people, who gathered quietly around the fire, sitting about 7 or 8 meters away. Shin Sun didn't add more firewood. People from the crowd took turns to do so. He half opened his eyes and watched as more and more people arrived. No one dared to come close to Shin Sun because Laifu was always alert. If anyone got too close, Laifu would make a warning sound. A 5-meter radius around Shin Sun became a no-go zone, and he was woken up in the morning by the noise. Shin Sun took a washcloth from his backpack to wipe the sweat off his face and neck. This cloth was similar to a handkerchief and could be wrung out for reuse. You took my stuff, and you still want to argue? People saw you steal it, yet you won't admit it, the man said angrily. With many people around, there was a lot of commotion. I didn't take your stuff at all. You're all in this together, the woman said, gripping her bag tightly and pointing at the two men. What do you mean together? I saw you take his things, the man replied, looking honest, and the crowd clearly believed him. In no time, the crowd started pointing at the woman, who stepped back, clutching her bag tightly. Are you trying to run? You think you can get away? The man noticed her intention and moved closer to grab her hand. The woman pulled out a folding knife from her sleeve. Don't come any closer, or I'll hurt you. As she revealed the knife, the onlookers instinctively stepped back, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. The knife was waved in front of the man, who took 2 steps back. But thinking about the supplies he had worked hard to find during the day, he felt unwilling to let the woman take them away. He picked up a 2-meter-long steel bar from the ground and swung it at her, shouting, "You're going to pay for this." The woman dodged and ran, trembling. I really didn't take your stuff. The steel bar hit the ground near her feet, making her jump in fear. If you didn't take my stuff, why are you hiding? Yeah, if you didn't take it, why are you nervous? Just open your bag and we'll see, the person who had accused her earlier chimed in again. Shin Sun took a bottle of water from his backpack, opened it and took a sip. The heat had warmed the water inside. After finishing, he quietly popped a piece of fruit ice into his mouth. The ice melted in less than a minute, and Shin Sun licked his lips, wanting more. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. JC is here. JC is here. A path opened in the crowd as a soldier in a green camouflage vest walked forward. A group of soldiers armed with rifles surrounded the attackers. Execute them on the spot, the leader commanded, and the sound of gunfire rang out as the attackers fell to the ground. Everyone stay calm. We are only dealing with those who deserve it, the leading soldier shouted into a megaphone from a high point, his voice booming. Shun Sun opened his backpack and took out some ice cubes, placing them in a thermos. He took a sip and felt refreshed. With so many people around, he had only eaten a few biscuits since waking up, and Laifu hadn't eaten at all. Let's go. We need to find another place, he said, shouldering his backpack. Laifu followed closely behind Shin Sun as they exited the crowd. There was no intact place left in City B. After searching 2 directions, Shin Sun found only ruins. Laifu stopped, and Shin Sun found an empty spot, pulling out Laifu's bowl and filling it with meat. Hurry up and eat. Sitting to the side, Shin Sun took out a portion of fried rice, eating while sweating, soaking several face towels. After wringing out the sweat from the face towel, Shin Sun popped a piece of ice into his mouth. Laifu licked Shin Sun's cool palm, feeling hot himself. Shin Sun gave him 2 pieces, saying, "Don't swallow, let it melt in your mouth." Shin Sun held Laifu's neck as he carefully swallowed the melting ice water. The base had sent people to City B for rescue after the collapse last night, which had caused many casualties. With no shelter from the wind and rain, the survivors of City B chose to go to the base, where several modified trucks were parked by the roadside. 2 soldiers on top of a truck were shouting through a megaphone, but it was too far for Shin Sun to hear clearly. "Excuse me, what is the situation at the base now?" Shin Sun asked, pulling out a pack of biscuits from his backpack. The couple exchanged glances, their eyes fixed on the biscuits. They had been to the base but didn't know much about it. "Well, we don't know a lot," the man said, sincerely. "Just tell me what you know," Shin Sun said, handing the biscuits to the woman. "We have been to the base, but we didn't stay there. You need to pay with food to live in the base, and we don't know much about others. We lived outside the base. It has 6 floors, and we are on the outermost layer, which has no protection at all. As for the base, we can't get in without food, and we don't know what it's like inside," the man said honestly. People living on the outer layer desperately wanted to squeeze into the base. The 2 left with some biscuits, and Shin Sun wiped the sweat from her forehead. She didn't want to go to the base, but she could consider the outer layer. After thinking it over, Shin Sun decided not to go to the base. She thought of a better place. She had too many secrets, and even if she stayed on the outer layer of the base, it would be hard to find something tasty with so many people around. With Laifu by her side, Shinsun walked to the back of the line. Many people were used to the mutated animals, but they were slightly surprised by Laifu's large size. It would take about 4 hours to travel from City B to the base. The modified truck had air conditioning, and if someone wanted to ride to the base, they needed to pay with food. Any amount would do. If they didn't pay with food, they could only walk behind the truck. Food was essential for survival. Since she didn't plan to go to the base anyway, Shinsun gently patted Laifu's neck. Laifu crouched down, and Shinsun climbed on, saying, "Let's go." Many people had already left City B for the base, and Shinsun followed the crowd as Laifu ran quickly. Shinsun felt the warm wind from their speed, and the sweat on her cheeks became sticky as the buildings on either side rushed by. Everywhere she looked, there were signs of destruction. Nothing was intact. Laifu was fast, and within an hour, they had left City B. The distant hills were still bare, but this was just the beginning. Shinsun looked towards the hills, knowing that after a month of extreme heat, the temperature would rise again, waking many frozen mutated plants. She wondered where Xiaohei was now and pulled her gaze back. "We'll go this way," Shinsun said, pulling Laifu in a different direction from the crowd heading to the base. The person and the leopard left the city and took a separate path. As the temperature rose, many minerals and crystals would grow underground and in the hills. The officials would collect these minerals for construction and weapons. Weapons made from crystals were hard and sharp, cutting through metal easily. Shinsun felt excited at the thought of collecting these minerals and crystals for construction, which would allow her to build an unbreakable fortress. When she found Xiaohei, she would have it guard the entrance. Laifu led Shinsun down a familiar path, running skillfully through the mountains. "All right, stop," Laifu halted, and Shinsun took Laifu's water bowl from her space, adding ice cubes to it. Laifu, sweating profusely, buried his head in the bowl, letting out a satisfied sound. Shinsun pulled out a bottle of cold water from her space and took a few sips. Before her was a cleared area where she had collected several mountain tops, the ground smooth and free of weeds. Many trees on the mountains had withered and turned yellow under the scorching sun. "Wow!" Shinsun exclaimed, noticing a patch of green in the distance. A pair of binoculars appeared in her hand, and she looked towards it. A large tree, about 6 or 7 meters tall, stood out with its green leaves among the dry, yellow branches. Shinsun mounted Laifu and said, "Let's go over there." Laifu, still dripping with water, was dried by the sun in less than a minute as he ran. The leaves were dazzlingly green. Shinsun took out a shovel and began digging at the tree's roots. It seemed to be in a transformation phase, as it didn't react to her digging. The shade provided a slight coolness, and green light points emerged from her fingertips. The tree roots in the soil began to stretch out rapidly, absorbing the green light. Shinsun continued to channel energy until all the light points were absorbed. She then slapped the tree trunk and said, "Come with me, or I'll set you on fire." She knew it could understand her. Many transformed plants had intelligence comparable to animals. Laifu was an exception, and she felt it was directly related to its albinism, which might affect its intelligence. With a blatant threat, the trunk shook slightly, and the roots began to pull out of the ground bit by bit. The trunk comically followed Shinsun. "You can settle here," she pointed to the center of the cleared area. After a 10-minute journey, the once vibrant roots had shriveled under the blazing sun, and even the leaves began to yellow. It was close to dying. "You're really fragile," Shinsun said as she dug a hole in the ground, indicating for it to settle inside. The roots rustled as they entered the hole. Once it was fully buried, Shinsun placed her hand on the trunk to stimulate growth, and the originally 6 or 7 meter tall tree instantly surged to over 12 meters. The leaves became even more lush, shielding her from the sun. Shinsun withdrew her hand. It was already dark. She took out an air mattress tent and set it up under the tree, lighting an oil lamp and hanging it from the top of the tent. The tree was still in its transformation phase and hadn't begun to feed, showing no aggression. If she encountered it a month later, it would likely be more challenging. He took out 2 ice cubes and a fan from the storage space, plugged it into the battery, and squatted in front of the fan, enjoying the cool breeze. So comfortable. Laifu couldn't fit into the air mattress tent, so its large head leaned against the door to catch the cool air. Shun-sun placed a fan with ice cubes at the entrance, aimed at Laifu. Sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Shun-sun took out 2 frozen watermelons. It was too hot to eat anything else, so he decided to have some fruit and wait to eat a proper meal later. Laifu was clearly hot too, but its appetite was unaffected. After eating the chilled watermelon, it kept staring at Shun-sun. Shun-sun took out Laifu's bowl, filling it with half meat and half fruit. He had cooked porridge in the storage space and sprinkled insect repellent powder around the tent, as there were many bugs in the valley. He also sprayed some floral water inside and outside the tent, then returned to relax in a lounge chair with 2 fans blowing on him. The porridge was ready, so Shun-sun put it in the freezer to cool down before eating. He had some cold bitter melon to cool off, along with a salted duck egg, and after a simple meal, he settled in the lounge chair for a nap. The lounge chair faced the tent entrance, allowing him to react quickly to any situation. In the morning, Shun-sun pulled the tent curtain, took a cold shower, and his shirt was already soaked with sweat. His neck was sticky with sweat, so he trimmed his hair a bit shorter. After breakfast, Laifu dashed into the forest and disappeared. Shun-sun walked around the open area for 2 hours, ensuring the space was just right and undisturbed in the valley. He cleared the surrounding dirt and felt sweat rolling down his forehead. Water was scarce, so Shun-sun wiped his sweat and took out some ice water to drink. By the time he took a 3rd sip, the ice water had turned warm. He worked until noon, and Laifu still hadn't returned. Shun-sun had a light lunch and lay back in the lounge chair to rest. The sun was stronger at noon, so Shun-sun applied sunscreen to prevent sunburn. His exposed skin on the cheeks and neck was turning red. He applied a thick layer of ointment on his face and neck, feeling a slight sting, likely from a rash. The green leaves blocked some sunlight, but the ice in the bowl had melted halfway. Shun-sun added another piece of ice, and the coolness circulated in the air mattress tent as he closed his eyes to rest. He didn't leave the tent for the entire afternoon, and the temperature rose another 2 degrees, making it even hotter. As it was almost mealtime, Laifu returned, holding a 2-meter-long mountain chicken in his mouth. He placed the chicken in front of the tent, and Shun-sun quickly stored it in his space. Laifu's meal was already prepared, and as the sun set, Shun-sun stepped out of the tent in his insulated suit. The sun was too strong during the day, so it seemed he could only work at night. He marked the area and collected the soil within it into his space. Considering he needed to create a basement, Shun-sun dug down over 10 meters deep and unexpectedly collected several pieces of ore. The area was vast, and although he stored everything directly in his space, it still took a lot of time. After 2 hours of work, he had barely made any progress. Sweat dripped into his eyes, causing slight discomfort, and everything appeared a bit blurry. Shun-sun wiped the sweat away and lay back in the dirt pit. Laifu watched him from the edge of the pit. At 13 meters deep, Shun-sun stood up, used his dagger to grip the muddy wall, and leaped out of the pit. His hands and neck were covered in dirt, as was his insulated suit. He cleaned himself off with melted ice water from a basin. After preparing some milk tea powder and adding ice, Shun-sun relaxed on a lounge chair with a fan blowing cool air. Seeing Shun-sun drink the milk tea, Laifu wanted some too. Eventually, Shun-sun poured the remaining half into Laifu's mouth. "You want to try everything, don't you?" It seemed he couldn't stay outside for too long during the day, even in the insulated suit. It looked like he would have to continue working at night. Fortunately, he was alone in this valley, so he could do as he pleased. He added some water to the soil and began mixing it. After forming the mud bricks, Shun-sun pressed his dagger into the bricks to create a simple mold. It would have to do for now. As his consciousness sank into the space, Shun-sun found the several pieces of ore he had mined and began to melt them down. The ore melted into a pool of black liquid, which was excellent quality with no impurities. Shun Sun poured the liquid into the dagger mold, using 2 pieces of ore to make a dagger for a trial run. The dagger gradually took shape in the mold. Shun Sun exited the space, and the black dagger appeared in his hand, showing no visible changes. He stored the dagger back in the space and focused on sharpening the blade. Once finished, he compared the 2 daggers. Holding the dagger made from ore in his right hand, Shun Sun struck it against the ordinary silver dagger. With a loud clang, the silver dagger was instantly cut in half. Taking out the spider-like hook, Shun Sun prepared for a tough confrontation. The black dagger struck down hard. The part of the spider leg that was hit only had a scratch, but the dagger itself was fine. After putting everything away, Shun Sun lay down on a lounge chair to sleep. During the day, Shun Sun rested in the tent and worked on the vegetable rack. At night, she dug the foundation outside the tent, saving the soil for later use in planting vegetables. After more than a month, Shun Sun finally finished digging the foundation. The only soil left untouched was around the tent. Everything else was done. During this time, Shun Sun saw many teams coming into the mountains to look for minerals, likely from the base. She scattered thorn seeds around the mountain to encourage growth. The thorny bushes surrounded the area where Shun Sun was, with exceptionally sharp thorns. Without strong tools, no one dared to enter. Shun Sun packed up the tent, and the big tree remained rooted in the center. Riding on Laifu, Shun Sun ran to the mountainside and looked down. A large pit several meters deep had a striking patch of green in the middle. Gently patting Laifu's neck, she said, "Let's go down the mountain." After more than a month, she felt almost like a wild person. Laifu ran quickly through the mountains and soon exited the dense forest. Beyond that, the mountaintops were bare stumps. "Follow that vehicle." Shun Sun pointed to an off-road vehicle ahead, and Laifu quickly caught up. The off-road vehicle was loaded with many iron items, like iron doors and a bundle of rebar, along with an old iron pot. Shun Sun remembered that in her previous life, she had also searched for these items. Iron could be exchanged for points at the base, and points could be traded for food. The off-road vehicle drove onto a small path filled with many vehicles. Some had their trunks open, revealing iron cages containing mutated animals. After a while, the vehicle stopped, forming a long line. Laifu led Shun Sun past the off-road vehicles. "Stop." Shun Sun got off Laifu. Was this the Bee City base? Tall walls rose up, forming a circular enclosure around the base. The wall appeared to be over 10 meters high. Shun Sun took out her binoculars and saw many small windows along the wall. The last person said the base had 6 levels, and it seemed this was still the outermost layer. The official base truly looked like an official base. As Shun Sun walked forward with Laifu, the crowd grew denser near the base. Many people looked thin and weak, lying by the roadside or sitting. Pairs of eyes lingered on Laifu, and the sound of swallowing could be heard. There were RVs and tents, but mostly tents, hundreds of them crowded outside the base. The staff weighed the iron tools brought by the survivors and calculated points. "No cutting in line. No cutting in line," a man's voice called from behind. Shun Sun stepped aside. She had only seen something interesting at the exchange window. 20 pounds of ore or crystal can be exchanged for half a pound of food, and the food options were limited to rice and flour. Compared to the F base from her previous life, this rule was quite humane. At F base, it was 40 pounds of ore for half a pound of food. Any mutated beast, no matter the size, can be exchanged for 6,000 points, Shun Sun observed in silence. Almost every base was capturing mutated beasts, and the purpose was clear. It wouldn't be long before gene drugs were released. After all, official actions are always faster than those of smaller bases. Wiping her sweat, Shun Sun popped a piece of fruit ice into her mouth. 2 soldiers approached her. "Hello, comrade. Is this leopard yours?" Laifu lay on the ground, its tail swishing back and forth. Interrupted from her thoughts, Shun Sun turned her gaze from the window to the 2 men. "Yes, it's mine. What's the matter? You're not from our base, are you?" We just wanted to ask if you would sell us your leopard. We can offer you 3 times the points and a month of 5-level housing rights. They seemed sure she wouldn't refuse. Shin Sun's expression instantly turned cold. Not for sale. Sensing her hostility, Lai Fu stood up and moved behind Shin Sun, baring its teeth and letting out a low growl. The 2 soldiers took a step back. Shin Sun gently patted Lai Fu's front leg, and it returned to a submissive position by her feet. Seeing Lai Fu's reaction, the soldiers looked even more pleased. We won't force you. Selling is your choice. Could we at least take a blood sample? Don't worry, even 1 sample can be exchanged for supplies. The 2 men settled for less. Shin Sun rubbed her knife with her fingers.
I don't want to.
Not to mention a blood sample, she wouldn't give anyone even a single hair from Lai Fu. Shin Sun could imagine what would happen to Lai Fu if she agreed to them today. The soldiers were surprised that she refused even that, looking at her with complicated expressions. Hurrying away with Lai Fu, Shin Sun waited until it got dark, then put on a cap and mask. She took out a prepared note from her backpack and walked into the crowd. The notes were casually scattered on the ground, and in the darkness of the night, no one noticed Shin Sun's actions. There weren't many notes prepared, and after scattering them, Shin Sun lowered her hat and left the crowd. Lai Fu waited for Shin Sun at the foot of the mountain. Let's go back, he said, and with a howl, he ran through the mountains with Shin Sun. At night, the mountains were pitch black, but Lai Fu's eyes were clear. Shin Sun put on her night vision goggles and took out a bottle of ice water, drinking half of it in one go. After more than 3 hours, they finally reached their destination. Shin Sun used her ability to clear a path through the thorny forest. Although it was difficult to enter and exit, it was definitely safe. She set up an air mattress tent on the ground and took out Lai Fu's water basin, where he buried his whole head. Settling into a lounge chair with 2 fans blowing, the ice in the basin melted halfway, providing a nice coolness. After a simple dinner, Shin Sun cut up some chilled watermelon. While eating, she walked around the large circular pit she had dug. The pit was 13 meters deep, and she had already leveled the ground inside. Next, she just needed to collect ores and crystals. Spitting out watermelon seeds, Shin Sun jumped into the pit. For planting vegetables and weapons, she took out a spider leg hook and plunged it into the ground, scraping around to make the planting area larger, covering almost half of the space. Throwing away the watermelon rind, Shin Sun wiped the sweat from her forehead and quickly jumped out of the pit. Back in the tent, she casually dried herself with a towel, treating it like a shower. In the morning, she woke up from the heat. The fan was still blowing, but the air was warm, and the ice in the basin had melted. Lai Fu had completely moved away from Shin Sun, sitting under a big tree to cool off, sticking out his tongue to lick the sweat from his nose. Shin Sun called out to him from the front of the tent. The recent rise in temperature seemed to be too much for Lai Fu. Looking at the remaining pieces of meat in the basin, she noted that he always finished his food, but lately, he had been leaving more and more.
The fruit was all gone, though.
She stored the leftover meat in her space, not wanting to waste it. The sun was too hot. If left out longer, it would spoil. She could still give him some in the afternoon. Even wearing heat-resistant clothing, Shin Sun could feel the heat wave hitting her. Having experienced a lot in her past life, her body didn't feel uncomfortable. It wasn't until sunset that Lai Fu returned from under the tree, putting away the book in his hands. The 2 of them, 1 person and 1 leopard, silently ate together. From her space, Shin Sun took out an off-road vehicle and set up a black tent on top of it. She brought out the wheat, potatoes, and sweet potatoes she had previously grown and placed them inside the tent on the vehicle's roof. Finally, she added 4 bags of rice in the vehicle's compartment, which she had also cultivated herself. Once ready, they parked the vehicle in the space. Lai Fu, let's go play. Lai Fu carried Shin Sun out of the thorny forest, following her directions. They finally stopped in front of a mountain road. Shin Sun took out an off-road vehicle, jumped inside, and started steering while Lai Fu followed behind. The mountain road was rough, and the items on the roof rattled. This road led straight to the mountaintop. Shinsun drove up to a halfway point and stopped, where several people were already waiting. Thankfully, she had turned on the headlights. With a sudden brake, she realized that if she had pressed the gas pedal earlier, those people might not have made it. She parked the vehicle steadily not far from them, took out a reclining chair, and placed it by the car, inserting a sign that read, "Exchange for ore and crystals." Seeing Shunsun set up, the group knew help had arrived and approached with a note. 1 pound of food? They were still a bit hesitant, unsure if it was true that they could exchange half a pound more of food for ore and crystals. After all, they had worked hard to find these items and knew how to choose wisely for more supplies. Shunsun tapped the sign with the back of her knife, clearly stating that 20 pounds of ore or crystals could be exchanged for 1 pound of food. The food types offered were only 3 more than the base: sweet potatoes, and wheat. Any of these could fill a stomach, which had been Shunsun's plan from the start. Knowing she couldn't find that much ore on her own, she decided it was better to collaborate with these survivors. For her, it was as easy as a simple gesture. Shunsun had a handgun strapped to her legs and waist, with a long sniper rifle resting beside the chair. The group exchanged glances, none daring to approach. Finally, a woman stepped forward, unsure of the truth behind the news. She brought 20 pounds of ore, hoping to give it a try. "Hello, 20 pounds of ore," the woman said, placing the bag on the ground and opening it. Shunsun watched from her chair. The woman felt nervous and quickly emptied the bag, saying, "Pick it up and put it here." Shunsun took out a scale and asked the woman to place the ore on it. Seeing the knife beside Shunsun, the woman hurriedly picked up the ore, which weighed exactly 20 pounds. "What do you want to exchange for?" Shunsun asked calmly. I want rice," the woman replied excitedly. It was really possible to exchange for food. This was wonderful. 1 pound of rice, if saved, could last her family 2 days with porridge. Even if it was just a bit more than half a pound, it was worth it. After placing the ore in the trunk, Shunsun stored it away. "Do you have a bag?" Shunsun asked as she weighed out 1 pound of rice. Yes, we have bags," the woman said as she pulled out a black plastic bag. Shunsun poured the rice into it, and the woman's face lit up with excitement. The base exchanged half a pound of grain, which was a bit short, but this was a full pound of rice. The woman hurriedly left after exchanging the grain, not looking back. She wanted to quickly tell her family, who were all out searching for minerals. Seeing that they could really exchange for food, the remaining few people came over with their minerals. Like the woman, they were unsure about the news, so they only brought 20 pounds of minerals each. "What do you want to exchange for?" Shunsun asked. "Potatoes. Can I exchange for half a pound of potatoes and half a pound of rice?" The man's face was sunburned, and his arms showed signs of frostbite and sunburn combined. "Sure," Shunsun said, looking away as he took out the potatoes and half a pound of rice. The man hurriedly tucked the food into his clothes and quickly went down the mountain, choosing a direction opposite to the woman's. The remaining people lined up one by one. "I want to exchange for sweet potatoes." "I want to exchange for rice." "I want to exchange for rice." Almost everyone wanted rice, and the 4 bags of rice were down to just 2.5. They had collected quite a bit of minerals, several hundred pounds. There was no rush. They would take their time to catch bigger fish. At this point, there was no one left on the mountainside. Shunsun took a few sips of ice water, wiped off the sweat, and sat back down in his chair. After waiting for another 2 hours, an off-road vehicle drove up from the foot of the mountain. Shunsun put away the watermelon on the small table. With a creaking brake sound, the headlights turned off, and 3 men got out of the car. "This is the place, right?" "This is what Yushao mentioned," the 3 men said, looking at Shunsun, who was sitting in the chair. Shunsun held a small cloth, polishing a black dagger. "Hey, I heard you," one man started to say, but he was suddenly tapped on the back of the head. He turned around, squinting at the companion who hit him. "Oh, Xiang, why did you hit me?" "Shut up, stop talking," Oh Xiang pulled the man back. Zhao Bin, who was nearsighted, seemed to have gotten worse. He didn't notice what was around the person and had been told many times to wear glasses when going out. Jiang Huai stepped forward. I heard you can exchange minerals for food here. Shun Sun didn't look up, pointing at the sign with the dagger before continuing to polish it, then moving on to the sniper rifle. Jiang Huai looked at the sign, which showed how many minerals could be exchanged for how much food. Zhao Bin and O Xiang also looked at the sign, realizing that it was indeed 1 pound. What Yu Xiao said was true. Jiang Huai signaled to the two people, and the three of them worked together to open the trunk and lift out the bags filled with ore. There were 2 full bags of ore and half a bag of crystals, weighing over 400 pounds. This was the largest haul of the night. What do you want to exchange for? Shun Sun asked as he stood up and looked at the three. Rice, wheat, and sweet potatoes, Jiang Huai replied, signaling the others to load the ore into Shun Sun's vehicle. I can handle it myself. Shun Sun lifted 1 bag of ore with one hand and placed it in the car. Zhao Bin and the others stared in disbelief. He really did it with 1 hand. There are many ways to feel humiliated, but this was undoubtedly the most hurtful. They couldn't even match a woman. Jiang Huai cleared his throat to cover the awkwardness. After Shun Sun loaded the ore, he weighed out the corresponding amount of food for the three. Do you come here every night? Jiang Huai asked excitedly as they loaded the food into the car. Luckily, they arrived a bit late and didn't exchange at the base window. Otherwise, they would have lost a lot. In the future, whenever you find ore, you can come back here to exchange it, still at 1 pound. Shun Sun said as he sat back down. The three of them were thrilled as they closed the trunk and left. They had spent a lot of points at the base to get the equipment for finding ore, and it had been a month without breaking even. After waiting for another hour with no one else arriving, they exchanged for 4 hours, all within Shun Sun's planned time. Shun Sun stored the ore in his space and turned on the air conditioning in the vehicle as he drove down the mountain. Lai Fu dashed out from the woods and followed behind the off-road vehicle. Upon reaching the original mountain road, Shun Sun stored the car in his space and gave Lai Fu some water. Let's go home. Lai Fu carried Shun Sun through the forest at high speed, passing through thorny bushes until they returned to the tent, where Shun Sun collapsed onto the air mattress. Indeed, being busy made him feel hungry. Shun Sun prepared a goose in his space. Lai Fu lay by the door watching Shun Sun, his tail occasionally sweeping the ground. A large basin filled with ice was placed beside the air mattress, and 2 air conditioning fans blew cool air towards Shun Sun from all angles as he drifted into his space. Shun Sun sorted the collected ore and crystals. There was still a little rice left from the food he brought, but not many people exchanged for wheat. He melted the ore in his space, and the shape of the wall began to take form. Just as he was getting into it, he ran out of materials, but his spirit had grown significantly. The goose in the pot was still cooking, so Shun Sun took out some chilled cherries and gave some to Lai Fu. The sweet cherries were half frozen into a slushy texture. Taking a bite, half was slushy and half was fruit, delicious. Being alone always made her feel at ease. After finishing the cherries, she felt better and wiped the sweat from her forehead while eating fried rice. She added ice to the fan and lay back on the bed, falling asleep with the cool breeze. Compared to her previous life sleeping in a large shelter with many people, her current situation was already the best. When she woke up in the morning, her shirt was soaked with sweat, and there was a wet spot on the air mattress. After taking a cold shower, she sat on a chair to enjoy the cool air. Lai Fu, feeling hot, had not eaten breakfast and was lying under a big tree. Lai Fu had grown to 4 meters long. Even while lying under the tree, part of its body was still exposed to the scorching sun. Around noon, Lai Fu slowly returned to the tent and licked the half-melted ice water in the bowl. Entering her space, Shun Sun took out the frozen meat from the freezer. Lai Fu tried a few bites and, finding it surprisingly cold, began to eat eagerly. Seeing that Lai Fu quickly finished the meat, Shun Sun added more to the bowl. Sitting in front of the tent, she had a simple lunch. After Lai Fu finished eating, Shun Sun called it back into her space. Without the harsh sun and heat, Lai Fu regained much of its energy in the space. She poured the melted ice water into a bucket and added 2 more ice cubes. Shun Sun gave Lai Fu a cool bath, using her mental energy to wrap the ice water around it. Laifu let out a comfortable howl. Not planning to keep it in the space for long, Shin-sun let Laifu out after the bath. As soon as Laifu touched the hot outside air, its wet fur dried quickly in about 10 minutes. Laifu shook itself and lay down under the big tree. Shin-sun relaxed on a lounge chair, watching Laifu in the distance while fanning herself. She entered her space again and began to produce food from the shelves. She wanted to exchange large amounts of ores and crystals from the survivors, and food was easy for her to gather. The food on the shelves piled up like a small mountain after several rounds of production. Exiting the space, Shun-sun checked the time and had dinner. Using the same off-road vehicle from last night, she removed the back seats to create more space inside. For bags of rice were placed inside, and the black tent on the roof held wheat and sweet potatoes. After leaving the mountain road, Shun-sun slid down from Laifu's back, took out the off-road vehicle, turned on the air conditioning, and drove up the mountain. At a clearing halfway up the mountain, many people were already waiting. Those who had exchanged with Shun-sun yesterday had brought a lot of ores today. She's here. Here it comes. This is the vehicle. The brakes screeched as the car stopped. Shun-sun got out, took out the weighing scale, and set it down with a clang that silenced the crowd. Everyone, please form a line. I'll go first, the man said as he stood next to the scale. Why should you go first? Step aside, I'm first. Let me go first. Shun-sun set the scale properly, brushed off the dust from her hands, and stood up, looking impatiently at the group. If you make another noise, you can leave. They exchanged glances and fell silent. After placing a sign, Shin-sun looked at the crowd. There were more people than yesterday, including a few familiar faces from the night before. Go ahead and place your items, Shin-sun said coldly. I want exchange for sweet potatoes, rice, and wheat, the man said as he placed a bag of ore on the scale, glancing at the sign next to it. After weighing over 100 pounds of ore and crystals, Shin-sun easily lifted the bag and tossed it into the back of the vehicle. The man looked at her with surprise. He knew how heavy the ore was, but this girl lifted it so effortlessly. The bag. Shin-sun extended her hand. The man took out a prepared bag from his pocket, and Shin-sun filled it with the grains he wanted. The man hurriedly took his items and left. It really is a pound of grain, he said excitedly as he quickened his pace down the hill. There was no shortage. He could truly exchange for it. It had been a long time since he had eaten wheat and sweet potatoes. Getting these two types of grains at the base required a lot of points. The line was long, and after more than an hour of exchanges, Shun-sun opened a water bottle, drinking while watching the scale. Today, most items weighed over 100 pounds. The rice was already gone, and Shin-sun reached into the rice bag, secretly taking some from her space. There was so much ore that the off-road vehicle couldn't hold it all, so Shin-sun poured the ore directly onto the ground behind the vehicle. As Shin-sun drank water, the crowd felt hot and thirsty. I want to exchange for potatoes and sweet potatoes, a little girl said, struggling to push a bag full of ore onto the scale. It weighed over 80 pounds. She didn't have a bag, so she used the one for the ore to hold the sweet potatoes and potatoes. After weighing, it was a bit over, and the little girl looked nervously at Shin-sun. Shin-sun picked up a slightly smaller potato, reducing the weight a little. She placed the potato inside and waved her hand. Thank you, sister. The little girl whispered gratefully and hurried away with her items. If this were at the base, the staff would surely take a few away. Fearing that Shin-sun might change her mind, the little girl quickly disappeared. After more than 3 hours of trading, everyone finally left. Shin-sun raised her hand to store the ore at her space, and live food jumped out from the forest. Looking at the time, Shin-sun realized there was still half an hour left, so she decided to wait a bit longer before heading back. Taking out a chilled watermelon and some snacks from her space, Shin-sun sat on a chair and ate slowly. With 5 minutes until midnight, Shin-sun started packing up, putting a lounge chair and round table into the car. She turned on the air conditioning inside the car, closed the door, and started the engine. Wait. A jeep drove up from the mountain. Seeing Shun Sun getting ready to leave, the people inside hurriedly unloaded their things. Jiang Huai pointed at the ore on the ground from outside the car window, while Zhao Bin and Oxiang quickly moved the ore from the back of their car to Shun Sun's side. With only 2 minutes left, Shun Sun got out of the car and quickly placed the weighing scale on the ground. Zhao Bin and the others sighed in relief as they placed the ore on the scale. It weighed over 1,000 pounds, several times more than yesterday. The three of them exchanged some food, while Shun Sun remained silent throughout. After weighing the food for them, Shun Sun closed the car door and accelerated down the mountain. Soon, the three of them could no longer see the tail lights of her car. With this much food, we'll have enough for a while, Zhao Bin said, picking up a sweet potato and casually wiping it before taking a bite. Huaige, Xiangge, you both should try this. This sweet potato is way better than the ones at the base. Zhao Bin cut the sweet potato into 3 pieces, giving each of them a small chunk. So sweet and juicy, Oxiang said after taking a bite, following Zhao Bin's example. Jiang Huai ate eagerly but still scolded Zhao Bin. Look at you, this little bit of food is enough for now. Huaige, are you saying? Zhao Bin licked his fingers. We're not going back to the base tonight. We should clear out that mine we discovered. There's still half left. You know many people are trading for prospecting instruments now. Plus, food is scarce and we don't know what that woman wants all that or for, but how much food does she have to trade with us? Jiang Huai's words left the two in silence. I think Huaige is right, Oxiang agreed with Jiang Huai. The three of them drove to the mine that night. The jeep reached the mountain's edge, where there were no roads left. Shun Sun got out to give Lai Fu some water, and then Lai Fu carried Shun Sun as they ran through the mountains. Since it would still take an hour to reach their destination, Shun Sun focused on her space and began to smelt the ore. Connecting the parts made last night, Shun Sun controlled the mineral liquid to create a model of a house, which stood about 6 or 7 meters tall. The walls were 3 to 4 centimeters thick. After collecting so many ores tonight, it took 1/3 of the material just to make a small house. Lai Fu stopped moving, and Shun Sun exited the space. A path opened in the thorny forest as she packed up the tent and took out the finished house. Lai Fu jumped excitedly and went inside. Shun Sun brought out 2 large fans and placed them at the front and back of the house. 3 air conditioning fans were set up in the corners, and once plugged into the power box, the room became cool, allowing Lai Fu to lie on the ground and enjoy it. Shun Sun laid a cool mat on a single bed and lay down, drifting off to sleep while the sound of cicadas filled the air. When she woke up in the morning, the 2 large fans were still blowing. Shun Sun added ice cubes to the air conditioning fans. After a simple breakfast, she entered the space again to start melting ores and crystals, drawing out the melted mineral liquid to spread it underground at a depth of 13 meters. Wiping the sweat from her face, Shun Sun looked up at the sun while eating some fruit ice. By the end of the morning, she had finished melting the ores collected last night, but she hadn't even covered half of the underground area, and the thickness wasn't what she wanted. Emerging from the pit, Shun Sun wiped her body with the melted ice water. She took out a grooming tool to help Lai Fu, noticing it had been shedding a lot of fur lately, likely due to the heat. After lunch, Shun Sun lay on a lounge chair to encourage the growth of crops and roasted a chicken. After dinner, Lai Fu came out of the house and waited by the thorny forest for Shun Sun. Recently, at this time, she would go out and Lai Fu enjoyed the feeling of running in the mountains. Driving the off-road vehicle up the mountain, many people were already waiting there. This time, without Shun Sun needing to say anything, everyone lined up on their own. I want to exchange for sweet potatoes, a woman said, struggling to lift a bag of ores onto the scale, which weighed over 90 pounds. I want sweet potatoes too. I'll exchange for sweet potatoes. Most people were exchanging for sweet potatoes that night. When it got to her turn, Shun Sun simply said they were all gone. She had plenty in her space, but the off-road vehicle was only so big. The crowd murmured in disappointment. Sister, will there be some tomorrow? There will be some tomorrow. Shun Sun thought about how more and more people were coming and realized she would need a bigger vehicle tomorrow. Give me a little of everything. Here's my bag. a man said, lifting his bag with a flickering gaze. As usual, Shun-sun loaded the oars into the back of the vehicle. The inside was dark, and she touched the bag before storing it in her space. Shun-sun looked coldly at the man and pulled out her gun, pointing the dark muzzle at him. You tricked me. As she stored the ore in her space, Shun-sun checked it and found that at least 20 pounds of it was worthless rock.
What?
What are you doing? The man stepped back 2 paces. You don't think you can take my ore for free, do you? Here, take it, just don't kill me, the man said, feeling a chill in his heart. This woman is sharp. She noticed he was trying to deceive her so quickly. Whispers spread through the group as Shun-sun pulled the man's bag from the vehicle and threw it on the ground. Open it. It was the same bag as before. The man dragged the bag of ore and started walking down the hill. I'm not changing it. What kind of person are you? A bullet shot steadily near the man's feet, and he screamed, collapsing to the ground. The moment the gun fired, the whisper stopped. The expected pain did not come. The man got up from the ground, forgetting the bag, and ran down the hill without looking back. In the group, Jiang Huai extended his right foot, and as the man ran, he tripped over it. Darn it! The man cried out in pain. Xiaobin watched as Jiang Huai pulled back his foot. Oh Xiong took the chance to open the bag the man had dropped, and the ore spilled onto the ground. Rocks? There are actually rocks inside. Does he think we're fools? No wonder he said not to take the bag. If we hadn't noticed, he would have gotten over a pound of food for free. The crowd condemned the man, who got up cursing and glared at the one who tripped him. Mind your own business. The man pulled out a short blade hidden in his pants and lunged at Jiang Huai. Brother Huai. Oh Xiong looked at the man in fear, realizing he was too far away to help. Brother Huai, Xiaobin, standing behind Jiang Huai, quickly reacted and drew his gun, shooting at the man. 2 gunshots rang out. Xiaobin hit the man in the back, and Shun-sun shot his arm, causing the blade to clatter to the ground. The man fell, lifeless. Oh Xiong rushed over and kicked the man, asking Brother Huai, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Brother Huai, Xiong, come here quickly, Xiaobin called to them. The man was dead, but most of the ore he brought was real. The 3 of them squatted down to divide the man's ore. Shun-sun put away her gun and ignored their actions. I want to exchange wheat and potatoes. The man placed the bag of ore on the scale, and Shun-sun resumed his work as if nothing had happened. At that moment, while Shun-sun was busy, about 10 people in the line quietly left with their bags of ore, and Shun-sun looked up to see. Soon it was Jiang Huai and his 2 friends' turn. Jiang Huai stood in front of the 2 others, and everyone silently avoided mentioning the earlier man as they placed their ore on the scale. Do you need help? Jiang Huai asked, placing his hands on the bag of ore, ready to carry it to the back of the vehicle. No need, Shun-sun replied, taking the ore from Jiang Huai's hands and lifting one bag with ease. Jiang Huai watched Shun-sun effortlessly carry 2 heavy bags without even bending at the waist. I can help. I really need to, Xiaobin said, setting his bag of ore down and wiping the sweat from his forehead. Jiang Huai and Xiaobin placed the ore on the scale, totaling over 2,000 pounds, and exchanged it for rice and the remaining potatoes. Shun-sun secretly transferred rice to the 3 of them. They had been exchanging for many days, and now the main contributors were Jiang Huai and his friends. Each time, they brought a lot of ore, while others only brought small amounts, but every little bit added up. Soon, 4 hours passed and it was noon, but there were still more than 10 people behind. Shun-sun quickly finished with them. After sitting down to rest and drink some water, Lai Fu dashed out from the woods, reaching for the water bottle on the round table. Shun-sun filled Lai Fu's bowl with water, and while Lai Fu drank, he stored the lounge chair and round table away. The off-road vehicle drove down the mountain and onto a small path, and Shun-sun noticed a few tails following in the rear-view mirror. He pressed the gas, speeding into the dense forest. We've been spotted. She wants to run, quick, chase her. At this point, they no longer hid, and all 4 vehicles turned on their headlights, closely pursuing Shun-sun's vehicle. The 4 modified vehicles quickly caught up, surrounding Shun-sun from all sides. A man got out of a car, forcefully knocking on Shin-sun's car window with the barrel of his gun. "Get out." Ignoring the man outside, Shin-sun looked back. They were now far from the official base and had successfully lured them into the forest. With a loud bang, a bullet shattered the rear window. "Get out, or the next shot will be at your head." The man struck the window hard with the gun's handle. Shin-sun glared at the man through the broken glass and kicked the car door with force. The car door slammed shut, hitting the man hard. The man trying to break the window was knocked to the ground by this sudden impact. His shoulder was dislocated, and his gun fell to the ground. His companions quickly pulled him away, and Shin-sun stepped out of the car. A dozen handguns were aimed at Shin-sun, who glanced at the people present. The leading woman signaled, and 4 people approached from the back, drawing machetes to slash through the black tent on Shin-sun's car roof. "There's nothing inside," one person reported to the woman. The hot air made Shin-sun's clothes damp and sticky, changing from dry to wet repeatedly. The woman pointed at the SUV and fired 2 shots. The people at the back shot out the rear window of Shin-sun's vehicle. It seemed they were certain Shin-sun was an easy target, as they acted without any regard for her. A flashlight beam shone into the car window, and the 4 looked inside, finding it empty. The man shook his head at the leading woman. Holding 2 guns, the woman stood in front of Shin-sun, her fitted black vest highlighting her figure, making it hard for her to see her toes. As she got closer, the woman was surprised by Shin-sun's youthful appearance. "Sister Dan, there's nothing in the car," the man whispered beside her. His eyes showed fear rather than desire for the woman's figure, and he quickly stepped back from her. How could there be nothing? They had observed for days, and this person had been acting alone. A single SUV couldn't carry much ore, and they had been waiting at the mountain base tonight to seize this batch of minerals. "Where are the goods?" The woman raised her gun, shooting directly at Shin-sun's left foot. She intended to torment the young girl slowly. With a quick push from her toes, Shin-sun jumped onto the car roof, dodging the bullet. She looked at the woman, and in an instant, a handgun appeared in her hand. Aiming carefully at the woman's arms and legs, Shin-sun fired 4 shots.
Wow.
The woman was startled by Shin-sun's skill and quickly moved aside as the shots rang out. Although she dodged in time, she was still hit in the thigh. Shin-sun fired 2 more shots at the fallen woman, but her companions quickly pulled her away, avoiding further injury as bullets rained down on the car roof. Shin-sun, like a ghost, jumped down from the roof and sprinted to the right, having trained by running on a treadmill with heavy weights. This was the first time Shin-sun ran like this outside. The trees beside her blurred into shadows as she aimed her gun at the 3 people ahead. How fast? Is this even possible for a human? These people were only slightly better than ordinary individuals and had no professional training. In the darkness, no one could catch a glimpse of Shin-sun's figure. The 3 only saw a dark shadow approaching quickly, and they fired their guns wildly in its direction, missing Shin-sun completely. The 3 fell to the ground, hit. "She's over there. Quick, shoot." The fallen comrade revealed Shin-sun's position.
Come on, Laifu.
Shin-sun shouted toward the woods, hiding behind a modified car as bullets ricocheted off its body.
Roar.
Laifu let out a loud roar, swiftly moving behind the 3, biting down on 2 of them and taking them out. Afterward, Laifu released the 2, who fell to the ground, their insides spilling out. Mutated beast. It's a mutated beast. The massive creature was larger than any they had seen at the base. From a group of over 10, only 10 remained. One comrade, with only half a body left, still seemed to be alive, groaning in pain. "Sister, Dan, kill me." The man spoke in broken phrases. The woman, enduring her own pain, raised her gun and ended the suffering of the 2. A rustling sound filled the air as the group looked in fear at the enormous vines rising from the ground, casting a shadow over them. "What is that?" The vines grew wildly, enveloping them and blocking out the last bit of light. The group huddled together, gripping their guns tightly and shining their flashlights.
"Sister.
Dan, what should we do?" The woman was also panicking. Even though she had professional training, she had never encountered a scene like this before. "Where's the communicator? Give it to me quickly," she said, trying to stay calm. "It's here, Sister Dan." One person stepped forward, untying a belt from their waist and pulling out a small black device the size of 3 fingers. The device had a black and a red button. The woman took it in her hand and pressed the red button without hesitation, pressing it several more times in a panic, fearing the base wouldn't receive the signal. Sister Dan. Lai Fu was outside the circle of vines, pacing and howling, scratching at the vines with its front legs. Shun Sun stood on top of the car, looking down at the group. "She's over there. Shoot." Bullets flew towards Shin Sun, but vines rushed to block them, forming a wall that separated Shin Sun from the others. Seeing the damaged SUV, a fierce look flashed in Shin Sun's eyes as she moved her finger, sending vines toward the group. "Sister Dan, help me. I don't want to die." The vines wrapped around the wrists of 2 people, lifting them into the air. Bullets pierced the vines, splattering green juice everywhere, and the shot vines fell to the ground. Green light merged into the broken vines, causing them to grow rapidly and wrap around the ankles of the group. "Sister Dan, use the knife, quickly." A woman shouted, swinging her knife at the vines on the ground to free her ankle. With each cut, more vines fell, piling up on the ground, and the group had no time to think about Shin Sun. They kept chopping with their knives, too scared to stop. The wall of vines parted on its own, and Shin Sun watched the frantic group, directing the vines to attack them continuously. The woman looked up in shock at the scene, her heart racing, but she didn't dare stop swinging her knife. What kind of monster was this girl? She was controlling all these vines. Approaching the group's vehicles, Shin Sun looked at the 4 modified cars, one of which was a truck. She raised her hand and stored the vehicles in her space, then turned to the group. These ordinary vines were too weak. They broke easily with a few cuts. As she got closer, Shin Sun bent down to pick up the severed vines from the ground. "Sister Dan, I can't hold on much longer," a man said, his left hand already entangled in vines. He swung his knife, but he was losing strength. Half of the blade was stuck in the vines, and he couldn't pull it out. "Sister." Before he could finish, the vines lifted him off the ground. Wrapped entirely in vines, small tendrils invaded his eyes, nose, and mouth, and he passed away without even a scream. "Are you from the base?" Shin Sun asked coldly, showing no interest in questioning them. As she spoke, the vines at their feet surged wildly. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking echoed as the vines grew and squeezed around their calves, deforming their leg bones. The vines sprouted long spikes that pierced the skin and organs. The woman gripped a spike tightly, trying to stop it from going deeper. She raised her long knife and struck the spike, but with a squelch, all the spikes grew to 1 meter in length, and the woman was impaled. Uffed. Blood sprayed from her mouth as the woman looked up at Shin Sun, her youthful face showing no expression, her eyes cold and indifferent. "What kind of monster is she?" The woman still had a breath left, pressing her thumb on the red button. With a wave of her hand, the vines retreated completely. Shin Sun crouched down to search for the guns dropped by several people, finding 17 handguns. When she searched the woman, Shin Sun discovered a small communication device in her hand. It was a small black device that had already been activated, the red button flashing. Shin Sun pulled out a black dagger and sliced it in half. The woman looked at her in despair. "You." Shin Sun raised her hand, and the dagger swiftly cut across the woman's throat. The red button stopped flashing. Lai Fu pressed against Shin Sun, anxiously calling out, his front legs digging into the ground. In the distance, car headlights flashed. More people were coming, and there were quite a few of them. The SUVs and vines were pulled back into the space. Lai Fu. Lai Fu carried Shin Sun up the mountain. Oh. A man in the back seat held a rifle, half his body sticking out of the window, making sounds like a monkey. The group was wild and arrogant. The last location of the distress signal is just ahead. Speed up. Don't let them escape. Several cars on the small road accelerated, kicking up dust. Glancing at the bodies on the ground, Shinsun never considered cleaning up the battlefield. When Laifu reached the mountaintop, Shinsun gently patted the back of Laifu's neck. Laifu stopped, and Shinsun slid down from his back. She took out binoculars to look down the mountain, wanting to see who was targeting her. Could it be people from the official base? 7 modified vehicles stopped in succession, and about 20 people got out of the cars. It was still a bit difficult to see at night. Shinsun adjusted the binoculars to look again, noticing a familiar symbol on the front vehicle. She felt like she had seen it somewhere before. Isn't that the fire base? 2 of the 7 vehicles had this symbol. Shinsun remembered the fire base because they had been recruiting openly in City B. Let's go home. She put away the binoculars, mounted Laifu, and took out a bottle of water from her backpack, taking a few gulps. She didn't care much about this fire base. As long as they weren't from the official base, it was fine. She had learned from her past experiences. Although the official base was low-key, it was indeed a place full of hidden talents. Before the fortress was fully formed, Shinsun decided to keep a low profile. She hasn't reached a point of being invulnerable yet. Ordinary vines are still too weak for her. Once the fortress is built and she finds Xiaohe, she will have nothing to fear, especially since even a small base like the fire base is targeting her now. After passing through the thorny forest and returning home, she cooked a meal for Laifu and ate the food from the family restaurant. The delay caused by the fire base's people made her return late, and it was already past 3 in the morning. She wiped her body with melting ice water and fell asleep in bed. Laifu, who had been restless all night, was already snoring. In the morning, after adding 2 ice cubes to the basin, she had breakfast and got busy. Jumping into the pit, she poured the melted mineral liquid into the bottom. The black liquid spread out, connecting with the previous day's work, quickly covering half of the pit's bottom. Once all the ore was melted, she jumped out of the pit, focused her mind on her space, and began to produce food from the shelves. She took out the modified truck belonging to the fire base, reinforced a guardrail on top, and filled it with potatoes and sweet potatoes, while the cargo area held rice and wheat. At night, Laifu carried her out of the dense forest. Sure enough, there were people from the fire base waiting on the path. Laifu, wait a moment. Laifu quickly stopped and lay down. She took out a sniper rifle from her space, attached a silencer, and aimed at the shadows on the path. It was time to take down the fire base. After a few shots, she eliminated the guards and started the truck. The modified truck handled well on the rough road, not bouncing too much. Driving up the hillside, many people were already waiting there. She parked the truck and set up a sign. What? Are we changing locations? Let me see. Several people crowded around the sign. I want exchange for sweet potatoes, a man said, placing or on the scale. With the rising temperatures, water resources in the base were scarce, and sweet potatoes were juicy enough to quench thirst. Halfway through the exchanges, the sweet potatoes she brought were already gone, so she secretly took some from her space. That night, fewer people came to exchange food. Within just 2 hours, everyone had left. After sending off the last person, she sat back in her chair. With no one around, she took out a chilled watermelon from her space and started eating. After waiting for more than half an hour, a man came up the mountain carrying a bag of ore. "Excuse me, do you still have sweet potatoes?" he asked, wiping the sweat from his face. She almost shook her head but, seeing the ore on the ground, nodded instead. "Yes, we do. I want all the sweet potatoes," the man said as he placed the bag on the scale, which showed over 100 pounds. When the man took the sweet potatoes, Shinsun was momentarily surprised but quickly regained her composure and looked away. The man's hands were covered in thick calluses, which she recognized. He was from the military. Even though the man had disguised himself, Shinsun recognized him right away. She had seen those calluses in her past life. Keeping her face calm, she packed the remaining sweet potatoes for him. The man wore a simple smile and asked, "Sister, why do you need so many sweet potatoes?" His accent revealed he was from City S. Was the military trying to test her on what she would do with the sweet potatoes? Shinsun thought, "I don't know. I'm just helping someone else exchange them." The man looked her up and down while still smiling, but his eyes were always alert. As he turned to leave, he pretended to be curious and walked over to the signpost. Rice, potatoes, wheat, sweet potatoes. He seemed most interested in the address for the exchange point. Remembering the location, he left with the bag of sweet potatoes. Watching him go, Shin-sun stored the round table and chairs, along with the truck.
Laifu.
After a moment, Lai-fu jumped out from the woods. She climbed on and said, "Let's go home," as they raced through the mountains instead of heading down. If the military had set their sights on her, there were likely more than one person involved. They always had backup plans, probably waiting for her at the bottom of the mountain. She took some ice from her space and put it in a cup, sipping through a straw. These sweet potatoes are really much better than the ones at the base. 6 men in military green vests squatted in the grass by the roadside. They were enjoying the sweet potatoes they had just exchanged with Shin-sun, having eaten most of them. "Hey, can you get me another one, Captain?" one man asked, finishing the last piece and eyeing the bag behind the captain. "Captain, I want another one too."
Captain.
"No, having one is already a mistake," the captain said, cutting the remaining half of the sweet potato into pieces to share with the 5 others. "Captain, you eat it. I'm full," the youngest among them said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The others didn't hesitate and took the half piece of sweet potato the captain offered. 6 people quietly crouched in the dry, yellow grass, not making a sound. Half an hour later. "Chao Chi-hung, are you sure it's been 4 hours? Why hasn't she come down yet?" one person questioned. "I've been watching for a few days. She usually comes down at 12. "Let's wait a bit longer," he replied. The man put his pocket watch away. "Let's not wait anymore. Let's go check." It was almost 1 o'clock. If she were coming down, she would have done so by now. They feared she might have noticed them and already escaped. "Stay close. Let's go." The 6 of them climbed the mountain in the dark without turning on their flashlights. When they reached a flat area halfway up, they were stunned. "Where is she?" A warm breeze blew past. "Chao Chi-hung, how did you give away our position? When we get back, I'll need to train you on stealth," the man said sternly. The others looked at him sympathetically. "Yes, Captain," Chao Chi-hung replied, looking distressed. He hoped he hadn't been noticed. He was always so honest and hadn't even spoken to her. Even if he had spoken, it was just a few normal words. How could he have been exposed? The group returned to the base carrying bags of sweet potatoes. They hadn't completed their mission and had been discovered, so they would likely face punishment. After passing through the thorny forest and returning to the house, Lai-fu barked once and then lay down, snoring. Shin-sun filled the air conditioner with ice, making the room instantly cooler. He took out the medicine powder he had prepared earlier and sprinkled it around the house. Finally, he wrapped the herbs in 4 pieces of cloth and hung them at the corners of the house. This powder was meant to repel insects and ants. If he calculated the time correctly, the mosquitoes that survived the extreme cold had now multiplied, each about the size of a palm, with mouth parts like blood-sucking tubes. The base housed many people, making it a prime target for the mutated mosquitoes. To them, it was like paradise. Shin-sun was glad he hadn't chosen to go to the base. He applied the medicine powder on himself, sprayed some floral water in the room, and lay down to sleep. In the morning, after breakfast, Shin-sun melted, or as usual in the morning, and focused on growing food in the afternoon. Sweet potatoes were in high demand, so he needed to prepare more. Once it was completely dark, Shin-sun loaded the food onto a vehicle, rode Lai-fu, and headed out. To avoid being noticed, he exchanged supplies at a point outside City B, right at the intersection leading to the official base. For her, there was no place safe enough for exchanging supplies anymore. Many people were already gathered by the roadside leading to the base from City B. Shin-sun parked the truck and set up a sign. The crowd lined up orderly, and Shin-sun calmly exchanged food for them. Today, there were some new faces, and since there were many people on this road, they were all returning to the base after completing tasks outside. Is that really just 1 kilogram of food, along with potatoes and sweet potatoes? Some people outside were watching, and it wasn't until one person after another left with food that they began to waver. "Hey, isn't that Jiang Huai?" He's here to exchange for food too. A man saw Jiang Huai in line and quickly parked his vehicle behind him. Like Jiang Huai, he was also one of those who exchanged points for a mining device. Recently, he had only seen Jiang Huai and his two companions go out, but he hadn't seen them at the base exchange point, which meant they must have found a good spot early on. Vehicles loaded with, or were also lining up behind. Shen Sun held a bag of food, 2/3 of which had been secretly brought from another space. Soon, it was Jiang Huai and his companions' turn. They drove their vehicle over, and the truck bed and roof were filled with neatly bundled bags of ore. After weighing everything, the three exchanged for some of each type of food. Shen Sun poured the ore into the truck bed, and outside, people only heard the clattering sound as he stored the ore away. After being turned down by Shen Sun several times, Jiang Huai didn't ask if he needed help this time. After loading the food, the three left. Shen Sun looked back and saw that the line of people had disappeared. Most were modified vehicles. A car approached and 4 women got out. The youngest looked to be about the same age as Shen Sun, around 17 or 18. The girls saw Shen Sun and sweetly called her sister. The 4 of them lifted the ore and crystals from the roof, weighing over 1,000 pounds, mostly crystals. What do you want to exchange for? Shen Sun opened a bag and poured it into the truck bed, surprising the 4 with how effortlessly she handled it. We want to exchange for rice and potatoes. The 4 were also newcomers and had come over after seeing Jiang Huai here. Shen Sun placed the rice and potatoes on the scale, worried that she might be short on weight, while the 4 surrounded the scale, watching closely. Mi Jia, it's not short. The 4 excitedly lifted the food onto their vehicle. Sister, goodbye. The girl waved to Shen Sun from the car window, and Shen Sun nodded in response. Captain, what should we do now? The 6 people hiding by the roadside watched as the ore, which originally belonged to the base, was taken by Shen Sun. What can we do? The base can't spare even a kilogram of food to exchange. The man pressed his hand on the shoulder of one of them, saying, You should crouch down a bit. Every bite of food available at the base is part of GJ's reserve supplies. But how long can the stored food last? The bad weather now makes it unsuitable for growing crops. At this time, someone can trade a pound of food for ore, which indirectly eases the pressure on the base, but we don't know what this person is up to. 6 people squatted by the roadside, waiting until late at night when Shen Sun sent off the last person. He carried the chair and folding table into the vehicle, turned on the air conditioning, took out a fan from the storage, placed ice cubes inside, and plugged it in. A cool breeze blew in as Shen Sun wiped the sticky sweat from his face. He started the car and drove into the mountains, pressing the accelerator all the way down. Catch up. The man climbed into the modified off-road vehicle, which was covered with straw over a meter high. The others quickly got in and fastened their seatbelts. They didn't dare turn on the headlights or get too close. The man pressed the gas pedal harder, following Shen Sun's car, moving slowly along the roadside. The straw on the vehicle was the perfect disguise in the dark. Captain, the person is gone. The man in the passenger seat kept his eyes on Shen Sun's car. Just a turn, and the person had disappeared. What do you mean, gone? They were just in front of us. The others unbuckled their seatbelts and leaned out the windows. Get out of the car. Last night, they couldn't keep up, and now they had caught up but lost track again. If this got out, the other squad leaders would surely laugh at him. They took out flashlights and shone them on the tire tracks on the ground, but the path was full of tracks, making it hard to tell which belonged to Shen Sun. Look carefully. It's a big truck. There was no reason they should have lost it.
Captain.
Captain, look over there. The man waved his flashlight, and under a dead tree about 12 meters away, a shadow stood still. What's wrong? The others walked over to the man. Captain, look over there, he said, already pulling out his gun from behind his waist. A shadow stood under the dead tree, motionless and unclear. Who's there? The flashlights all focused on the shadow. Captain, it's dangerous. Don't go over. The youngest team member quickly held the man back. His right hand trembled as he pulled out his gun. His eyesight was better than the others. He could see it clearly. It looked almost human, but not quite. Step back. Hurry. The thing in the dark stretched its long arm toward them. As the light flickered, they finally saw what it was, a green branch, with leaves growing all over the extended part. In the moment of distraction, one person was already caught by a branch around the waist. They pulled out a short blade and chopped at the branch, breaking it with 2 quick strikes.
Captain, what is that thing?
After freeing themselves, the group huddled together. Let's go. Quickly get in the car. They cut the branches tangled around their ankles and hurried into the car, slamming the door shut. Captain, drive fast. That thing is coming after us. Cover me. With a loud noise, the car turned around. The group fired their guns at the creature, but the bullets hitting the branches did not stop its movement. Lai Fu, stop, Shun Sun suddenly called out. Lai Fu quickly dug his claws into the ground to steady himself. Sliding off Lai Fu's back, Shun Sun turned to look back at the path they had come from. He thought he heard gunshots. Making a gesture for silence, both the person and the leopard slowed their breathing. Shun Sun listened carefully. Indeed, there were gunshots behind them, and they sounded intense. Let's go home, he said, popping a cherry ice into his mouth, feeling no curiosity to turn back and see what was happening. Lai Fu carried Shun Sun as they raced through the forest. I'm out of bullets. Chao Chihong pulled his hand back and closed the window. Use mine, keep going. Captain, I'm out of bullets too. The man turned to look at the others. Close all the windows, hurry. With the gas pedal pressed to the floor, they didn't have time to buckle their seatbelts and held tightly to the car's roof handles. Hold on tight. Crack. A branch shattered the car window.
Captain.
A branch quickly reached in through the window. What is that thing? The group tightly gripped their daggers, chopping at any branches that came through the window. Years of training and experience with mutated beasts made their reactions quick. Quick, use something to block the window. Chao Chihong violently tore off a seat cushion and shoved it against the window, and the others followed suit. The branches had no chance to come inside again, and the 6 of them sighed in relief, but the broken branches inside the car were still twitching. Even like this, it can still move. 4 of them held the cushion in place, stepping on the twitching branches to make a crunching sound. Don't crush them all. Quickly grab a bag to collect them. Let's take them back and see what they are. Yes, Captain, the group gathered bags to collect the branches. After driving out of the attack range, the man stopped the car. They opened the doors and looked back at the path they had come from. In the dark night, they could still see the clawing branches. Did anyone get a good look at what that thing was? I'm not sure. It was too dark, but it looked like a person. A few people discussed, all claiming to have seen a shadow. After this experience, they almost forgot their original mission, their minds filled with what they had just encountered. Captain, I saw it clearly, said the youngest member of the team. What? You saw it clearly? What did it look like? Everyone turned to look at him. It was a man, but he had long hair, and his lower legs were buried in the ground. His skin didn't look normal, it was all like tree bark. The young man recalled the moment when the flashlight beam passed over it, which is why he had tried to stop everyone from getting closer. The branches in the bag started moving again. Let's go back to the base. Sweaty from his loose black t-shirt, Shinsun took it off and tossed it aside. After pouring 2 buckets of water into a tub, he sat down in it. He hadn't had a proper bath since the extreme heat arrived, only wiping down every few days. If he didn't wash soon, he would start to smell from the sweat. Today was a good day. They had collected over 1,000 pounds, filling several trucks. This was just from picking up what the base had missed, showing how much or the base must collect in a day. After bathing, Shinsun sprinkled some powder around the house. As he focused on his space, he sorted the ores and crystals he had collected today and fished out some seafood from the small bay to marinate. Cool and refreshing, it would be perfect to eat when he woke up tomorrow. Not long after he lay down, the sound of Lai Fu's barking woke Shinsun. Getting up from bed, he cautiously walked to the door. The place she chose was remote enough that hardly anyone could reach it, especially with the thorny bushes surrounding it. Lai Fu's fur was standing on end, and his tail was wagging erratically. He calmed down only when he saw Shinsun get up from the bed. Raising a hand to calm Lai Fu, Shinsun grabbed a strong flashlight and shone it outside. Red-shelled ants. Outside, the ground was covered with countless red ants, making Shinsun's scalp tingle. They were the size of a palm, with 2 black rings on their bellies. How could it be this? Shinsun quickly composed himself and fixed 2 strong flashlights on the wall for more light. Half of the powder was almost gone, and a few ants had already crossed the powder barrier, crawling toward the door. Shinsun fired several shots, killing the ones that broke through. He took out mint seeds from his space and scattered them around. Instantly, they sprouted, releasing a refreshing mint scent, causing the red-shelled ants to retreat in distress. The red-shelled ants are not afraid of water or fire, but they do fear mint. In a previous life, someone discovered this by accident, but by then the land was no longer suitable for planting. Fortunately, every night, mint powder is sprinkled outside the house, which helps keep the red-shelled ants away. Otherwise, they would quietly come in. The red-shelled ants stayed about 10 meters away from the mint circle, watching Shinsun closely. Not daring to sleep again, Shinsun cultivated a large amount of mint leaves in his space, ground them into powder, and spread it around. The effect was clear. The mint powder stuck to the red-shelled ants, causing them to retreat while making noises. Shinsun took out a lounge chair and a round table and placed them by the door. Cuddled in the lounge chair, it was already bright outside, and breakfast was finished, but the red-shelled ants still hadn't rested. Putting down the binoculars, Shinsun took out some chilled fruit to eat. Diving into his space, Shinsun began to melt the ores he had exchanged for last night. He worked on it until the afternoon. Half of the red-shelled ants had retreated, while the other half still watched from outside the powder circle. "Lai Fu," Shinsun called from the door. Lai Fu seemed to be scared by the number of red-shelled ants and didn't dare to leave the house all day, just lying by the door. Hearing Shinsun's call, Lai Fu slowly walked over. Shinsun sprinkled mint powder on Lai Fu and hung 4 bags filled with mint powder around its neck. Patting Lai Fu's belly, he said, "Go ahead, just 1 round is fine. Don't be afraid with me here." Shinsun gestured for Lai Fu to run around with the bags. Lai Fu seemed to understand, looking at Shinsun and then at the red-shelled ants a few meters away, and let out a sound. With that, Lai Fu dashed out, and the excited red-shelled ants followed closely behind. "Run faster," Shinsun shouted. As Lai Fu ran quickly, green dust from the bags flew into the air, causing the red-shelled ants to flee in fear, not daring to chase anymore. After completing a round, Lai Fu looked back and saw that there were no red-shelled ants behind him. Not even one dared to come close. The situation had completely changed. Lai Fu caught up with a few straggling red-shelled ants, raised his right leg, and stomped down hard, crushing them. The red-shelled ants were driven out of the thorny forest area. Shinsun jumped into the pit and poured all the melted or liquid into the bottom. After collecting nearly half a month's worth of ores, he finally filled the pit to the desired thickness, which was not easy. Lai Fu kept wandering outside the thorny forest, looking for a lone red-shell ant, and when he found one, he would swat it dead. When it got completely dark, Shinsun loaded food onto the truck. "Lai Fu, come here and stop playing." Lai Fu ran over with a cloth bag in his mouth. Shinsun took the bag and stored it away. "Let's go." As Lai Fu ran, Shinsun noticed piles of red-shell ants in the dirt by the road, sprinkled with mint powder. The ants, disliking the smell, scattered far away. After getting onto a small path and bringing out the truck, Shinsun sprinkled medicine powder on it to avoid attracting the red-shell ants. "Here they come, finally." Everyone sighed in relief upon seeing Shinsun's truck. As soon as Shinsun parked, people rushed over to carry the ore, forming a long line behind the truck. "I want to exchange for sweet potatoes," a man said, lifting his bag onto the scale. Shinsun noticed the man's swollen arms. Not just his arms, but also the exposed skin on his legs showed severe swelling from mutated mosquitoes. Shinsun realized the base must have been attacked by them last night, but she wasn't feeling any better herself. The exchanges continued until late at night. After sending off the last person, Shinsun packed up to go back to sleep, having hardly slept the night before. Sister, do you have any sweet potatoes left? A little boy set down his ore bag, and Shin-sun paused her packing. I have a little bit left. You can put it up here, she said, as the boy lifted the ore bag. The sound of the ore hitting the scale was particularly loud in the quiet night. 80 pounds. Shin-sun weighed out the sweet potatoes for him. The boy's exposed skin was also swollen from mutated mosquitoes, especially a large bump on the left side of his neck, about the size of a fist. After giving him the sweet potatoes, Shin-sun turned to continue her work, lifting the scale onto the truck and closing the box door. The boy didn't leave. He stood by, holding the sweet potato bag and watching Shin-sun until she stepped into the driver's seat. Sister, wait a moment, the boy said, approaching the truck with the sweet potatoes. Is there anything else? Shin-sun asked while closing the door and buckling her seatbelt, her voice coming through the partially open window. The boy hesitated for a moment, but then spoke up. I found a mine. Hearing the word mine, Shin-sun paused in fastening her seatbelt. I don't have tools, so I can only take a little each day. I can take you there, the boy said, tapping on the truck door. Recently, more and more people at the base have been exchanging for mining tools, and he wasn't sure if he could keep this mine safe. If he told the base about the mine, he would get very little food in return. The best outcome would be that the base would give him some food, but how long would that last?
What do you want?
Shin-sun asked as he rolled down the car window, looking at the little boy standing outside. I want to trade for food, and I also want exchange for a weapon for protection. The first part sounded strong, but the second part was barely a whisper. But Shin-sun still heard him. Okay, get in and lead the way. He opened the passenger door and the little boy climbed in with a bag. The cool air conditioning in the car made him relax. Go this way, he pointed in a direction, and Shin-sun turned the car around. Turn left at the next intersection. Then right. In the dark, there were still quite a few modified cars on the road. They drove for over 2 hours in a truck, heading into the mountains until the road ended. How much further? Shin-sun stopped the car, realizing they would have to walk from here. He took out a bottle of water from his backpack and took a few sips. It's just ahead. We only need to walk for another half hour, the little boy said, surprised by the bottle of water in Shin-sun's hand, licking his lips as he looked away. With a loud bang, Shin-sun closed the car door and put on a thermal suit from his backpack while the little boy led the way. The rugged mountain path was challenging, but the little boy moved quickly. After a while, he turned around to see Shin-sun following steadily behind. What's wrong? Shin-sun finally spoke up after the boy looked back for the 4th time. Nothing, the boy said, surprised, and turned back to lead the way without looking back again. Shin-sun watched the boy's back thoughtfully. He looked thin, but his movements were quick and agile. At this pace, it was true that most adults might struggle to keep up with him. Half an hour later, they finally reached their destination. The little boy sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. Shin-sun opened the cap and took a few sips of water, calmly waiting for him. The stuff is right below here, the boy said, catching his breath as he pushed hard against a stone blocking the ground. The stones scraped against each other with a hissing sound, and once moved, they revealed a covered opening. The little boy jumped down first. Shin-sun took out a flashlight and shone it inside. There was a layer of dry grass at the bottom, likely placed there by him. Climbing to the entrance, Shin-sun jumped down. The entrance was naturally formed, and the passage could only fit one person. The walls were uneven, with a piece of ore embedded in them, clearly broken by the little boy. Over here, the boy called out to Shin-sun. Shin-sun walked over with a flashlight. Ahead, the mine extended about 20 meters deep, with the walls filled with ores and crystals. When the flashlight beam passed over, the crystals emitted a faint glow. Having collected so many ores, Shin-sun could quickly estimate the weight of the ores in this mine. The little boy had been wary of Shin-sun since entering the mine, worried that he might want to harm him and take the ores. Shin-sun raised his black dagger and swiped at the boy's arm, where a mosquito was firmly attached. With a swift motion, he cut the mosquito in half, its swollen red belly bursting and splattering blood onto the boy. Startled by Shin-sun's action, The boy became frightened upon seeing the mosquito, noticing a bump forming where he had been bitten.
Thank you.
Shun Sun turned to him, shining the flashlight as he walked back, with the boy following behind. What do you want in exchange for food? Shun Sun asked, sitting on a rock as they faced each other after exiting the mine. I want something to eat. There are over 30,000 pounds of ore here. In exchange for food, I can only give you 1/3, Shun Sun said firmly. Since she would handle transporting the ore and mining, he felt he was getting a good deal. If he wanted an equal trade, he could take the ore to the exchange point himself. Okay, the boy replied. In the base it was half a pound, here it was a pound. Even with 1/3, he would still profit. You know my previous exchange point, right? Shun Sun took out the flashlight.
Yes.
Tomorrow afternoon, go there. I will bring the food. Let's go, Shun Sun said, using her foot to push a stone to seal the entrance. As they returned to the roadside, Shun Sun pretended to search her pockets, saying, I think I dropped something on the road. I'll go look. She turned and walked away, leaving the boy looking at her in confusion. Once out of his sight, Shun Sun quietly called, Lai Fu, Lai Fu. She believed Lai Fu was nearby. From the nearby bushes came a rustling sound, and Lai Fu's large figure jumped out. Shun Sun quickly jumped onto him, saying, Let's go this way. Run faster, Shun Sun said, burying her face in Lai Fu's back. The wind was so strong that it felt like knives against her cheeks. Okay, stop, Lai Fu halted, and Shun Sun quickly slid off his back and crouched down to push away the stone blocking the entrance. Shun Sun jumped in and collected all the ores into her space. After exiting the cave, she quickly got back on Lai Fu and left. After about 10 minutes, a little boy was waiting by the roadside. Sister, did you find the stuff? I found it, Shun Sun replied casually as she opened the car door and climbed inside. The little boy observed her expression and got into the passenger seat. On the way back, the sun slowly rose, and the air became hotter than at night. Shun Sun secretly popped a piece of ice into her mouth, but it melted in just a few minutes. The round trip took all night, and Shun Sun perked up. Get out. We're not going the same way. The truck turned at an intersection, one road leading to the base and the other into the mountains. Shun Sun looked at the road back, only wanting to go home and sleep. The little boy got out with a bag of sweet potatoes and watched Shun Sun's truck disappear into the distance, kicking up dust along the roadside. It was morning, and many people were driving into the mountains. Shun Sun avoided the base vehicles and drove the truck into the dense forest to store it away. Seeing Shun Sun put the truck away, Lai Fu ran to her side. She took out Lai Fu's water bowl from her space and added several pieces of watermelon ice. After running so far and being thirsty all night, Lai Fu's throat felt dry. Shun Sun took out a folding stool and sat nearby, waiting for Lai Fu. With water droplets on his whiskers, Lai Fu shook his head and licked his tongue. Let's go home. Outside the thorny forest, a few red ants were still lurking. The mint that had sprouted last night was now wilted under the sun. Shun Sun picked a mint leaf and held it in her hand. Gently squeezing the leaf made a crisp sound as it turned to powder, with even the moisture evaporated by the heat, leaving it completely dried out. Lai Fu lay flat on the ground, and Shun Sun took out some frozen meat to put in his bowl. Lai Fu stood up and eagerly ate. With the marinated fresh food from last night still uneaten, Shun Sun had breakfast with plain porridge and fresh meat. She added 2 ice cubes to the bowl, turned on the air conditioner to blow cool air towards the bed and lay down, setting an alarm for 2 in the afternoon before falling asleep. After a long night, Lai Fu finished his breakfast and wandered around the thorny forest until he lazily returned to rest after squashing the last red ant. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the alarm clock rang. Shun Sun reached out to turn it off, and then focused on his task of refining ore. Last night had been very productive. Shaping the molten ore, Shun Sun formed the outline of a fortress, and the flowing liquid gradually took shape. However, he realized that he had not even completed half of the wall before the ore ran out. He knew that building the wall was a big project. Based on the current rate of ore collection, it would take at least 3 months to finish the wall, mainly because the materials were scarce and entirely made of ore. He took the refined wall out from his space and connected it to the bottom of the pit. The unfinished fortress looked like a pile of ruins. Relaxing in a lounge chair, Shinsun enjoyed the cool breeze and focused on growing vegetables, harvesting, and collecting eggs. The piglets born during the extreme cold had grown quite a bit. The grass on the mountain was lush and green, but 2 hilltops had already been grazed bare, so Shinsun grew some more. After dinner, with the sun setting halfway, he took out the truck and loaded the portion of food meant for the little boy into the truck bed. There was already half a bag of rice, and he needed more sweet potatoes and potatoes. Suddenly, a buzzing sound surrounded the house. Shinsun paused to wipe the sweat from his forehead and looked up. A swarm of mutated mosquitoes hovered in the air, their wings buzzing, giving him goosebumps. He had scattered a lot of powder around the house to keep them away. The mutated mosquitoes flapped their wings in the air, their long mouth parts still stained with blood. The buzzing grew louder as they approached the small house where Shinsun and Laifu were. Laifu grabbed Shinsun's clothing and pulled him inside, whining as if urging him to find a hiding place too. "You're asking for trouble," Shinsun said, raising his hand to gather some of the nearby mutated mosquitoes into his space. With a slight thought, all the mosquitoes in the space were instantly cut in half and stopped breathing. The swarm of mutated mosquitoes was not suitable for helping Laifu gain strength. With so many mosquitoes around, Laifu would be drained to an ideal size in no time. Seeing his companions disappear in front of him, the remaining mosquitoes hesitated to approach, their buzzing circling overhead, which annoyed Shinsun. He took out a round table from his space to elevate himself a bit and gathered another group of mosquitoes into his space. The remaining mosquitoes dared not come closer and flew higher into the air. As the buzzing quieted down, Shinsun continued to work diligently. After loading everything onto the truck, he mounted Laifu and left the thorny forest. The flesh and blood of the prey were a great source of nourishment for them, so there was no reason to give it up. The mutated mosquitoes followed Shinsun slowly. Shinsun raised her hand and tossed out the mosquitoes she had killed earlier. The scent of blood immediately attracted them, and they flapped their wings, landing in front of their fallen companions. With needle-like mouthparts, they began to suck up the blood pooling on the ground, eagerly consuming it with slurping sounds. Shinsun scattered pieces of mosquito meat in several places to distract them. After leaving the forest and stepping onto the path, she took out the truck and drove it up the mountain. "Don't run too far," she called out in the direction where the prey had gone. Now that she had changed her exchange point, no one came up this mountain anymore. As she drove the truck halfway up, a young boy was already waiting there. "Sister, you're here." Shinsun jumped out of the truck, and the boy happily approached her. Shinsun looked at the man behind the boy.
"Sister, this is my dad," the boy said.
The man had a broken leg and leaned on a polished branch for support. Shinsun looked away. "Your supplies are in the back," she said, pulling out the boy's food. Half a bag of rice, 2 bags of sweet potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes, and half a bag of wheat. These supplies were quite a lot. If saved, they could last for 3 months. The man, leaning on his cane, looked at the food with tears in his eyes. The boy ran into the bushes and eventually came back riding a pedal tricycle. The man helped lift the supplies onto the tricycle. "Dad, let me do it," the boy said, taking the bag of potatoes from his father and placing it on the tricycle. Shinsun climbed into the truck, which then turned around and stopped. Soon, there was a knock on the window, and she rolled it down. A dagger was handed to her, and the boy excitedly reached out to take it, tucking it into his waistband as he quickly covered it with his shirt. The man couldn't see what they were doing. Originally, there were whole bags of rice and wheat, but the boy had traded half a bag of each for the dagger. Shinsun rolled up the window, and in that moment, the air conditioning inside the truck was gone, replaced by a wave of heat. "Sister, I have a friend who also found a mine. He asked me to see if you would accept him," the boy said. Shinsun looked at him silently. Under her gaze, the boy didn't dare to breathe. Shinsun chuckled softly. "Bring him to see me tonight." The boy sighed in relief. "Okay." Starting the vehicle, Shinsun drove down the mountain to the roadside exchange point, where a long line had already formed. They're here, they're here. Shinsun stopped the car and calmly exchanged items with everyone. Recently, more people had come to exchange, especially those who drove. It seemed that this exchange point could develop long-term. After working until late at night, Shinsun began to pack up. A young boy approached with a woman. The woman wore a gray tank top and had long hair tied up. "Big sister, this is my friend," Shinsun said, glancing up and bending down to lift the weighing device into the car. Just one look, and Shinsun could tell the woman was not ordinary. Even her casual stance radiated energy, unlike the tired and sickly people he had seen earlier. He had only seen such presence in military personnel who developed many habits through training. Could she be from the military? The woman also studied Shinsun closely. His youthful face seemed harmless. They stood aside until Shinsun finished packing. The woman then got straight to the point, asking Shinsun to drive her to see a mine. The young boy stood at the road, watching the departing truck. Just ahead, the woman called out to stop Shinsun. They both got out of the car, and Shinsun followed her into the woods. The truck stopped by the roadside. Shinsun took out a flashlight from his backpack and followed the woman into the dense forest. "Right here," the woman said, stopping in front of a dead tree. She cleared away the dead leaves at the base, revealing the entrance to the mine. The woman jumped down first, and Shinsun scanned the area with the flashlight before following her. This mine was more than twice the size of the one from the previous night and had not been mined yet. In the center was a naturally formed passage. Shinsun bent down and entered, noticing the passage was a bit narrow. The woman remained silent. "What do you want to exchange?" "The boy should have told you." "I only give 1/3, Shinsun said casually while putting batteries into the flashlight. The batteries had lasted 2 months, which was pretty good. "I know. I want to exchange for sweet potatoes and potatoes," the woman replied, stepping out of the mine. "Okay. Tomorrow at 6 in the afternoon. You should know the address," Shinsun said, planning to stay and collect the ore after the woman left. Seeing that Shinsun had no intention of leaving, the woman turned and walked away with her flashlight. "Come, follow her," Shinsun called out into the woods. Lai Fu followed the woman, and when he saw she was not coming back, he ran toward Shinsun. After Lai Fu returned, Shinsun jumped down into the mine and began to collect the ore into his space. "It's strange. This woman looks like she's from the military, but instead of reporting the mine, she secretly came to trade for food. So much food." Not thinking too much about it, Shinsun cleaned out the ore in the cave, then rode on Lai Fu to pick up the delivery truck. Whatever the military was doing had nothing to do with him. Lai Fu didn't take the small path but went straight into the dense forest, taking a shortcut home. In the dark, a little boy waited at the intersection for Shinsun to return. Shinsun took off his backpack, opened his water bottle, and drank some cold water. He added ice to the fan and lay down on the bed. The mutated mosquitoes clearly didn't want to let her off, buzzing around the ceiling, making it hard for Shinsun to sleep. Shinsun took out some vines from his space, and the green vines quickly grew. He controlled the vines to circle around the house, creating a large round barrier to protect it. The mosquitoes stopped flapping their wings, looking for gaps in the vines to get in. A foul smell wafted through the forest, and the mosquitoes hurried toward the source of the scent. Finally, with the mosquitoes kept outside, the buzzing stopped, and Shinsun lay back down, closing his eyes to sleep. Without setting an alarm, Shinsun slept until 8:30. The vines he grew last night blocked the sunlight, reducing the heat in the room, while Lai Fu comfortably lay on the ground. The fan blew warm air, the ice inside had melted, and the water was gone, so he added some more ice. After a simple breakfast, Shinsun began to smelt the ore. The harvest from the mine last night was good, over 60,000 pounds. After smelting the ore, Shinsun connected the ore liquid to what he had from yesterday. The results were still far from what he wanted. Once connected, he returned to the house. He replaced the mat on the bed, wiped his body with cool water, and settled into the lounge chair. Shinsun took out some chilled fruit from his space and placed it on the round table. Diving into his space, Shinsun began to grow food. His mental strength seemed to have increased a lot with the frequent use of his abilities. Sweet potatoes and potatoes were in high demand, so he set up 10 shelves for them, harvesting every 2 to 3 minutes. Busy until the afternoon, Shinsun didn't feel hungry, but Laifu was very hungry, wandering around the lounge chair where Shinsun was sitting. "Go ahead and eat," Shinsun said, placing food in Laifu's bowl. He took out the delivery truck to start loading things. Rice was no longer the first choice. Sweet potatoes and potatoes were more popular than rice. Cooking rice required water, but now there was hardly any food, and water was even scarcer. After loading everything onto the truck, Shinsun waited by the thorny forest for Laifu. When Laifu saw that Shinsun was ready to leave, he ran over with frozen beast meat in his mouth. Laifu crawled on the ground, and Shinsun got on top. Once they were on the path, Laifu disappeared, and Shinsun drove off with the cargo truck. Having not eaten dinner, Shinsun felt a bit hungry. He took out a chicken leg and rice from his supplies and ate it with bottled water. After finishing, he had some fruit and opened the window to let in some fresh air. He started to crave roasted lamb, remembering the delicious and spicy lamb chops from the extreme cold. A woman was waiting early, still with the tricycle that the little boy had driven the night before. Shinsun parked the truck and turned around. He opened the back door and took out the woman's items, 4 bags of sweet potatoes and 4 bags of potatoes. When the woman saw the food, her face finally showed excitement, and she hurriedly loaded the bags onto the tricycle. After giving her the food, Shinsun drove the truck down the mountain. At the fork in the road, he saw the little boy squatting by the side of the road. The boy recognized Shinsun's truck and quickly followed behind. The small figure trailed after the truck, but Shinsun didn't slow down. In fact, he sped up and soon left the boy behind. The fire-base exchanges ore and crystals, instant noodles, flour, and rice. A small speaker was placed on top of a truck, repeatedly playing this message. The truck from the fire-base stopped at the place where Shinsun usually exchanged ore. Shinsun looked on in confusion. It seemed that the fire-base had stored quite a bit of food. Finding an empty spot next to the exchange point, Shinsun parked the truck and set up a sign. Usually, when Shinsun arrived, people crowded in front like they were crazy, but today there were only a scattered few waiting in line. This was a stark contrast to the long line next door. The people from the fire-base looked at Shinsun with a provocative smile. Shinsun noticed the wide-open door of the fire-base truck, stacked high with boxes of instant noodles. "I want to exchange for sweet potatoes and potatoes." A woman stepped forward, her voice strong, clearly well-fed lately. Shinsun handed her the food. Jiang Huai and 2 others drove 2 modified vehicles, quickly reaching the front of the line. Their truck also had many bags of ore on top. "Brother Huai, I want to eat instant noodles too. I haven't had any in a year," Xiaobin said, drooling at the sight of the entire truckload of noodles. 80 pounds, 3 packs. "If you want to go, then go," Jiang Huai replied impatiently, reaching for the ore bags to place them on the scale. "Brother Huai, I just wanted to try something new. My taste buds are getting dull," Xiaobin said a bit sadly, since this strange weather started. The food has been getting worse every day, and his stomach feels emptier than a monk's. Jiang Huai looked at Oh Xiang, who also seemed interested. "All right, let's each exchange for 3 packs, he decided. At Jiang Huai's signal, Xiaobin took 3 bags of ore to the exchange point and got 9 packs of instant noodles. Shinsun watched calmly from the side. She could guarantee a steady supply of sweet potatoes and potatoes, but could the base ensure there would always be noodles to exchange? After sending off the last person, Shinsun comfortably settled into a lounge chair and closed her eyes to rest. She had collected too many ores recently. The official base hadn't taken any action yet, but the fire base had already jumped in. She wanted to see how long they could keep this up with their current exchange method, especially since ore profits were about to decrease. An hour and a half later, a young boy ran over, panting. When he saw Shinsun still there, he sighed in relief. Waving a fan to cool himself, Shinsun checked the time. There was still over an hour before she could go back. The boy approached her. "Sister, my name is Zhou Nan. I want to work with you," he said, looking at her with determination. The bump on his neck had reduced a lot, so it seemed he had applied some medicine. Shin-sun returned her gaze. Go on, she encouraged. Zhou had rehearsed his words several times. You're not from the base, right? You probably don't know what happens outside the base. He observed Shin-sun a few times and noticed that when she packed up to leave, she always went into the mountains, not to be city base or the fire base. Shin-sun secretly added ice cubes to her water cup, not responding directly to Zhou. She wanted to see what he would say next. Noticing Shin-sun seemed uninterested, Zhou swallowed hard and continued. People outside the base often struggle to find enough food. Many who discovered the mines, like me, had to report them to the base because we lacked the tools to transport the ore ourselves. I want to work with you. I can be your informant at the base, helping you find these people. They would gladly share the locations of the mines for a third of the food. The main issue was that the base provided too little. Many people like him, who found mines, could only extract a little at a time to exchange at the base. But now, more and more people were exchanging for prospecting devices, and how long could the mines remain hidden? The ice in his mouth slowly melted. Zhou, that woman last night wasn't your friend, right? Shin-sun's tone always left Zhou puzzled. Zhou was surprised that Shin-sun figured it out, and he nodded. Thinking seriously about Zhou words, he realized that even with a third of the food saved, it was a mutual agreement, and Shin-sun was very happy about it. What do you want to gain from this? Nothing is free. Everything has its benefits. Zhou wanted to bring one person each time, and if Shin-sun successfully obtained the ore, he would give him an extra bag of sweet potatoes or potatoes. Shin-sun nodded in agreement. It wasn't a bad deal. He got food and ore, and instead of waiting all day for someone to exchange, it was better to directly collect from the mine. Sister, what's your name? Zhou asked, watching Shin-sun pack her things. Shin-sun. Shin-sun. Sister Sun, you don't look much older than me, but I feel like you're really impressive. She was brave enough to exchange or hear. He was no longer the inexperienced student from school. The experiences of the past year had helped him grow and taught him not to judge by appearances. You're pretty impressive too, Shin-sun said, looking at her with a meaningful smile. Zhou was still pretending with her. Shin-sun remembered his extraordinary speed. Zhou looked at Shin-sun's smile and awkwardly chuckled. Sister Sun, goodbye. With the gas pedal pressed down, Shin-sun drove away, and Zhou watched the truck disappear, putting away his silly grin. Working with Shin-sun was only temporary. Food was scarce, and how much food did Shin-sun really have? Once her food ran out, he would need to find other ways. After parking the truck, Shin-sun waited on the path for Lai Fu. Was this guy not planning to go home tonight? It was already late, and he still hadn't returned. After waiting for a while with no sign of Lai Fu, Shin-sun took a sip of water from his bottle, pulled out a flashlight, and walked up the mountain, scattering some powder along the way to let Lai Fu know he had already gone back. In the darkness, a green vine slowly approached Shin-sun, twisting silently on the ground before suddenly lunging at her. Hearing a rustling sound, Shin-sun quickly dodged to the side, and the vine plunged into the ground. It was an altered plant, and Shin-sun instantly reacted, pulling out a hook from her spider leg weapon. The hooks were sharpened like knives. Shin-sun raised the hook and struck down, cutting the vine in half. She quickly jumped away. Altered plants were more troublesome than altered animals. Once a plant was altered, its ability to regenerate was very strong. The broken vines quickly regrew, shooting straight towards the spot where Shin-sun had just stood. In the darkness, from deep within the dense forest, towering vines reached out from all directions, with only one target, Shin-sun. The vines surrounded Shin-sun, blocking any chance of escape. With a rustling sound, the vines tightened and shot towards the center, where Shin-sun was, as he put away the spider leg he had been holding. Shin-sun moved like a shadow, dodging the attack of the vines. Lai Fu, sensing Shin-sun's presence, came running. Seeing Shin-sun trapped, Lai Fu howled loudly, echoing throughout the valley, and bit into a vine, causing green sap to ooze out. The sudden appearance of Lai Fu caught the attention of the vines, which found Laifu's flesh more appealing than Shinsun's. In an instant, the vines attacking Shinsun turned their focus towards Laifu. Shinsun glanced back. The vines that Laifu had bitten off quickly regrew, tightly wrapping around Laifu's limbs to prevent his escape. Laifu struggled, raising his left paw to swat at the vines on the ground. The vines tightly bound Laifu's body, slowly wrapping around him, trying to pull him apart with brute force. It was too late for Shinsun to help. He placed his hands on the ground, activating his ability. Green light points merged into the earth and the vines. Shinsun was searching for their source. The green light points were absorbed by the vines, and Shinsun commanded them to release Laifu, as the underground root system was complex. "Come out," Shinsun commanded, and the vines that had absorbed the light points instantly withered. The source, in pain, pulled back the remaining vines. Shinsun quickly followed, while some of the vines she controlled tugged back and forth between the source and her. Laifu ran behind Shinsun and soon reached the edge of a cliff. It wasn't very high, but a giant tree grew on top. Surrounding the giant tree were bones, both human and animal, leaving no place to step. As Shinsun stepped on the bones, they cracked beneath her feet. The giant tree was now in a frenzy, its roots pulling out of the ground and flailing wildly in the air, with part of its body no longer belonging to it. Shinsun released her ability, forcing the giant tree to absorb. It had gained intelligence and resisted her control fiercely. Anticipating this situation, Shinsun directed the vines she could control to tightly bind the giant tree, raising her hand to pull it into her space. A tree this big would provide plenty of firewood. "We're going back." Shinsun gently patted Laifu's neck, and Laifu crouched down, allowing Shinsun to climb on. Just now, in a hurry, Shinsun forgot the way back in the dark. Laifu stood up and sniffed around. Finally, he locked onto a direction and ran. After more than an hour, they reached their destination, and Shinsun slid off Laifu. As usual, she added ice to the fan, encouraged the sun-dried vines outside to grow, and prevented mosquitoes from coming in while she slept. After giving Laifu some water, Shinsun lay on the bed, the smell of sweat rising from the cooling mat. She took out a new mat from her storage space and laid it down. It had been too hot lately. Even while sleeping, she was sweating without realizing it. The fan blew cool air towards the bed, and Shinsun felt sleepy. Before falling asleep, Shinsun entered her storage space and looked at the remaining half of the food in the truck. The food she had prepared every day was all exchanged. Not only was it exchanged, but she also needed to take food from the storage to trade. Today, there was still half a truck left. After collecting the eggs, Shinsun slaughtered a sheep, cleaned it, cut it in half, seasoned it, and placed it in the rotating oven. This way, it would be ready to eat in the morning. After waking up at 8:30, Shinsun lingered in bed and got up at 9. The lamb chops were already cooked, and she took out watermelon, pears, cherries, and sweet cherries. She chilled the fruits in ice and cut the apples into pieces, putting lemons and limes in a large cup. She poured in red wine and Sprite, added ice, making a refreshing drink. After tasting it, she couldn't resist having another sip. The sweet aroma of the wine filled the air, and luckily, no one was around. If she were at the base, someone would have knocked on her door as soon as the smell wafted out. She took out the roasted half of the lamb chop, leaving Laifu's half without chili since it was too hot, and she only added a little seasoning. She placed Laifu's lamb chop in the bowl along with some frozen meat, and Laifu enjoyed it, always supportive even if Shinsun's cooking wasn't great. As soon as the spicy lamb chop was ready, the delicious aroma lingered in the air, and the lamb sizzled with oil. Shinsun took a knife and sliced into the lamb chop. She cut off a whole lamb chop, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, with 2 fans blowing cool air in front and behind her, and a large ice block on her right side. While eating and sweating, Shinsun enjoyed the chilled fruits. After a satisfying breakfast, Shinsun relaxed in a lounge chair, sipping her homemade drink. It had been a long time since she had such a nice meal. Every day, she was busy collecting or refining it and racing against time to grow food. After resting for a while, Shinsun looked at the dried vines above the roof, yellowed and blackened by the sun, and she encouraged new vines to grow again. After finishing his tasks, Shinsun sat back in the lounge chair and began to refine the ore, as he had collected too little the night before. It didn't take long to finish the refining. Once done, Shinsun started to grow food. Around 3 in the afternoon, the red ants returned, and even the thorny forest couldn't stop them. Some thorny trees were even eaten by the hungry red ants, and half of the vines he had just grown in the morning were also consumed while he listened to the sound of their chewing. Shinsun took out some mint powder and hung it around Laifu's neck. Laifu quickly ran around the house, causing the red ants to slowly retreat. Shinsun controlled the refined mineral liquid, connecting it with yesterday's batch, revealing a part of the icy wall. The goal was still far away. Laifu chased after a lone red ant outside and, once caught, happily stomped on it. He enjoyed that feeling. By afternoon, Shinsun loaded food into the truck and revived the damaged thorns. Laifu carried Shinsun outside. The people at the fire base had arrived early. Yesterday, 80 pounds of ore could be exchanged for 3 packs of instant noodles, but today it had risen to 90 pounds for the same amount. There were still many people in line. Shinsun parked the truck next to the exchange point at the fire base, and about 20 people gathered around, mostly looking to trade for potatoes and sweet potatoes. After sending a few away, it was fully dark, and he felt a bit hungry. He hadn't eaten much for dinner after a big breakfast and lunch. He took a sweet potato from the truck, peeled it, and ate it with a knife. Over 3 hours later, Zhongnand arrived with a man. The man had frostbite and sunburn on his arms, sunken eyes, and cracked lips. When the man saw Shinsun, his eyes were fixed on the sweet potato in Shinsun's hand. Shinsun finished eating one while under the man's gaze. It seemed the situation outside the base was worse than she had thought. The man swallowed hard, and his voice sounded hoarse, a sign of long-term dehydration. He mentioned that he had only discovered the mine in the last couple of days and, due to weakness, could only carry a little ore back to the base to exchange for food. The effort to transport the ore barely yielded any food, and he was desperate to eat, which caught Zhongnand's attention. Shinsun happily packed up, loading the tools into the truck. She didn't take Zhongnand, but brought the man instead. He sat in the passenger seat, enjoying the long-awaited air conditioning, feeling refreshed. "Lead the way," he said. Shinsun started the vehicle. The man pointed the direction to Shinsun, and the truck's air conditioning hummed in the enclosed cabin. The car stopped halfway, and the man asked to halt. Shinsun parked by the roadside, and the man led the way while Shinsun followed behind. As they walked, they encountered various potholes, and it was clear that this area had been mined before. The man stopped in front of a mine entrance, where he had marked the ground. He stepped on the mark, erasing the pattern, and said, "It's right below." The man went down first, and Shinsun took out a flashlight from his backpack. The mine was pitch dark, unlike the surface where some moonlight could be seen. This mine had obviously been previously excavated, with empty walls. Shinsun followed the man inside. Eventually, the man pushed aside a stone, revealing an opening. He crawled in, and Shinsun followed him. After crawling for 2 minutes, they heard the sound of the man's feet landing. Shinsun shone the flashlight ahead. Under the light, the entrance was filled with crystals, which were denser and finer than the ore. Only a small amount of crystals came from a large pile of ore. Shinsun gathered his strength and jumped out of the opening. The man stood in the passage, watching Shinsun. The mine was small but densely packed with ore. After checking around, the man crawled out. Without a flashlight, Shinsun illuminated the way for him. Once the man was outside, Shinsun raised his hand to collect the ore into his space. With over 30,000 pounds, the remaining food in the truck was just enough. The man emerged from the mine in the dark and waited outside for Shinsun. Back in the truck, Shinsun told the man not to return to the mine, as he would have the ore extracted overnight. The man believed him, and seeing that it was still early, Shinsun parked at a fork in the road and asked the man to find a transport tool for the food, which was ready to be given to him. The man was very excited and asked Shinsun to wait for half an hour while he went to get it. Zhou Nan was waiting at the intersection, and when the man returned, he told him he had a pedaled tricycle he could lend, but it would cost a bit of food in exchange. I only need 10 potatoes, Zhou Nan said, not asking for more. The man thought for 3 seconds and nodded in agreement. Zhou Nan called out, and a man with a cane emerged from the bushes. They pushed aside over a meter of dry grass, revealing the tricycle. Seeing this, the man understood everything. However, thinking about the food he would soon have, he didn't mind much. He estimated that borrowing someone else's vehicle would cost more than just 10 potatoes. Let's go, Zhou Nan said as he got on the tricycle. Dad, you can sit in the back, the man said as he sat on the board with his cane. Zhou Nan pedaled his tricycle and soon spotted Shinsun's truck by the roadside. Shinsun saw Zhou Nan but said nothing. He directly opened the back door and took out the man's food. The man was so excited to see the bags of food that he felt energized. He didn't ask Zhou Nan for help and loaded the bags onto the tricycle by himself, carefully guarding the food. He wouldn't even let Zhou Nan's father sit in the back, fearing he might sneak a bite. This is yours, Shinsun said, placing a bag of sweet potatoes on the ground, and without giving him a glance, he walked away. The man was completely focused on his food and didn't notice what was happening between Shinsun and Zhou Nan. Dad, you can sit here, Zhou Nan said, lifting the sweet potatoes onto the tricycle. His driver's seat was a soft cushion over a meter long, and with a little squeeze, it could fit 2 people. 6 months later. Day after day, collecting ore with the help of the people Zhou Nan brought, Shinsun was able to visit the mine twice a week, sometimes even 3 times. After nightfall, Shinsun drove the truck out of the mountains and parked it. A long line had already formed at the exchange point for the fire base, which was quite deserted. Shinsun thought they could last a while, but they only managed to hold on for half a month, even over the past 6 months. Many people from the fire base had gone to the official base in City B. As the weather grew hotter, the mutated mosquitoes multiplied rapidly, and the red shell ants became even more difficult to deal with. They could burrow underground and climb walls, their shells evolving to be even more perfect, moving freely in the soil. The outer walls of the City B base were chewed through by the red shell ants, causing collapses that killed many people. Shinsun opened the truck door and got out, placing his tools on the ground as people lined up to weigh their ore. Since Shinsun had been exchanging ore here for a long time, many people had grown curious about him, but his consistent reply was that he was helping others. Some believed him, while others did not, but now the base had stopped exchanging food for ore. Only Shinsun could still trade for some food, and they hoped he would continue, no matter for whom he was working. If Shinsun stopped trading, where would they find food? Since the base also stopped exchanging ore for food, Shinsun's workload increased from 4 hours a day to 6. He turned around and took out the woman's sweet potatoes, then grabbed a water bottle and took a sip. The cup had ice, and 1 sip cooled him down completely. As everyone quietly waited in line while watching Shinsun drink water, no one urged him to hurry. Ah Chung, do you think that person looks familiar? Lin Xiangrui, who was in line for the first time, asked. No matter how he looked, he felt that person was very familiar, a bit like someone he knew. Chan Qing shook his head and gestured that he couldn't tell who it was. Do you think she looks like her? Sun Jiahong tapped Lin Xiangrui on the shoulder, and they both turned to look at Shinsun. After a year, they both remembered how skillfully Shinsun handled things during that incident, something they might never forget. Chen Chung noticed their expressions and looked toward Shinsun, who was busy ahead. He squinted slightly and caught a glimpse of her face. He realized it wasn't just a resemblance. It was indeed Shinsun herself. The 3 of them watched Shinsun, who seemed unchanged from the last time they saw her. She still had that same look, just with a more mature face. Her expression was still cold, and the hot weather seemed to have no effect on her. She looked just like the first time they met. It seemed that no matter the environment, she could always make herself comfortable. Taking off her cap, Shinsun wiped the sweat from her cheeks. Her hair had grown quite a bit. She should get it cut when she goes back today. Soon it was Chun Cheng's turn to exchange. He stood in front of the other 2, and after a while of silence, Shin Sun asked, "What do you want to exchange?" Hearing her familiar voice, the three were even more certain that it was Shin Sun. "Shin Sun, do you remember me?" Sun Jiahong was the first to speak. Shin Sun looked up and saw Sun Jiahong, Lin Xiangrui, and Chen Cheng. Few people knew her name. Only Tianfu and now Zhou Nan could call her by it.
"What do you want to exchange?"
Shin Sun asked Lin Xiangrui, who was hiding behind Chen Cheng. When did Lin Xiangrui become so shy? "Are you going to exchange or not?" A man behind them got impatient. "Yeah, stop dawdling. If you're not exchanging, we need to go. If you're not exchanging, step aside." Lin Xiangrui pulled Chen Cheng, and Sun Jiahong was quite happy to see Shin Sun here, quickly moving aside with the oar. "You go ahead." The scene didn't seem to affect Shin Sun. She continued to exchange items for everyone in an orderly manner while the three watched her work. In the dark, Lin Xiangrui kept his head down, and Chen Cheng wrapped his arms around him. After a while, Sun Jiahong approached Shin Sun and asked, "Do you need help?" Before Shin Sun could refuse, Sun Jiahong lifted the oar from the scale and put it on the cart. "No need, I can do it myself." Shin Sun lifted 2 bags of ore onto the truck with one hand, making Sun Jiahong awkwardly put down the bag she was holding. She was surprised by Shin Sun's strength. It was embarrassing for her. After a while, Shin Sun took off his hat and drank some water, wiping the sweat from his face. He looked at the people in line and noticed there were still about 10 left. Once he finished, he could go back to sleep. After sending off the last person, Shin Sun started packing up. Sun Jiahong quickly brought over the ore, saying, "Wait, I want to trade for sweet potatoes and potatoes." Chen Cheng also hurried over with his ore. Shin Sun put down the scale, thinking they might not want to trade after all. Seeing Shin Sun again, Sun Jiahong had so much to say, but when the words came to her lips, she realized that her relationship with Shin Sun didn't seem that close. Among the three, Lin Xiangrui and Shin Sun were the ones who could still chat a bit. Sun Jiahong swallowed her words, placing the exchanged food by her feet and waiting for Chen Cheng and Lin Xiangrui. "What do you want to trade?" Shin Sun asked, knowing Chen Cheng couldn't speak, so he looked at Lin Xiangrui. Lin Xiangrui, hidden in the shadows, replied, "I want to trade for sweet potatoes and potatoes," his voice hoarse from not drinking water for a long time. Shin Sun handed the food to Chen Cheng, then bent down to lift the scale onto the truck, as Chen Cheng couldn't carry that much alone. Lin Xiangrui stepped out of the shadows, and Shin Sun stared at his face for a moment, surprised. The handsome young man from his memory was gone. There was a diagonal scar below his eyebrow that went down to his chin, and several cuts on his cheek. Although the wounds had healed, Shin Sun could imagine how terrifying it must have been at the time. The person who inflicted those wounds must have had a cruel intention, targeting the more prominent features of Lin Xiangrui's face. Shin Sun looked away as Chen Cheng stood in front of Lin Xiangrui. With a loud bang, he closed the truck door and walked away. Watching Shin Sun's truck drive away, Sun Jiahong picked up the food on the ground. "Let's go, we haven't eaten all day." She took a sweet potato from the bag, wiped it on her clothes, and took a bite, savoring the sweetness. "Let's go," Lin Xiangrui said, carrying a bag of potatoes, as the shadows of the three were stretched by the moonlight. After parking the truck, Shin Sun checked the time and waited for 3 minutes. When Lai Fu still hadn't returned, he sprinkled some medicine powder on the road and walked up the mountain. Without Lai Fu, traveling on foot took a lot of time. Shin Sun sat down and took a sip of water from his cup. A group of people emerged from behind a dry tree, all wearing green camouflage vests and carrying at least 3 guns each. "Captain, there are people here," one of them said, pointing a gun at Shin Sun. Shin Sun, with her back to them, picked up a fallen cup lid and snapped it back on. With a click, the bullets were loaded, and the team formed a circle around her. Shin Sun silently observed them. They were military personnel, a small team of 12, with 6 black bags on the ground. Ignoring them, Shin Sun opened her backpack and placed the cup inside. The team leader stepped forward. "Captain, don't go over there," one person stopped the leader, suspecting she was from the fire base. The group, alert, aimed their guns at Shinsun, not underestimating her. Some were even wary. The team leader raised a hand to calm his members. Shinsun put her backpack on. It seemed she hadn't done anything wrong, yet they pointed guns at her as soon as they arrived. The team leader approached Shinsun. "What are you doing here alone?" This place had no minerals, so he had reason to suspect she was from the fire base. After all, they had received news that the fire base had issued the same mission. In the darkness, Shinsun could see a large figure of Lai Fu approaching. "What I'm doing here doesn't concern you," Shinsun replied, glancing at the black bags on the ground, which seemed to move just now. Caught off guard by her attitude, the team leader thought, "You're from the fire base, aren't you?" He felt she looked familiar, though he couldn't recall where he had seen her. Shinsun looked at the team leader with cold eyes. Suddenly, one of the bags ripped open, and something inside began to emerge. "Captain, it's coming out." The flashlight beams focused on the damaged bag, revealing a green vine.
"Give me the rope."
Several team members quickly retrieved a rope from their backpacks and handed it to the leader, who, along with 3 others, tightly bound the vine and stuffed it back into the bag. Shinsun's gaze remained fixed on the black rope. It seemed to be made from refined minerals. After all, an ordinary rope couldn't possibly hold a mutated vine. Lai Fu watched from a distance, hidden in the darkness, lying low. "Don't move. Put down your guns." Another 20 well-equipped individuals emerged from the bushes, appearing more professional than the military personnel. After being threatened by 2 groups all night, Shinsun was now feeling angry. "Put your weapons on the ground, quickly." "Captain, those are people from the fire base." A team member hesitated and looked at the captain. "Listen to him. Put down your guns." The opposing group was too numerous, and fighting back would only hurt them. The squad leader was the first to lower his rifle from his shoulder. One by one, they placed their guns on the ground. "That one over there, put your backpack down." A member from the fire base aimed his gun at Shinsun. While everyone else was throwing down their weapons, Shinsun stood still. The military squad leader looked at Shinsun, wondering if she was with them. Wait, he remembered who she was. She was the woman who exchanged minerals outside the base. How did she end up here? Shinsun unzipped her backpack and placed it on the ground. "Everyone squat down. I want to see you all squatting." "My gun doesn't discriminate," the fire base member mocked. "Go, bring the bags over," the leader of the fire base ordered. 8 people stepped forward, picked up the bags from the ground, and retreated. "No, you can't touch what's inside the bags." The military squad leader stood up, and immediately the fire base members aimed their guns at him. "Captain," seeing their leader being threatened, several team members picked up their guns and confronted the fire base. The tension was high, and no one noticed Shinsun squatting on the ground. She quietly unzipped her backpack and took a sip from her water bottle. She secretly stuffed some ice cubes into her mouth and wiped the sweat from her face. The military squad leader looked at the fire base members. Their target was also these mutated vines. Currently, the base's experiments on mutated plants had reached a critical stage, and they could not let them have it. Shinsun observed the situation and guessed what was in the bags. She was not interested in the conflict between the 2 groups. The ice in her mouth quickly melted, and Shinsun secretly stuffed in another piece. "Kata," the fire base squad leader pressed his rifle against the military squad leader. "I could just kill you and take the stuff." The military squad leader looked shocked. "You dare? Watch me." Today, 2 new girls joined the team. "I could use you to practice my shooting." The man glanced back at his team. 2 women stepped forward. "Captain."
"Captain."
The 2 women stood on either side of the fire base squad leader, and the man raised his gun to demonstrate to them. 2 women were not intimidated. They firmly picked up the rifles and followed the man's demonstration step by step, with the final step being to fire the gun. "Be careful. Point the barrel over there," the man said, giving one of the women a playful slap. "Are you trying to stir up trouble between the 2 bases?" The military team leader attempted to reason with the man. The B City base and the fire base usually kept to themselves, and even had some cooperation in certain areas. The bag kept struggling violently. Shinsun got up from the ground, put on his backpack, and kept a close eye on the bag's movements. The man scoffed, "There are so many accidents." What if you all die in one? Suddenly, the vines in the bag went wild, breaking free from the black ropes and bursting out. The vines stretched endlessly, tightly binding everyone present. The situation unfolded so quickly that no one had time to react. The military team leader was the first to regain his composure. Retreat. He swiftly drew a small knife hidden in his belt and cut at the vines wrapped around his waist with precision. The black blade was extremely sharp. After freeing himself, the team leader hurried to rescue the other team members. At this point, most of the fire base personnel had also escaped. The man signaled his team to open fire on the military personnel. They couldn't let them escape if news of today reached the B City base.
Bang! Bang!
2 shots were fired toward Shin Sun's position. Just as he was about to slip away in the chaos, he heard the gunfire and quickly rolled to avoid it. He picked up the gun he had dropped earlier and expertly began to shoot. Find cover. The team leader was momentarily stunned by Shin Sun's shooting technique. After breaking free, everyone quickly grabbed guns from the ground and sought cover. The team leader handed Shin Sun a rifle, saying, "I'm really sorry. We mistook you for someone else." Shin Sun, expressionless, took the rifle from the team leader and reloaded it. There were too many people, it was troublesome, and his abilities couldn't be used. The rampaging vines quieted down, while the firebase personnel suppressed the military team, resulting in 4 military casualties and 8 from the firebase. Both sides were now bloodthirsty. "Come." Fu, Shin Sun called into the dense forest. Fu leaped behind the firebase, biting 2 people and stomping on another. Fu's massive body stood over 4 meters tall, yet moved swiftly. After the attack, it turned and jumped away, disappearing into the darkness. Its speed was so fast that the firebase personnel only saw a tall white shadow flash by before it vanished. "Captain, they have mutated beasts." The remaining members of the firebase were terrified by Lai Fu. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" The squad leader of the firebase turned to flee first, with the rest of the team closely following him, their escape looking somewhat frantic. Shin Sun dropped her gun and picked up a backpack from the ground, brushing off the dirt on it. The squad leader called to the remaining members, gathering the vines from the ground into the backpack. These were their hard-earned specimens. The group silently cleaned up the battlefield. "Captain, come quickly," one person exclaimed, falling back in shock. A vine was firmly embedded in a companion's body, as if it were feeding on flesh. The companion's body visibly shrank, and not just his, but even the bodies from the fire base were the same. Before long, only skin remained on the bones, and the vine's tip, having absorbed blood and flesh, turned red and began to rise from the ground. The squad leader hurriedly lifted the fallen teammate, realizing the situation at hand. The vine spread outwards, surrounding the group, with the feeding and sniffing towards the trapped individuals in the center. It was selecting its next victim. Shin Sun watched as the vine approached, a cold smile on her face as she took out a hook from her backpack. As the vine drew closer, Shin Sun raised the hook and slashed at it, feeling a surge of anger. The hook only made a few cuts on the vine, but it quickly healed. Shin Sun gripped the vine tightly, using her strength to pull it from the ground. It wasn't the main body, so why act so arrogantly? With brute force, she yanked the vine and held it in her hands. Covered in green juice, the vine felt pain and tried to retreat, but Shin Sun held the other end firmly, preventing its escape. Shin Sun was fierce. The squad leader watched in shock, thinking they were all doomed. Unexpectedly, this woman was more terrifying than the mutated plants.
Wait
a moment, the squad leader called out just in time, taking supplies from the backpack to replace the half vine in Shin Sun's hands. The vine was placed into the backpack, and this time it did not resist, settling down as if it were lifeless. Shin Sun picked up the hook from the ground, turning to walk deeper into the forest. The squad leader took a few steps forward, but Lai Fu jumped out from the side, baring his teeth to stop him from approaching his master, growling softly. Saliva dripped from his teeth as Lai Fu stepped back, running to catch up with Shin Sun's figure. After a while, Shun Sun put away the hook and said, "Let's go home." Lai Fu lay on the ground, waiting for Shun Sun to ride him. After 6 months, the outer walls of the fortress were taking shape, and the walls reached the thickness Shun Sun desired. The central building of the fortress was already half constructed. The underground fortress had 2 levels. The emergency-built house had melted away. Shun Sun opened 2 large black doors and walked inside. In the center of the fortress stood a giant tree, which served as a dividing line between the residential area and the planting area. The residential area had only 1 room with a bed. The other rooms were filled with ores and crystals. Lai Fu's room was next to Shun Sun's. Once inside the fortress, Lai Fu went straight to his little nest while Shun Sun turned on the air conditioning and fan. There was still one more thing to do: build a defense mechanism on top of the fortress to ensure complete safety. A fortress made entirely of ores and crystals was probably more impressive than all the other bases combined. Lying in bed, Shun Sun's consciousness sank into the space. There were enough ores now, but they still needed more crystals. Crystals had a finer density than ores, and once the fortress was complete, she planned to cover all the ores with a layer of crystals. With that, even 100 ability users wouldn't be a problem. Exiting the space, Shun Sun couldn't help but think of the people she had encountered earlier. They were probably close to developing the gene serum by now. The fortress needed to be fully constructed before testing the serum began. The next morning, Shun Sun melted crystals in the space, slowly wrapping the melted crystals around the ores. That evening, she drove to the exchange point and added half a pound of food, encouraging the survivors to search for crystals. Due to the disturbances from the red shell ants and mutated mosquitoes, very few survivors ventured out to look for ores. Shun Sun took out a sign and wrote that mint powder could be exchanged for crystals, 50 pounds for 1 pack of mint powder, which could only be traded for crystals. Once the news spread, the fire base and the official base in City B erupted with excitement. Survivors were thrilled and eagerly left the safe zone to search for crystals. The base had produced a batch of mint powder using nutrient solution, but only those with power and influence in the base could claim it. Ordinary people didn't even know what mint powder looked like. They only knew it could counter the red shell ants. After spreading the news, the people from the fire base rushed to deliver crystals overnight, trying to find out who Shun Sun was working for. They guessed that this person must have advanced planting techniques. The people from the fire base wanted to recruit Shun Sun and hoped to meet the person behind him. Shun Sun's attitude was neutral as he said he would pass on the message. After sending off the last person, Shun Sun was packing his things when the team leader drove up in a truck. Shun Sun glanced at him indifferently and continued packing. He opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and started the engine to head back.
Hey.
Wait a minute. The team leader ran in front of Shun Sun's truck and raised his hand to stop him. Could you wait? I need to change the mint powder. Noticing the time, Shun Sun realized 6.5 hours had passed. He leaned out of the window and said, "Move aside. We're out of mint powder today. Come back tomorrow." The team leader looked at Shun Sun suspiciously. When Shun Sun rolled up the window and started driving, the truck sped toward him. With no choice, the team leader had to step aside to the left as Shun Sun drove away. "Captain, she's leaving." The team leader took out his walkie-talkie, and there was a crackling sound. A commanding voice came through. "It's fine. The second team is already following her. Come back." The team leader turned to watch Shun Sun's truck disappear into the night. "Understood. Returning now." Not long after Shun Sun drove onto the mountain road, a small team of 12, well-trained, followed closely behind her, maintaining strong counter-surveillance awareness. They managed to stay hidden without Shun Sun noticing as the truck continued at the same speed. "Captain, we've spotted people from the fire base. They are also tracking the target," a team member reported promptly. "Tell our people not to move forward. Wait a bit before following. Don't forget what our main task is." They just needed to follow Shun Sun to find out who she was meeting. "Stay in place and don't alert the target." "Captain, received." "Understood." "Received." Not following anymore. Shun Sun took off her night vision goggles and stored them away, looking at the pitch-black night in the rear-view mirror. Pressing the gas pedal to the maximum, Shinsun turned the steering wheel and drove into the forest. "Captain, the target has escaped." It was clear the other side had already noticed them. They had been toying with them. "Escaped? Quick, chase after her." The team leader pushed aside the straw stuck to him, and the hidden team members rushed out from the sides of the road. The team hidden near the fire base also jumped out, and both groups surprisingly worked well together, chasing after Shinsun as she entered the forest. "Spread out. She can't have gone far in the car," someone said. With so many trees in the forest, a large truck couldn't travel very far. After driving for about 10 minutes, the truck reached a point where the road ended. Shinsun opened the door, quickly stored the truck in her space, and used her ability to revive the dried grass on the ground, erasing the tire tracks. The yellow grass seemed to come back to life for a moment, but soon turned yellow again, leaving no traces behind. Lai Fu lay on the ground, waiting for Shinsun to get on. "Let's go, hurry." Shinsun climbed on and held tightly to Lai Fu, who then galloped through the forest, moving so fast that only a white shadow remained. Taking out the mint powder would surely attract attention, but luckily, she had been cautious on the way back and had taken a long detour with 2 people from the base. Now, returning to the fortress would likely take a lot of time. Shinsun put on night vision goggles, and Lai Fu stopped halfway up the mountain. Shinsun looked down but couldn't see clearly in the darkness. However, she spotted more than 10 shadows. "Let's go." "Darn it, she disappeared right under our noses. I can't believe this." "Everyone, search for her." The firebase team leader shouted angrily. Both teams were now working together, using flashlights to check for tire tracks on the ground, but no matter how they looked, there were none. "This is strange. How could such a big truck leave no trace at all? Did we misjudge?" Everyone began to doubt their eyes. "Captain, could she have tricked us into coming here and actually left in the car?" The group fell silent. It was a possibility. The fire team leader looked at the military team leader, who was still crouched down, examining the ground closely. The fire team leader scoffed. "You two stay here. The rest of you come with me to check outside," he said, leading 7 or 8 team members out quickly. There had to be traces. How could there be none? The military team leader pushed aside the dried grass, but the fact was that there were no marks at all. "Captain, there's nothing here." "Captain, I found nothing over here either." The team leader fell silent. "Gather up, we're heading back to the base." Shinsun's figure gradually became clearer in his mind. His counter-surveillance skills were among the best in the team. How had he been discovered? He led his team back to the base, and the fire base team also returned empty-handed. After passing through the thorny forest and returning to the fortress, Shinsun turned on the air conditioning in the room and added ice to the unit. After half an hour, the temperature in the room finally dropped a bit. Once it cooled down, half of the ice had melted. Shinsun took out a bathtub and poured the melted ice water into it. Using the ice water to clean his body, Lai Fu lay on the ground, occasionally sticking out his tongue to lick the ice. After tidying up, Shinsun lay down on the bed. As Shinsun's consciousness sank into the space, he sorted through the ores received that evening, most of which were crystal stones. The largest single haul came from the fire base, confirming that these bases had plenty of stock. Exchanging them alone was still too slow. While avoiding the exchange of ores, he was still being watched by people from the base, but the fortress was almost complete. After organizing the crystal stones from the pile, Shinsun exited the space, got up, and took a sip of water from the bottle on the small table before lying back down to sleep. In the morning, after a simple breakfast, Shinsun began to melt the crystal stones and wrap the liquid crystal around the outer layer of the fortress. He collected the ores from several rooms into the space, preparing to melt the defense devices above the fortress. The ore reserves were sufficient, but only half of the defense devices had been successfully refined. Shinsun exited the space and placed the refined devices into the upper slot. Although only half had been refined, half of the fortress was protected. With the current pace of ore collection, it should be completed within a month. This speed was only possible with the help of the space. Without it, just melting the ores would consume a lot of fuel. Exiting the space, Shun Sun stood at the highest point, looking at the fortress he had built with his own hands. This was her personal sanctuary, a place where she could do what she wanted. Laifu was jumping around in the planting area. Seeing Shun Sun, he looked up and barked a couple of times. As Shun Sun came down from the high point and walked to the planting area, the temperature was hot. Besides the land outside the space, it was not suitable for planting. Shun Sun didn't even dare to scatter seeds, knowing that within a few hours, they could be baked in the soil. Even the tropical fruit seedlings planted a couple of days ago had withered. Shun Sun pulled the dried seedlings from the ground and stored them in the space for revival. After finishing, Shun Sun wiped the sweat from his face. His shirt was already soaked. He stood in front of the air conditioning unit for a while to cool off. The clothes soaked with sweat dried quickly after 2 minutes in the wind. Shun Sun took out the truck and filled the fuel tank. After loading the grain onto the truck, Shun Sun had a simple dinner and went out with Laifu. Laifu had grown to over 4 meters tall, almost reaching 5 meters. Shun Sun climbed onto Laifu's front leg and said, "Let's go." When they arrived at the exchange point, there were unusually many people that night, all there to trade for mint powder. After more than half a year, everyone had gotten used to Shun Sun's temperament. Although she was a young girl, it was common for her to get angry and confront people directly. There had been attempts to steal grain from her truck, but those thieves had been dealt with on the spot. Shun Sun was a few minutes late, but there were no complaints from the crowd, which was waiting in line patiently. "I want mint powder," said a man covered in wounds from red shell ant bites. The base had developed an antidote for the red shell ants, but it only treated the symptoms. Only mint powder could protect them from the ants' harm. Shun Sun placed the crystals in the back of the truck. The man's crystals could be exchanged for 4 packs. Only a few people were trading grain. The squad leader stood at the back of the crowd, anxiously watching as each person exchanged for mint powder. He worried that by the time it was his turn, the mint powder might be gone, and he wondered if he could get enough. Soon it was his turn. The squad leader drove the truck over and said, "Hello, I'm Wang Linjun, representing the B City base. I'd like to make a trade." Shun Sun looked at the truck behind him. Through the open door, she could see it was filled with crystals. "What trade?" "Tell me," Shun Sun said, waving for the modified vehicle waiting behind to come forward. "I want mint powder," Shun Sun said, skillfully weighing and handing over the items. Seeing Shun Sun's casual demeanor made Wang Linjun uneasy. The leaders at the base knew he had met Shun Sun the night before, which is why they sent him to discuss this matter, claiming that Shun Sun recognized him. Shun Sun had already sent off 3 people. Wang Linjun stood beside her truck and said, "The base plans to trade ore and crystals for grain here." Shun Sun glanced at him but continued with her work. She knew that at this point, the base had developed more advanced items using ore. She had plenty of ore and crystals, but the items created by the researchers were the real treasures. If she were to trade with the military, she would only exchange for those items. "You represent the B City base?" Shun Sun finally replied. "Yes," Wang Linjun nodded. "I can make a deal with you, but what I want is not crystals or ores." "Are you sure you can handle this?" Shun Sun said as he tossed the bag of crystals onto the truck. Wang Linjun pondered Shun Sun's words, his gaze sharp.
What do you want?
"Don't be so nervous. What I want is not a big deal for you," Shun Sun replied with an innocent smile. "I want to trade for mint powder." The man placed the bag of crystals on the scale. This was the man's first time seeing a smile on Shun Sun's face after coming here to exchange items many times, although it was a bit unsettling. After receiving the mint powder, the man hurriedly left. Wang Linjun stepped aside and took out his walkie-talkie, pressing the button. "Captain," this woman agreed to cooperate with the base, but she said she doesn't want ores or crystals. There was silence on the other end, and all Wang Linjun could hear was the crackling sound of static. "Captain, Captain? Did she say anything else?" came the commanding voice of the man. Wang Linjun recounted everything that had just happened, including what Shun Sun had said. "You don't need to worry about this. I'll have Major Qin talk to her," the captain replied. "Understood, Captain." Wang Linjun put away the walkie-talkie, knowing the captain was nearby watching. Although they hadn't exchanged many words, he hadn't even asked for her name. He watched Shin Sun busy with her tasks, seemingly unaffected by what had just happened. People from the fire base had also come, but they were only exchanging for mint powder. With 3 trucks of crystals, it was too crowded to store them in the space. Shin Sun instructed Zhou Nan to place the crystals halfway up the mountain, where someone would keep watch, offering him 15 sweet potatoes as payment. While taking a break, Shin Sun glanced at Wang Linjun, who had been silent since earlier and hadn't approached her. As the last few people remained, Wang Linjun looked toward the base, wondering why Major Qin hadn't arrived yet. They would be leaving soon. After sending off the last person, Shin Sun began to pack up. Wang Linjun stood up and rushed over. I haven't exchanged yet. He almost forgot. He came not only for trading but also to get mint powder. He hoped to delay a bit longer for Team Qin to arrive. The B City base was also exchanging for a truckload. After weighing, Shin Sun instructed him to drive it halfway up the mountain, where someone was waiting, and he could go directly there. Neither of them mentioned the earlier discussion about cooperation. Wang Linjun drove away with the truck, and Shin Sun lifted the scale onto the vehicle.
Hello, I'm Qin Yilu.
From now on, I will represent the B City base in our discussions. He finally caught up. In talks about cooperation or temporary tasks, Qin Yilu's vest was soaked with sweat, and he was accompanied by 4 soldiers. Shin Sun looked at Qin Yilu, feeling a sense of familiarity. She put down her folding stool, sat at the table, and took a sip of water from her cup. Watching Shin Sun drink several gulps of water made Qin Yilu feel parched. Water resources at the base were becoming increasingly limited, and he could only drink a few sips a day. The 4 soldiers, each holding a gun, stood guard in different positions after seeing Major General Qin and Shin Sun sit down to talk. What do you want? Shin Sun spoke first, aiming to take the lead and secure the best deal for herself. What she had that the base needed was food. Qin Yilu was taken aback. Shin Sun had been trading food for minerals and crystals here for a long time, and her reputation was comparable to that of 2 bases. We only want food, Qin Yilu said, looking intently at Shin Sun, trying to read her expression for any other clues. The base's food reserves were nearly depleted, and the nutrient solution-grown vegetables were simply not enough to eat. You say you don't want minerals and crystals, so what do you want? Qin Yilu was also curious. Wasn't she trading minerals and crystals here for a long time? Now that the base was catering to her needs, she surprisingly didn't want them. Shin Sun looked up and met Qin Yilu's gaze, her eyes firm. I want crystal energy. There's no such thing as crystal energy, Qin Yilu said, pulling his chair back in shock. He had already decided that no matter what this woman wanted, he would simply say it was unavailable. He didn't expect her to ask for crystal energy right away. Crystal energy was a military secret known only to a few insiders. It had only been developed recently, so how did she get this information? How do you know about crystal energy? Qin Yilu asked, his eyes scrutinizing Shin Sun. Someone in the higher-ups must have leaked the information, but he wondered how many others knew. Did the fire base have this information? They had been keeping an eye on Base B, and Qin Yilu's fists tightened. Don't be nervous. I have what you want, and you have what I want. This deal is fair. We both benefit, Shin Sun said, fanning herself with a fan from her folding stool. They had no reason to refuse, especially since so many people at the base needed to be fed. They were already out of food, and even if they didn't trade now, Shin Sun could think of other ways. In any case, she was determined to obtain crystal energy. Qin Yilu tapped his fingers on the table. After spending time with Lin Zhongyi, he had picked up many of the man's habits. Shin Sun patiently waited for Qin Yilu to respond. Although the nighttime temperature was lower than during the day, the breeze from the fan was still warm. Shin Sun wiped the sweat from his forehead and put down the fan, feeling hotter the more he used it. Qin Yilu looked toward the direction of the base. He wondered if he had the authority to make decisions. The base had only developed 3 thermal crystals so far. 1 thermal crystal could supply half the base's electricity, and creating them required significant manpower and resources, taking a year to produce just these 3. Qin Yilu felt that, Although he represented the B City base in negotiations with this woman, he was unsure about what Shin Sun wanted. Now, he felt less confident. On one side was food to fill their stomachs, and on the other was the precious thermal crystals made by the base. It was a tough choice. Wait a moment. Qin Lu stood up and walked to the side, pulling a walkie-talkie from his knee pocket and pressing a button. Shin Sun wiped the sweat that had trickled down to her chin and pulled out a sweet potato from the vehicle to eat. The situation is like this. I can't make this decision, Qin Lu said, directly contacting his superior. The allocation of the thermal crystals was not his call. This was a significant matter, and it depended on how the base would decide. After ending the call, Qin Lu turned to look at Shin Sun, who was peeling the sweet potato with a knife, leaning against the vehicle, eating leisurely and relaxed. Once Qin Lu stood up, he didn't sit back down. Shin Sun glanced at the half-sweet potato in her hand. If no one came to talk to her after she finished eating, she would just go back to sleep. First Wang Linjun, then Qin Lu. Both claimed to represent the B City base, but neither could make a decision. What was there left to discuss? It would be better to return and rest. 12 minutes later, a modified off-road vehicle arrived. 2 soldiers got out, and one opened the back door for an elderly man who stepped out. The soldiers, including Qin Lu, saluted the elder. He raised his right hand and waved it twice, prompting several soldiers to stand guard nearby. The elder was strong and walked with purpose, smiling as he approached the small round table.
I'm Wei Guozhong.
What's your name, young friend? Shin Sun. Shin Sun felt a bit taken aback by being called young friend. The elder's weathered face made her realize that, from his perspective, she truly was young. Shin Sun withdrew her gaze. The old man, with his commanding presence, took the seat where Qin Yi had just been, and they faced each other. After sitting down, the old man fell silent, tapping his fingers on the table, his weathered eyes fixed on Shin Sun, creating an invisible pressure. With only 2 bites left of her sweet potato, Shin Sun ignored the old man's imposing aura. She was not one of his subordinates, and she felt no obligation to respond. After finishing her sweet potato, Shin Sun glanced at the time. Half an hour had already passed, and she guessed that Lai Fu was waiting for her at the corner. You want crystal energy, the old man observed Shin Sun, noting her youth and considerable appetite. Shin Sun met his gaze. I can offer an equivalent amount of food in exchange for crystal energy. It will be fair for both of us. I can only give you 1 unit of crystal energy, the old man said, his hands clasped on the table. 1 unit. That's acceptable, Shin Sun thought for a moment. 1 unit was enough for now. They probably couldn't provide more anyway. All right, just half the food will do. We want exchange for something else. What do you want exchange for? Shin Sun asked, puzzled. Besides food, she didn't think she had anything else they would want.
Planting technique.
You must have grown more than just sweet potatoes and potatoes, the old man said, looking as if he had seen through everything. Previously, the base had sent someone to Shin Sun to exchange sweet potatoes and potatoes, which were then studied back at the base. The test results showed that these crops were rich in vitality. They had considered planting the exchanged sweet potatoes and potatoes in the soil for reproduction. However, the current weather and soil conditions were unsuitable for planting. When they discovered the vitality of the sweet potatoes, they planted them immediately. But there were no results. After some time in nutrient solution, the sweet potatoes and potatoes sprouted but only survived for about 10 days. There are many survivors in Base B. If you share your planting techniques, it will benefit everyone in the base. They will remember your name, and GJ will be grateful to you. The old man tried to persuade Shin Sun. Shin Sun remained calm on the surface. She had no planting techniques to share. No exchange. If we are to trade, it will still be food for crystal energy. If not, then forget it. Even if she did have planting techniques, 1 unit of crystal energy wouldn't be enough in exchange. She wasn't going to be morally pressured by the survivors. Morality was something Shin Sun had discarded long ago. Besides, the fate of the survivors had nothing to do with her. The old man saw that Shin Sun was determined, so he agreed to exchange one crystal energy unit for food, specifically potatoes and sweet potatoes. He wanted to trade for other types of food, but Shin Sun firmly refused, saying there were none available, leaving the old man with no choice. He promised to deliver the items the next evening. Shin Sun didn't waste any more time with the others and put the folding table in the back of the car. Shin Sun drove to the hillside, where Zhou Nan and his father were guarding 3 trucks of crystal stones at the base. Shin Sun took out 15 large sweet potatoes from her storage.
Xiao Nan.
Zhou Nan's father noticed the moving headlights below and realized Shin Sun had arrived. Zhou Nan stood up, and they stepped aside to let Shin Sun drive up. "Sister Sun," Zhou Nan said as Shin Sun got out of the car. She handed him the bag of sweet potatoes. Zhou Nan took it and said, "Thank you, Sister Sun." After half a year of knowing Shin Sun, he found her increasingly mysterious. After receiving the reward, Zhou Nan, familiar with Shin Sun's temperament, didn't ask if she needed help but instead carried the items with his father as they walked down the mountain. Watching them leave, Shin Sun collected the crystal stones from the ground into her storage. Lai Fu appeared from the woods. He had been waiting at the forest entrance and followed the scent when Shin Sun didn't arrive. After putting the truck into storage, Shin Sun got on Lai Fu. "Let's go." In the night, the outline of the fortress in the valley became clearer. Shin Sun slid off Lai Fu, opened the big door, and Lai Fu rushed inside first. Shin Sun followed and closed the fortress door tightly. Lai Fu ran to his room, nudging the air conditioner and fan with his head, settling down in front of the air conditioner. He was waiting for Shin Sun to open the power box so he could feel the cool breeze right away. Shin Sun added ice to the air conditioner and placed 3 more ice blocks in the basin. By the time the room cooled down, half an hour had passed. After washing up, Shin Sun lay on the bed. The fortress would need 3 crystal energy units, 1 for the basement, 1 for the floor she was staying on, and 1 for the defense system. Making crystal energy was very time-consuming, especially since the military wouldn't provide her with the blueprints for producing crystal thermal energy. If she had the blueprints, she wouldn't need to trade with the military. She could make it herself in her storage. As sleepiness overcame her, Shin Sun turned over and fell asleep. After breakfast, Shin Sun put Lai Fu back into storage and gave him a bath, controlling the cold water to flow over him. Lai Fu enjoys the feeling of being in cold water. After 3 months without a bath, the first bucket of water turned dark. Shin Sun used the melting ice water to wash Lai Fu again. After the bath, Shin Sun let Lai Fu out, and as Lai Fu shook off the water, the hot air outside dried his wet fur in just a few minutes. Shin Sun filled a basin with water and placed it under the hot sun. Soon, he had a basin of warm water and washed his own hair as well. Looking in the mirror, Shin Sun held scissors in his right hand and trimmed his long hair while Lai Fu wobbled nearby. Lai Fu's swaying tail accidentally brushed against Shin Sun's arm, causing him to misjudge and cut a section of hair at an angle. Shin Sun put down the scissors and tilted his head to see the uneven cut in the mirror, saying Lai Fu. Lai Fu excitedly ran over and lay on the ground, showing his soft belly. Shin Sun found it amusing. Holding the scissors tightly, Shin Sun caught Lai Fu and took out a grooming tool from storage, trimming a round patch on Lai Fu's head. Looking at Lai Fu's bald spot, Shin Sun felt satisfied, and Lai Fu enjoyed the coolness on his head. After lunch, Shin Sun checked the grooves for placing energy crystals, wiped them down, and settled into a lounge chair, drifting into a space of focus. After refining the crystals he received yesterday, he wrapped them around the outer walls of the fortress. The outer layer was already halfway done. If there were any crystals left after finishing, he would wrap the inner layer as well. Once done, Shin Sun loaded the food onto the vehicle. The fuel tank had just been filled yesterday, so it would last for a while. For dinner, he simply stir-fried some vegetables, cooked porridge, and had his homemade salted duck eggs, along with cold cucumber salad. Shin Sun ate 3 bowls. Lai Fu buried his head in the basin, getting snow water all over his mouth. After dinner, both Shin Sun and Lai Fu went outside. They first drove the vehicle halfway up the mountain, where the military personnel were already waiting. Qin Ilu stood on the path with his arms crossed, frowning when he saw Shinsun arrive in a small truck. "Where's the stuff?" Qin Ilu asked. Shinsun rolled down the window and leaned out, saying, "Follow me." He turned the vehicle around, and Qin Ilu signaled to his team to follow Shinsun's truck. After more than an hour, they drove deeper into the mountains. As the distance from the base increased, Qin Ilu felt uncertain. With a creak, Shinsun hit the brakes and got out of the vehicle. Qin Ilu stopped as well, and the 5 large trucks behind them also came to a halt. "Captain, over here." A few people followed Shinsun into the woods. After taking a couple of steps, they gasped at the sight before them. Piles of sweet potatoes and potatoes were stacked high, guarded by a large mutated beast. Life Fu got up from the ground and walked over to Shinsun, looking at the others. Qin Ilu glanced at Life Fu and then at Shinsun. He had seen this leopard when he first arrived in City B. Food, it was all food. A few soldiers excitedly stepped forward to take some, but Life Fu easily jumped in front of the food, blocking access. No one could approach without the owner's permission. "What about my things?" Shinsun did not stop Life Fu. "Follow me." Qin Ilu led Shinsun to open the back of his truck, revealing a triangular hollow metal device resting quietly in a groove. Qin Ilu called for 2 people to help, but Shinsun said, "No need, I can do it myself." With agility, Shinsun climbed into the truck and, to Qin Ilu's shock, lifted the energy crystal with both hands and placed it into his own truck. The energy crystal glowed with a golden light as it settled into the metal device. After placing the items in the truck, Shinsun checked the energy crystal in his space and, finding no issues, climbed down. "Life Fu, come here." Life Fu ran to Shinsun's side, and Shinsun started the vehicle and drove off. After Shinsun left, Qin Ilu looked at the towering piles of potatoes and sweet potatoes, thinking move. He parked at the exchange point where the people from the fire base were already waiting. A truck full of crystals would not be exchanged for mint powder, but for food. Now, the fire base had run out of supplies. "Sister, have you seen him? He came here last night to exchange for food." A little girl approached, carrying a piece of ore. Shinsun glanced at the photo of the little boy and recognized him. He looked just like he did before the apocalypse. "He came by last night, but he left early," Shinsun said, putting sweet potatoes into a bag for her. The little girl wanted to ask more, but the people behind her were already coming up. She had to continue asking the next person while carrying her things. "Miss, have you seen my son? He came here last night to exchange for food," a woman asked, holding a family photo and pointing to a boy in a school uniform. Shin-sun remembered her too. "He came by last night and left with friends." "Friends? My son has no friends. Do you know which way they went?" The woman clutched the photo tightly, her eyes fixed on Shin-sun. Shin-sun raised her hand to point in the direction of the base. She had indeed seen that boy last night, returning home with a friend, both of them laughing and chatting. While exchanging crystals here, she met many people every day, but she still recognized some familiar faces. Although she was heading towards the base, she wasn't going home. "Where are you?" The woman looked at the photo of the boy with a bright smile. "Are you going to exchange or not? If not, move aside." The man behind her clearly grew impatient, muttering under his breath. The woman, lost in thought, picked up the bag of food from the ground. Like a little girl before her, she asked everyone she met on the way back to the base if they had seen the boy in the photo. She didn't get the answers she wanted. Everyone shook their heads. This little incident didn't affect Shin-sun. She focused on her work, as food supplies were low at both bases. Survivors from the base went out to look for stones and crystals to trade for food with Shin-sun. Every night, there was a long line that took several hours to get through. "Do you remember me?" Jiang Huai drove up, and Oh Seong helped him unload the crystals from the car. Shin-sun nodded slightly, lifting the stones on the scale. Jiang Huai was one of her biggest clients, so, of course, she remembered him. While Shin-sun was weighing the stones, the two of them asked her, Do you remember the person who often came with us? His name is Zhao Bin. He was here last night." Oh Seong looked worried. Jiang Huai pulled him back. They had previously suspected that Shin Sun might be involved in something shady, but today they found out otherwise. Not just Zhao Bin, but many people from the base had mysteriously gone missing. He didn't go back? Shin Sun's cap shaded her expression. She remembered Zhao Bin. He had come early last night. Almost as soon as her truck had stopped, Zhao Bin was at the front of the line, exchanged food, and left. Jiang Huai and Oh Xiang placed the last bag of stones on the scale.
He didn't go back.
His family is searching for him around the base today. Watching their car drive away, Shin Sun wiped the sweat that had dripped down to her chin. The missing people were all regulars who came to trade for food. A boy, about the same age as Shin Sun, approached with crystals in hand. He looked at Shin Sun, hesitating to speak.
Hello.
Shin Sun glanced at the boy. What do you want to exchange? I want to ask if you've seen a girl about this tall. The boy gestured to indicate the height and appearance of a little girl. No, Shin Sun replied firmly. The boy left, looking disappointed. One night, over 20 people came to find Shin Sun. For those he remembered, Shin Sun would give them directions. For those he didn't, he had no way to help. After sending off the last person, Shin Sun took off his hat and sat silently at the table, drinking some water. With so many people suddenly missing, the only thing he could think of was the gene serum, which had caused many disappearances in the small base in City F during his past life. There were only 2 bases nearby. The missing people were either at the fire base or the B City base, but they were all hidden away. Getting up to tidy up, Shin Sun packed the folding table and chairs into the car, opened the door, and drove away. Back at the fortress, Shin Sun opened a room where he stored the energy crystals and placed a hollow triangular device filled with energy crystals into the slot. The energy inside the device flowed smoothly, and Shin Sun activated his ability to grow vines. The vines wrapped around electric wires and connected to the energy crystals. He controlled the vines to supply electricity to his room and Laifu's room. Finally, the vines spread out, covering the outer walls of the fortress. The energy current was powerful, and the vines were wrapped with electric wires, forming an electric net around the fortress. It looked normal to the eye, but touching it would result in immediate consequences. The strong current from the energy crystals could power high-capacity air conditioners, and Shin Sun took out 4 high-capacity units from his space. He placed 2 in his room and 2 in Laifu's room, storing the fans away before plugging in the air conditioners. With a beep, all 4 air conditioners turned on simultaneously, providing excellent cooling. Outside, it was over 60 degrees, while inside, it was just over 30. Laifu enjoyed lying on the floor, while Shin Sun savored the long-awaited coolness, comfortably lying on a cooling mat. The energy crystals were truly wonderful. With just this amount, the base could supply power for several years, and if he used it alone, it would last even longer. Lying in bed, Shin Sun found it hard to sleep, his mind racing with thoughts of the missing people. Memories of the lab and those who had disappeared began to overlap, and he could already imagine their fate. It had been 2 days. They probably didn't survive. The first batch of gene serum had cost countless lives to prove it was a failure. Unable to sleep, Shin Sun sat up against the headboard, took out a handgun from his space, and began to disassemble and reassemble it. Laifu's had leaned against the doorframe, watching him. Laifu closed his eyes, his ears perked up, listening to the sounds coming from Shin Sun's side. The room was filled with a strong sense of danger. Late into the night, Shin Sun finished assembling several guns and lay down to sleep. Laifu opened his eyes and turned over. After breakfast, Shin Sun began to refine the ore. The defense system above the fortress was almost complete, and both bases were now trading food with her. Every day, large amounts of ore and crystals were stored, and after melting the ore, Shin Sun loaded the food for tonight onto a truck. Driving to the exchange point, the usually bustling area was empty that night. The exchange point was surrounded by caution tape, and a group of soldiers was stationed there. Shin Sun stopped the truck. Seeing Shin Sun arrive, a group of soldiers quickly raised their guns and approached her. "Get out of the vehicle." A dozen soldiers surrounded Shin Sun's truck, their rifles aimed steadily. Shin Sun frowned and opened the car door. "Step down," a man said firmly, pulling open Shinsun's car door, while several others stood in front of her vehicle. With dark gun barrels pointed at her, Shinsun unbuckled her seatbelt and stepped out of the truck. "Come with us. Someone reported that you are behind the recent disappearances," the man said, still holding his gun. Shinsun lightly twirled a small vine with her fingers. "I did it? Is there any evidence?" In such times, unusual methods were necessary, especially since many had reported her. "Evidence? The missing people all disappeared after coming here for food. Isn't that enough evidence?" The man had a look that suggested he believed this was the truth. "What if I refuse?" Shinsun asked, her expression calm. Several soldiers moved closer, unable to contain themselves.
Roar.
Lai Fu rushed to Shinsun's side, taking an aggressive stance, as if ready to pounce on the soldiers. Several soldiers stepped back in fear. Shinsun did not stop Lai Fu. "Which base are you from?" she asked, noticing their military green vests. The man seemed annoyed by Shinsun's demeanor and did not answer. He signaled, and two soldiers approached with handcuffs. "Lai Fu." Shinsun stepped back to stand beside him. Lai Fu opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth, saliva dripping down. She was no longer the helpless person she once was. "Do you want to go against the B City base?" The man looked at Shinsun, noting her fearless demeanor. Shinsun reached out to stroke the fur on Lai Fu's leg when a modified off-road vehicle sped toward them, screeching to a halt. Qin Ilu stepped out of the car, pulled out his handgun, and fired 2 shots into the air. Everyone was drawn to the sound of the gunfire, calling out, "Major General Qin" and "Team Leader Qin." "You come here," Qin Ilu called to a man. The man glanced at Shinsun before walking over to Qin Ilu and saluting. "Major General. From now on, this area is under my command. You can leave," Qin Ilu said expressionlessly to the man. The man shot a reluctant glance at Shinsun, then replied, "Yes, Major General."
Go.
The man led a group of soldiers away. Once they were far off, Qin Ilu turned to look at Shinsun, and their eyes met, leading to an awkward smile from Qin Ilu. "Ha ha," Qin Ilu chuckled as he walked over to Shinsun. They had seen each other several times by now. "I know you didn't do this, but do you realize how many people reported you at the base? The only way to resolve this right now is for you to come back to the base with me. If you stay there for a few days, your suspicions will clear up. I'm helping you, please trust me," Qin Ilu said seriously. Shinsun turned to him. "A few days?" "3 days. After 3 days, you can leave on your own." The truck was driven away by Qin Ilu's men, and Shinsun sat on Lai Fu with Qin Ilu following behind. Upon entering the B City base, Qin Ilu arranged for Shinsun to stay in the pet housing area. Not interested in the B City base, Shinsun closed the door on the first day and didn't come out all day. Naturally, no one brought food for Shinsun, so he secretly ate biscuits and buns from his backpack. The next day, when Qin Ilu came to see Shinsun, he asked for his truck back and exchanged the food he brought for crystals and a mining device at the base. News of Shinsun being confined at the base spread, and many people were watching, but the number of missing persons continued to rise. By the 3rd day, rumors began to fade, and those who had reported Shinsun became even more desperate. If Shinsun didn't do it, then who did? On the 3rd night, Shinsun confidently walked out of the base with Lai Fu. Some people gathered around Shinsun, their attitudes very friendly. "Hey, are you still exchanging for or tonight?" It had been 4 days, and they had no food left. "No exchanges, not anymore," Shinsun said as he mounted Lai Fu. The truck had also been sold to the base in exchange for crystals. "How can you not change? If you don't, what will we eat?" The older aunt stopped Shinsun. Shinsun sat on the back of Lai Fu, looking down at the people surrounding her. Most of those reporting her were there to exchange for food. "What will we eat?" Shinsun laughed at the crowd. "Lai Fu, let's go." Lai Fu jumped high, and the crowd parted to make way. Shinsun held tightly to the long fur on Lai Fu's neck. Lai Fu moved quickly and soon left the base, heading into the mountains. Sunjia, Zhounan stood at the entrance to the mountains, waving a flashlight as a white figure rushed toward him. Seeing the figure approaching fast, Zhou Nan waved even more vigorously. Sun Jia, it's me, Zhou Nan. In the dark, the flashlight's beam was very noticeable. As it got closer, Shin Sun recognized it was Zhou Nan, who was accompanied by 4 people. Shin Sun tugged Lai Fu, who turned to run toward Zhou Nan. When the white figure finally arrived, Zhou Nan sighed in relief. Lai Fu stopped, staring intently at Zhou Nan. It hadn't eaten meat for 3 days and was eager to go home. Zhou Nan felt a chill from Lai Fu's gaze. Sun Jia, you're back. Shin Sun slid off Lai Fu's back and looked at the people behind Zhou Nan. Zhou Nan introduced the 4 people to Shin Sun. They were some of the ones he had found who discovered the mine, and 2 of them had contacted him directly. However, Shin Sun had been locked in the base for the past few days, so he couldn't get close to her. I have a batch of crystals at the base. Go exchange them, and tomorrow help me get the crystals to the old place. I'll give you half a bag of sweet potatoes once it's done. Zhou Nan excitedly agreed. Shin Sun arranged to meet the 4 in the morning to visit the mine, and they followed Zhou Nan away. After 3 sleepless days at the base, Shin Sun rested on Lai Fu's back. During her time at the base, over 100 people had gone missing, likely related to both bases. Lai Fu howled as they arrived. Shin Sun slid off Lai Fu's back and used her powers to clear a path through the thorny forest. Back at the fortress, Shin Sun activated her powers to grow the thorny forest, which quickly rose to 4 meters around the fortress. The thorns were sharp and long. Shin Sun stopped. Countless vines wrapped in electric wire climbed the outer wall, and Lai Fu dared not approach, waiting by the door for Shin Sun to open it. Wearing gloves, Shin Sun opened the door, and Lai Fu rushed inside first. Turning on the air conditioner, Shin Sun took out Lai Fu's food bowl, filling it with a generous portion of meat and setting a bowl of water beside it. Lai Fu opened its mouth wide and eagerly bit into the meat. Shin Sun noticed its sunken belly. It had been 3 days since Lai Fu had anything but biscuits, and it hadn't even had water to drink. Feeling hungry herself, Shin Sun took a bottle of water from her supplies and drank half of it. She then brought out some homemade meals and sat at the table, eating quickly. For 3 days, it had only been biscuits and steamed buns, and there was always someone watching her, making it difficult to take anything from her backpack. After finishing her meal, Lai Fu lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Shin Sun took a quick shower and then lay down on her bed, finally back in her own space, and fell asleep as soon as she touched the bed. In the morning, after breakfast, Shin Sun took out the off-road vehicle that had been damaged earlier. She removed the torn canopy and replaced it with a new one. After loading the supplies into the vehicle, Shin Sun and Lai Fu headed out. After more than 6 months, without going out during the day, Shin Sun rode on Lai Fu's back as it walked slowly through the forest. She took out sunscreen from her supplies and applied a thick layer to her exposed skin. After that, she put on a heat-resistant suit, wiped the sweat from her cheeks, and popped some ice cubes into her mouth. It was almost noon, and the sun was blazing overhead, making the air feel hot with every breath. The ice cubes melted quickly. When Lai Fu started to run, Shin Sun felt a slight coolness. Once they were out of the forest, she took out the off-road vehicle, with Lai Fu following behind. The windows of the vehicle had been broken, so Shin Sun tore 2 pieces of cloth to cover them. She added ice cubes to the air conditioner fan and placed it on the passenger seat. The fan blew cool air toward Shin Sun as she drove, and Lai Fu easily kept up with her, even when she pressed the gas pedal to the floor. At the base, Zhou Nan had gotten up early and was riding a tricycle. He was at the exchange point, collecting the crystals Shin Sun had left there. There were quite a few crystals, and Zhou Nan made 3 trips back and forth. Shin Sun drove up the mountain, where Zhou Nan's father was waiting halfway up, leaning on a cane under the scorching sun. She turned the vehicle around and parked it to the side. When Zhou Nan's father saw Shin Sun get out of the car, he approached her and said, "Zhou Nan said he would be back soon. He just went home for a bit. Please wait a moment." Waiting with Zhou Nan's father at the halfway point were 4 others from last night, 3 men and 1 woman. When they saw Shin Sun, They all came over. The journey to the base takes quite a while, and Jonan probably won't be back for at least an hour. Shun-sun plans to take a few people to collect from the mine first. Get in the car, Shun-sun said as he got in early to store the air conditioning fan. The four opened the car doors and got in. The back seat of the SUV had been removed long ago. Once inside, the four had no seats and had to hold onto the grab handles and lean against the walls of the car. They started collecting from the nearest mine, with one person sitting in the front passenger seat directing Shun-sun. At the next fork in the road, take the right path. Shun-sun turned the steering wheel and drove down the right path. The base was too far away, and after collecting from the mine, the men wanted to hitch a ride back with Shun-sun. If they had to walk back under the blazing sun, they might get food but not make it back alive. Shun-sun agreed, as he also needed to return to the mountainside to collect crystals. After gathering from 3 mines, Shun-sun followed a woman into the forest. Every so often, he found an empty mine on the ground. Right up ahead, the woman led Shun-sun to a stone wall, pulled aside the straw hiding the mine entrance, and went inside first. Shun-sun followed her. They had collected from 4 mines today, but the first 3 were mostly, while this one had almost half crystals inside. The woman exited the mine first, and Shun-sun informed her how much food her mine could be exchanged for. Excited, she quickened her pace to leave. Shun-sun raised his hand to store the ore. The 3 men outside the car didn't know each other and waited quietly. When Shun-sun returned, they all sighed in relief. It had been just over 2 hours. Shun-sun opened the car door, and the four got in. The return trip was quicker, as Shun-sun pressed the gas pedal to the floor. After more than an hour, Shun-sun drove up the mountainside and took the food belonging to the group off the roof of the car. One of them had rented a hand-pulled cart at the base and promised to help carry the food back, but he wanted a few sweet potatoes as payment. The 4 worked together to push the cart filled with food toward the base. Once they left, Shun-sun picked up the bags of crystals on the ground and loaded them into the car. Jonan's father watched Shun-sun load the crystals, sitting quietly nearby. Jonan had gone on the 3rd trip and hadn't returned. When Shun-sun finished loading the crystal bags, Jonan's father approached with his cane. "Has Jonan not come back yet?" Shun-sun asked. Jonan's father shook his head, looking worried. He was concerned that something might have happened to Jonan. He had to stay here to watch the crystals and couldn't go look for Jonan. It has been over 4 hours, and there is still 1 truck of crystals missing. It shouldn't take this long to get from the base to here, yet Jonan hasn't returned. Shun-sun opened a water bottle and took a sip, feeling a bit better in her dry throat. She took out Jonan's share of the reward, half a bag of sweet potatoes. Jonan's father looked at Shun-sun and said, "I will go to the base to look for him. Please wait." Shun-sun nodded. She wouldn't give out the reward until the last truck of crystals arrived. Jonan's father, leaning on a cane, went down the hill towards the base. Shun-sun got into the car, took out a fan, plugged it into the power bank, and turned it on. She took out some chilled fruit from her supplies and sat in the car eating. Half an hour passed, but Jonan's father still hadn't returned. Shun-sun checked the time. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. Jonan was usually very proactive about food, so it was strange that he was nowhere to be seen when the food was almost ready. More than an hour later, Jonan hadn't come back, but his father did. The man stumbled up to Shun-sun's car, looking anxious, and knocked on the window with urgency. He knocked hard enough that it made a loud sound. Shun-sun quickly put away her milk tea and fruit, opened the car door, and asked what happened. The man, struggling to walk, had lost his cane somewhere and had clearly climbed up from the foot of the hill, with blood on his palms from the effort. "Miss Shun, my son is missing. Please, I beg you to help me find him," he said, his face filled with sorrow and tears in his eyes. He wiped his tears with his rough hands and held onto the open car door tightly, afraid that if he let go, Shun-sun would close the door and leave. He had spent half a year getting to know Shun-sun through his son and understood her temperament. He knew she had the ability to help, and he felt desperate as he couldn't find anyone else to assist him. She was his only hope. Shinsun noticed how tightly he was gripping the door handle, his fingers turning white from the pressure, and she frowned. Zhou Nan was riding a tricycle with crystals on it. Such a large target should have been seen by many people. Shinsun reached out to hold the man's wrist, trying to pry his hand away. Sensing her intention, the man's expression grew even more sorrowful. "Miss Shun, I beg you, please help me find my son," he pleaded, kneeling on the ground with one hand supporting his broken leg, his head knocking against the ground. "Get up," Shinsun said, releasing his wrist. "She still has a cart of crystals with Zhou Nan. If Zhou Nan is missing, where did her crystals go? She traded food for them." The man kept bowing, his forehead bleeding, with stones embedded in his wound, but he seemed unaware. Shinsun showed impatience and used some force to twist the man's wrist. The man cried out in pain, trying to grab Shinsun's left foot. Shinsun quickly sidestepped, and the man hugged nothing. "I ask you, did anyone see him leave the base?" Shinsun squatted down, looking at Zhou Nan's father on the ground. Zhou Nan's father paused, supporting himself with his hands. "Yes, I asked the people at the base entrance. They all said they saw him leave on a tricycle." The man told Shinsun everything about his encounter while looking for Zhou Nan, word for word. Shinsun stood up, deep in thought. Ignoring the man on the ground, Shinsun got into the vehicle and drove down the mountain. Based on Zhou Nan's father's words, Shinsun could guess where Zhou Nan might have gone missing. Lai Fu dashed out from the woods, following Shinsun's vehicle. Driving up a narrow path, Shinsun noticed that due to the recent increase in missing persons, this path had seen little traffic. She stored the vehicle in her space. Lai Fu followed closely behind, licking the sweat from his nose and howling softly, his voice hoarse. Shinsun took out a water basin from her space, filled it with water, and placed it down. Lai Fu buried his head in it to drink. A tricycle emerged from the forest, and Shinsun quickly stored the water basin and took Lai Fu with her. The tricycle looked very familiar. Shinsun recognized it as Zhou Nan's. Looking at the cart, it was completely empty. "No crystals." Shinsun stopped the tricycle. The driver was a woman who, upon seeing someone blocking her way, stepped on the brakes and got out. Without wasting words, Shinsun pulled out her gun and aimed it at the woman. "Where did you get this cart?" The woman looked frightened and raised her hands. I found it behind. It was thrown in the bushes." She had seen it while searching for stones in the forest. It was too good to pass up. "Did you see anything on the cart when you found it?" "With so many crystals, the cart should have been discarded with them." No, when I saw it, there was only this cart, nothing else." The woman kept her hands raised. "Is this cart yours? I don't want it anymore. Can you let me go? Please don't hurt me." The woman's face showed fear. She never expected that picking up a vehicle would cost her life. Shinsun looked at her expression and believed she wasn't lying. It seemed the woman had taken her crystals and also taken Zhou Nan away. Seeing Shinsun put away her gun, the woman hurriedly fled down the path, afraid Shinsun might change her mind and shoot her. The tricycle was also parked by the path. Shinsun released Lai Fu and rode it, heading towards the forest where the woman had come from. Following the tricycle tracks in the woods, Shinsun found the bushes where the tricycle had been discarded. She pushed aside the bushes and discovered several bags of crystals hidden behind them. These were her crystals. Shinsun picked up the crystals hidden in the bushes, 14 bags in total. After pulling out the bags, Shinsun took out her vehicle from her space and loaded the crystals onto it. "Stop. Sister Sun, how did you get here?" Zhou Nan said, holding a dagger. Hearing the familiar voice, Shinsun turned around to see Zhou Nan covered in blood. His arms and thighs were simply bandaged to stop the bleeding. Seeing Zhou Nan, Shinsun quickly connected the dots. The tricycle and crystals must have been hidden by him, but she didn't expect he could escape from those people. "Where's my tricycle?" Zhou Nan asked with a forced smile as he walked down the slope. After searching around and not finding the vehicle, Zhou Nan felt deflated. Losing the tricycle was unfortunate, but as long as Shinsun's goods were safe, it was okay. Once they got the food, they could trade it for another tricycle. As Shin Sun loaded the crystals, she assessed Zhou Nan. Sister Sun, how did you find this place? Zhou Nan asked, his eyes filled with caution. Shin Sun pointed to the tricycle tracks on the ground. Zhou Nan looked at the tire marks, recalling how difficult it was to bring the tricycle up. As the sky darkened, Zhou Nan sat in Shin Sun's vehicle, and the two remained silent in the cabin. The road was bumpy, and Zhou Nan endured the pain in his thigh and arm. Sigh, my tricycle. As they drove down the mountain, Zhou Nan spotted the tricycle parked by the roadside. Wasn't that his vehicle? Shin Sun parked next to it, opened the top of the vehicle, and took out 4 bags of sweet potatoes, placing them on the ground. Today, they received 4 from the mines, and according to the deal between her and Zhou Nan, these were his rightful share. Zhou Nan, enduring the pain in his thigh, lifted the bags onto the tricycle. Shin Sun took out half a bag of sweet potatoes, which was Zhou Nan's reward for helping her move the crystals. The deal was made between her and Zhou Nan. Even if it was Zhou Nan's father, Shin Sun wouldn't give the food to him. Sister Sun, I might not leave the base for a while, Zhou Nan said, gripping the steering wheel with both hands. It's okay, Shin Sun replied, closing the car door. Remembering something, she leaned out the window to tell Zhou Nan that his father might be waiting for him halfway up the mountain. Watching Shin Sun's car drive away, Zhou Nan felt a lingering fear from the day's dangers. In the 6 months he had known Shin Sun, he had learned a lot. He realized he needed to be cautious in everything he did. Today was just a lucky escape. What if he hadn't gotten away? In the over 60-degree weather, Zhou Nan felt a chill down his spine. He drove into the mountains and stored the car in a safe space, while Laifu carried Shin Sun back to the fortress. When they opened the big door, Laifu dashed inside first. Shin Sun closed the door, and darkness fell completely. Earlier, she had been on the road at this time, and it had been a long time since she had gone to bed before dark. After washing up, she wasn't sleepy. Shin Sun sorted the ores and crystals she had collected today and melted the ores in her space. Laifu had eaten too much for dinner and wandered around the planting area before returning, quickly falling asleep with loud snores. Listening to Laifu's thunderous snoring, Shin Sun shaped the freshly melted ore into a door and closed it, enjoying the good soundproofing. After a simple breakfast, Shin Sun opened the basement door, which had 2 levels. The basement was over 10 meters deep, shielding her from the scorching air above. Shin Sun took out the shelves for growing vegetables from her space. She placed them on the first floor of the basement, where there were still many vegetables she had previously grown, with plenty of tomatoes and peppers bearing fruit. She took a basket and picked some vegetables to put inside, then stored the basket back in her space. She opened the door to the adjacent room and placed the extra ores inside. The fortress's defense system had also been repaired, and the remaining ores filled the entire first floor of the basement. Now that the fortress was fully constructed, there were still plenty of ores left, but they were short on crystals. After coming out of the basement, Shin Sun checked the crystal energy device. The vines connected to the crystal energy flickered like breathing, glowing and dimming. Shin Sun examined the vines. This crystal energy could fully support the fortress's power needs. However, if connected, the usage time of the crystal energy would be greatly reduced. Leaving the room, Shin Sun looked toward the planting area, where Laifu lay under the large tree, its tail sweeping the ground. After breakfast, Shin Sun went down to the first floor of the basement and opened the room on the right near the stairs. Shin Sun took out a refrigerator, freezer, and various household appliances from the space and set up a simple kitchen in a room on the lower level. This room is close to the ground, making it easy to ventilate. In another room, he placed a single bed, planning to move down there when the temperature rises again. He filled the refrigerator and freezer, then took out some pomegranate juice from the space, mixed it with ice, making it sweet and tangy. After noon, Shin Sun applied some ointment on his arms and calves. Once he finished, the afternoon sun was not as harsh, so he tidied up and prepared to go out. At the Beast City base, he exchanged for a mining detector. Now, he could no longer trade for crystals with survivors and had to search for them himself. He put on his insulated suit, filled a cup with ice, and inserted a straw. With his backpack on, he didn't plan to drive and called for Laifu. Together, they set out. The forest was filled with dry branches and sunlight filtered through them, creating a warm feeling. The ice in the cup had melted, so Shin Sun added more. As Laifu moved, the ice clinked against the cup. Once out of the forest, Shin Sun unzipped his backpack and took out the mining detector. Standing still, he held the detector and looked in all directions, but the needle showed no movement. "Let's go that way," he pointed to a direction, knowing that there wouldn't be any ore where he lived. Typically, ore and crystals are found in rocky areas, but his valley was all mud, so it was unlikely to have any. Even when digging the foundation, they only found a few pieces. Laifu ran alongside him, licking the sweat off his nose. "That way," Shun Sun said, watching the needle on the detector spin. He had noted the routes of the mines before, and as they approached this area, the needle began to move. Laifu stopped, waiting for Shin Sun to give a clear direction. After 2 minutes, the needle pointed steadily at 11 o'clock. "Let's go," Shin Sun said, putting away the detector, and Laifu started running towards that direction. Due to the recent increase in missing persons, many people were no longer going out alone to search for ore, but were traveling in groups. Laifu ran swiftly over the rocks, and Shin Sun saw several people along the way, walking together in insulated suits. This area of rocky terrain is filled with empty mine tunnels, and many people are carrying ore out from them. Laifu stops with Shin Sun at the edge of the forest, attracting some curious glances, but most people quickly return to their tasks. Shin Sun slides down from Laifu's back, takes out the mining detector, which comes in several types at the base. The one she exchanged for was the best model, and it costs a lot of food. She hopes the detector is worth the price she paid. As Shin Sun moves, the needle on the detector starts to move, indicating that there is something nearby. She walks toward the area with the many mine tunnels. "Excuse me, miss," a man carrying ore approaches. Shin Sun is focused on the detector and looks up at the man, stepping aside to let him pass. The man pauses when he meets Shin Sun's gaze. "Hey, aren't you that woman?" He recognizes her as the woman who often exchanged ore outside the base. Almost everyone at the base has seen her face. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up," the man's companion urges, as they all carry heavy bags of ore. The man quickly walks past Shin Sun, and she moves aside for a few others, standing in front of a mine tunnel indicated by the detector. The tunnel has clearly been excavated before, but the needle on the detector points firmly in this direction. Laifu comes to Shin Sun's side, watching her as she goes inside while he stays at the entrance. The walls of the tunnel have been hollowed out, indicating it was once quite large. Shin Sun walks for about 10 minutes without reaching the end. The further she goes, the darker it becomes, with no light at all. Shin Sun takes out a flashlight from her backpack. With the bright flashlight, she shines it ahead, and at the end of the tunnel, she sees a glimmer of crystals. Excited, she quickly walks over. The walls are covered in crystals, but this is the only spot in the entire tunnel. Not wanting to waste any, Shin Sun collects the crystals into her storage space. As she exits the tunnel, the first thing she sees is Laifu's large head. She puts the flashlight into the pocket of her insulated suit for easy access. Several people nearby are watching her, and when they see her come out of the tunnel, they approach her. If she's not mistaken, the device in her hand is the latest model of the mining detector, which costs a lot of points to exchange for. "I heard that those who exchanged for this mining device at the base never returned empty-handed after going out to find ore. Everyone was too afraid of Laifu and his group to try to snatch it away." When Shin Sun came out, several people rushed to jump into the mine with their bags. Shin Sun glanced over casually, then rode Laifu and headed in a different direction. They hoped to find something she missed, but that was wishful thinking. Due to extensive mining, several nearby hills had been completely hollowed out. Laifu carried Shin Sun as they walked through the area, avoiding the holes in the ground. Looking at the holes, Shin Sun recalled the upcoming earthquake. In her previous life, she lived in Base F around this time and had no idea how severe the earthquake would be. Now, seeing the holes, she had a sense of what was to come. After more than a year of mining, everything seemed normal on the surface, but the ground below was empty. The needle of the mining device began to shake and then stopped at 3 o'clock. Go that way, Shin Sun tugged at Laifu's fur. Laifu changed direction and walked toward that spot. After circling the surface mine, the device stopped and Shin Sun jumped into the mine before her. This mine had also been worked on, and as she went deeper, she took out her flashlight to see some leftover crystals on the rock walls. She stored them in her space and explored the mine with her flashlight, collecting 3 batches of leftover crystals. Afterward, she exited the mine. After circling the surface mine, the device stopped, and Shin Sun jumped into the mine before her. This mine had also been worked on, and as she went deeper, she took out her flashlight to see some leftover crystals on the rock walls. She stored them. She spent the entire afternoon searching for crystals until it started to get dark. Wiping the sweat from her chin, she noticed her face and neck were sticky with sweat, so she quickly wiped them with a wet towel. As darkness fell, the other miners returned to the base, leaving only Shin Sun and Laifu in the vast open space. She took out a water bowl for Laifu and filled it with water. After a long day of thirst, Laifu eagerly drank. Watching him, Shin Sun took out Laifu's dinner from her space and placed it in the bowl. The frozen meat began to thaw in the warm air. She also took out some fried rice, and the two of them sat under a rock for dinner. "What's wrong with your leg?" While eating, Shin Sun noticed a bald patch on Laifu's hind leg. On the inner sides of its 2 hind legs, usually covered by its tail, Shin Sun had never noticed. After eating, Shin Sun let Laifu lie on the ground and shone a flashlight on the bald spot, where all the fur had fallen out. Underneath the fur was pink skin, badly worn, and the other side had scabs and a large scar. Originally, Shin Sun wanted to keep some privacy for the child and left some fur during each grooming, but the hot weather caused an injury instead. Fortunately, it was discovered early. Shin Sun took out scissors to trim the remaining tuft of fur, applied some ointment to the wound, and tough Laifu didn't make a sound. Shin Sun then put Laifu back into the space. It seemed he would have to walk back alone, so he took out the electric bike and rode down a small path. He retrieved an off-road vehicle from the space, filled the gas tank halfway, and climbed inside. Steering with one hand, Shin Sun used his right hand to open a cup lid, added several ice cubes, and took a few sips through a straw. After driving for over an hour, Shin Sun stopped the car and turned off the air conditioning, which was blowing hotter air. He took out a fan from the space and plugged it in. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A tire had burst. Shin Sun pressed the gas pedal, but nothing happened for a while. In the dim light of night, the dry trees on both sides of the path were barely visible, with only the headlights illuminating the area. Shin Sun stored the fan and battery box back in the space and opened the car door to get out. Creaking sounds came from the ground as he stepped down, and he shone the flashlight to see that the ground was covered in pushpins and various other nails. Several had already pierced the soles of his shoes, raising his alertness as he drew his gun. Putting on night vision goggles, Shin Sun looked into the woods and saw dozens of people hiding in the grass. As soon as they saw Shin Sun get out of the car, they all surrounded him, holding rifles and covering their faces with rags. There were over 30 people, both men and women, and no one spoke. They silently surrounded Shin Sun with their guns. The leading man made a gesture, and 6 people approached with ropes, getting closer to Shin Sun. In the quiet night, no one spoke. They all acted silently. Shin Sun scanned the crowd, noticing they were all masked and cautious, indicating they were experienced. They seemed to be worried about being recognized or having their voices heard, suggesting they were from a base. However, it was unclear whether they were from the fire base or the B-City base. The 6 people with ropes moved closer, intending to tie Shin Sun up. He focused on the ropes, which were made from refined minerals. It was almost certain that Shin Sun would make a splash, so the leading man relaxed and lowered his rifle. A vine appeared in Shin Sun's hand, and with a flick of his fingers, it flew into the grass by the roadside, instantly growing and extending branches to entangle a few nearby people.
Ah!
Several people gasped in surprise at the sudden turn of events. Shun Sun controlled the vine to wrap around their necks, and with a snap, the trapped individuals didn't even have time to scream before their necks were broken. How could this thing be here? The crowd began to panic, dodging the vines on the ground while firing their guns. The vine reached in front of Shun Sun, who raised his hand to grip it, activating his ability. The vine expanded, firmly trapping the surroundings and forming a cage, with several people caught inside. Shun Sun turned off the only car light in the dark. Suddenly, everything fell into darkness. He controlled the vine to bind these people, slowly wrapping it around their necks, and a few more lost their breath. Wearing night vision goggles, Shun Sun approached one of the bound individuals, a black dagger appearing in his hand. In the dark, the man was tied up, unable to see anything, even with Shun Sun standing right in front of him. The man struggled, and the rag on his face fell off during the effort, revealing an ordinary face that would go unnoticed in a crowd. Yet this group was active near the base, specifically targeting lone individuals, and now they had set their sights on him. Shun Sun placed the back of the dagger against the man's face, the cold touch causing him to panic, trembling uncontrollably. "Don't kill me, please." The man's unfocused eyes looked ahead in fear as Shun Sun slowly lowered the dagger, pressing the blade against his neck, applying pressure. Feeling the sharp pain in his neck, the man trembled even more, desperately trying to move back, but his body was bound by the vines and unable to move.
Ha! Ha!
The leading man cut through the vines and pulled out a flashlight from his pocket in the dark. A beam of light shone through the darkness, directly hitting Shun Sun's face. Awe. The man was terrified by the sight before him. His companions, bound by the vines, had already lost their lives, blood flowing from their necks, and the woman standing in front of him held a bloodied dagger. The splattered blood covered Shun Sun, leaving spots all over his face. Shun Sun looked at the man, who was shaking the flashlight in fear, causing Shun Sun to squint and raise his right index finger to slide. A vine was controlled by Shun Juan, moving closer to the man, who kept stepping back.
What?
"What are you?" he asked. The people tied to the vine saw the scene unfold before them. The vine wrapped around the man's arms and legs, lifting him off the ground. Shun Juan approached him, saying, "You all know what I am, don't you?" The man widened his eyes at Shun Juan, looking as if he had seen a ghost. This can't be happening." The man's face showed confusion as he looked at Shun Juan, fear evident in his eyes. "Who are you? The genetic experiments have just begun. How could you have powers? It's impossible." Shun Juan moved his fingers, and the vines tightened around the man, completely immobilizing him. With a snap, the vines crushed all his bones. With no breath left, Shun Juan released the vines, revealing the man's eyes filled with unwillingness before he died. Witnessing the leader's death in such a brutal way left the remaining captives in silence, not even begging for mercy. Shun Juan looked at them, took out a chair from his space, and sat down. He moved one of the vines, pulling a woman with short hair to him. She was bound and stared blankly at Shun Juan. Shun Juan set down his cup and took out a dagger, placing the blade against her neck. "Which base are you from?" he asked. Hearing his question, the woman lowered her head, her expression numb. Even with the dagger at her throat, there was no sign of fear in her eyes. Shun Juan pressed the blade against her carotid artery, increasing the pressure slightly, causing her body to tremble. "I'll give you one more chance. Which base are you from?" He pressed down a bit more. A trickle of blood flowed from her neck, dripping onto the ground. "Fire," the woman managed to say in a hoarse voice. Shun Juan moved the dagger, ending her life quickly. In disbelief that Shun Juan would act so suddenly, the woman looked at him with wide eyes before she died. Shun Juan gestured again, pulling another man to him. The man looked at the two bodies on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "Which base are you from?" Shun Juan asked, striking the man's face with the back of the knife. The man struggled, biting down hard on his lip. "Forget it," Shun Sun said, not wanting to waste any more time. He plunged a dagger directly into the man's chest, stabbing him several times. Blood splattered onto his arm and heat-resistant suit. Shin-sun took out a wet wipe from his bag and cleaned the blood off his face. Next, a vine brought another person in front of Shin-sun. This time, the man spoke up without Shin-sun asking. "I'm from Base B." Shin-sun frowned at the man and then asked several others. Some were from the fire base, and some were from Base B. They had no special status. They were all survivors from the bases. Except for the first man he killed, who had some authority, the rest were ordinary people. There were over 30 people, all from 2 different bases, none of whom knew each other. They hid their identities and faces while completing tasks together. Capturing one person could earn them over 50 pounds of food, and they were responsible for the captures while the man handled the communication with higher-ups. Besides the leader, they had no idea what happened to the people they captured. They only knew that each capture meant more food. At first, they might have feared getting caught, but as they succeeded repeatedly and no one came to investigate, everyone grew bolder. It seemed the other side was very cautious. There were survivors from both bases involved. Shin-sun couldn't figure out which base was conducting the experiments.
We
told you everything. Why are you still killing us?" A man said with hatred, his voice coming from the wrapped vines. He desperately tried to pull his hands free from the vines, as if he could drag Shin-sun down with him. The man's hands were crushed by the vines, twisting in an irregular shape. "When did I say I would spare you?" Shin-sun looked at the lifeless bodies around him. They were as despicable as his uncles. Those who sent people to the labs had likely denied them any chance of survival. With so many bodies, Shin-sun controlled the vine roots to dig a large pit in the ground, lifting the bodies and tossing them in. The roots loosened the soil on either side, burying the bodies below. Shin-sun stored the off-road vehicle in his bag. The tires were punctured and no longer usable, and he didn't have a spare tire ready. He took off his shoes and noticed a nail embedded halfway into the sole. He pulled it out and put his shoes back on. Once the vines filled the hole, they extended toward Shin-sun, and he stored them away as well. Taking out the off-road RV, Shin-sun filled the gas tank, opened the door, and got inside. The 2 air conditioners inside the RV were cooling. In the dark night, Shin-sun drove into the forest. On the way back to the fortress, without Laifu, he could only walk. Shin-sun climbed over a small hill along the path, finding himself alone. He took a vine from his space and controlled it to wrap around a dead tree. Shin-sun held the other end of the vine in his right hand, activated his ability, and the vine stretched, lifting him forward. His toes occasionally caught on the dry grass as he controlled the vine to rise higher. After a while, Shin-sun landed, pulling the other end of the vine back to him, wrapping it around the nearby dead tree. He tightly held the vine in his right hand and leaped into the air, flying forward. More than an hour later, Shin-sun stood on a hilltop, overlooking a vast thicket of thorns below. He wrapped the vine around his waist and jumped over the thicket, landing in front of the fortress door. Putting on gloves, he opened the door and let Laifu out. He took out some medicine powder and applied it to Laifu, who settled in front of the air conditioner. Shin-sun turned on the air conditioning. The 4 units in the 2 rooms began to operate. Perhaps due to the new air conditioners, the room cooled down within minutes. Shin-sun scooped half a basin of melted ice water and took a shower, as he had blood on his body and hair. The blood on his thermal suit had already dried, so he took it off. The blood that hadn't been wiped away had stuck under his fingernails. He had lost a lot of time on the way back because of those people, so Shin-sun checked his watch and saw it was already past 11 at night. Before bed, Shin-sun took a pen and marked December 24th on the calendar with a heavy cross. The first half of the calendar was already filled with black crosses. He put the pen away, noticing the next page of the calendar had the words New Year's Eve in red. In just a few days, it would be New Year. Since her parents passed away, she had spent New Year alone and had no expectations for it. Shin-sun casually placed the calendar by her pillow. At the open door, Laifu's large head appeared, breathing evenly. Shin-sun closed her eyes. After breakfast, Shin-sun melted the crystals she received yesterday in her space and took a short break. After lunch, she wrapped the melted crystals around the outer wall of the fortress, continuing from where she had left off before. Almost there, Shinsun raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his neck and took out a chilled watermelon from his face. As he walked back, he ate it. Laifu was resting under a big tree to cool off. When Shinsun passed by, he took out a chilled watermelon for Laifu. Laifu extended his paw into the watermelon, splitting it in half. He licked his paw and opened his mouth to eat one half. Red juice spilled from the side of his mouth, staining his white fur. Laifu licked it. Shinsun opened the basement door, went down the stairs, and placed the vegetables on the shelf in the basement, noticing they had wilted a bit. He used his powers to revive them and took some vegetables in a basket back upstairs. Shinsun opened the freezer and took out frozen corn. After dinner, he went to the highest point of the fortress, took out a lounge chair, and lay down. The sun had set, and a red full moon hung above. Since the apocalypse, he hadn't seen the stars. He popped a fruit ice into his mouth while Laifu held below. Shinsun turned to look, seeing Laifu with his front legs on the stairs, trying to squeeze his head through the stairway. Half of his body was already stuck. Seeing Shinsun above, Laifu wanted to join him. Laifu was stuck at the stairway, unable to go in or out. Shinsun got up from the lounge chair and rubbed his forehead. He put away the chair and controlled the vines to come down from the fortress. Looking at Laifu's awkward position, Shinsun felt speechless. He raised his hand to bring Laifu into his space. Once Laifu saw Shinsun had come down, he ran back to his room and squatted in front of the air conditioner. Shinsun turned on the air conditioner and set up a projector by the bed. He had been busy repairing the fortress for a long time and hadn't had a chance to relax. He took out snacks and various barbecues, then chose a 2-hour movie, planning to sleep right after it ended. Halfway through the movie, Shinsun had already fallen asleep. Laifu opened his eyes and watched the movie until it finished, then closed his eyes. "You're recovering well," Shinsun said, noticing the scabs on Laifu's legs had fallen off, and tiny fur was growing back. It had been a long time since he had gone outside. Seeing Laifu's healthy legs, Shinsun planned to go out tomorrow. After breakfast, he packed some items into his backpack that he could take out in front of others and rode Laifu out the door. It had been a long time since he had been outside. Shinsun looked down at the dead trees in the forest, their bark peeling off from the scorching sun. With weather like this, there was still a year to go. During the recovery period, there was no intense running or jumping. Finally out, Laifu dashed through the forest. Shinsun tightly held onto Laifu's long fur at the back of his neck. After circling the mining area, Shinsun took out the mineral detector. As the needle moved, Shinsun jumped down into the mine. These mines had been previously worked, but after a long time, new minerals could grow back. Shinsun was now collecting the overlooked minerals in these mines. Whether they were ores or crystals, Shinsun didn't pick and just collected everything into the space. After coming out of the mine, Shinsun looked around. Many people had arrived at the mining area. Many were using electric drills to dig into the ground, hoping to find a few pieces. Those without detectors, but with good luck, could discover newly grown minerals in the mines. As Shinsun moved with the detector, the needle began to move again. Bit by bit, throughout the whole morning, Shinsun found quite a few, although it couldn't compare to before. With the sun high at noon, many people found a mine to stay in. Even though Shinsun wore heat-resistant clothing, it was still a bit unbearable. Laifu followed behind Shinsun as she found a large rock. She let Laifu stay below while she entered a mine behind the rock. This mining area was bustling with people. Leaning against the mine entrance, Shinsun took out some food from her backpack, which was an egg pancake she had recently tried to make after watching videos. She had never eaten an egg pancake before, but after tasting her own, Shinsun thought it was quite good. Drinking cold water, she ate 4 egg pancakes while Laifu ate 10. Feeling full and with the sun too strong, Shinsun rested at the entrance of a cave. Not far away, a group of people approached, 4 women and 7 men. 3 of them were carrying bags filled with minerals, and a few walked toward Shinsun. In this mining area, Only a few places had large rocks to block the sun, while other spots were crowded. Here, Shin-sun was alone. The woman in front smiled at Shin-sun, and Laifu raised his body to watch them. Laifu, Shin-sun called, and Laifu lay back down. The group found a shaded spot to sit on Shin-sun's right. The sound of bags hitting the stone wall echoed. Shin-sun opened her water bottle and took a sip, wiping the sweat from her face with a towel. The group took out yellowish flatbreads from their bags, sharing 5 among themselves and enjoying the meal. "Have you seen the doctor from the Cross Society who came recently?" the woman asked, taking a bite of her half-piece of flatbread. "I've never seen him, but I've heard he has special abilities and is great at healing," the man chimed in. "Hey, Chin Chow, weren't you at the clinic last time?"
Did you see him?
the woman asked, looking at Chin Chow's injury from last time. "I did see him, but I didn't see his face. He seemed very young," the man recalled the scene. It was just a quick glance. Over 20 soldiers surrounded that person as he left the clinic, well protected, and all she saw was his profile, very young. Right. You all know my grandmother, right? She works at the clinic. She saw that person last time too. I heard someone got hurt, and that person's identity is quite special. My grandmother said he had been lying in the clinic for a month. He was supposed to die, but after that amazing healer went in, can you believe it? The person who had been lying there for a month just stood up. After the woman finished speaking, she found it hard to believe herself. Her grandmother had told her that the injuries were too severe for that person to stand again. But miraculously, he was not only healed but also full of energy. I heard that too. It seems he was seriously injured. The group discussed excitedly, all talking about that person with special abilities who was great at healing. Shin-sun, listening in, unconsciously straightened up and moved half a meter closer to hear better.
Hey, you all know, right?
My family member got hurt just last month while working in the mine. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here now. I wanted to take him to the clinic, and that day I happened to see the person you mentioned there. My grandmother wanted to ask him for help. But before we could get close, we were stopped. The quiet woman finally spoke up. Remembering that day, she shivered as her grandmother approached the hospital room door. A dozen soldiers pointed their guns at her, surrounding the 3 of them, and they ended up investigating their identities at the base. The matter was left unresolved. The man finished his snack and laughed at the woman's words. "Come on, we're just ordinary people. You really thought he would help you? I have some reliable information. That person is great at healing, but he only treats the leaders," the man said, glancing around. Seeing no one else around, with only Shin-sun's back visible in the distance, he lowered his voice, and I also heard. The person was not willingly staying at the base. Every time he went out, he was followed by at least 20 soldiers to prevent him from escaping. Whenever a high-ranking official was injured at the base, he was called to provide treatment. "Is that true?" a woman asked, looking puzzled, as no high-ranking official had explained anything, and there were many rumors circulating in the base. She thought it was just an unfounded rumor. The group was discussing passionately, seemingly forgetting about Shin-sun on their left, and their voices grew louder. Eventually, another group approached, causing them to quiet down a bit. Shin-sun leaned against the cave entrance, resting his eyes while processing the information he had just received. Being skilled at healing and having guards while going out, wasn't it just like being monitored? Suddenly, Shin-sun's eyes flew open. Could that person be a special ability user? After all, someone who had been bedridden for a month showed improvement as soon as he took action. If this had happened before the apocalypse, Shin-sun would think it was possible. Medical advancements used to solve all kinds of difficult illnesses, but now we were in an apocalypse. If he was a special ability user, everything would make sense. A healing ability user. He had never heard of anyone like that in Base B. Taking out an ice cube to cool his mouth, Shin-sun glanced at the group, wanting to ask them something, but then he rummaged through his backpack. Forget it, he thought. The supplies he brought weren't enough for himself. The shadow of the giant rock gradually tilted, and those hiding beneath it came out. Shin-sun looked up at the slanting sun. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. He took out a mineral detector and followed the needle's direction into the rocky mountain. Behind the mineral area was a stone mountain. It used to be a quarry, but it had been abandoned after the apocalypse. Now, minerals and crystals had emerged from within, and the mountain was gradually being hollowed out. Shun Sun entered the stone mountain with the detector. The needle turned, and Shun Sun moved to the right. Life Fu was still lying under the giant rock, lazily watching Shun Sun disappear into the distance. After yawning, Life Fu wriggled a bit further into the stone crevice until he was pressed against the rock. Watching Shun Sun enter the mountain, a group of about 10 people emerged from the cave's entrance, and the man at the front looked at Shun Sun's bowed head. "Keep up," the man said with a sly smile, and the group followed him, chasing after Shun Sun. The needle finally stopped in front of a large rock, and Shun Sun stood before it, staring at the stone wall ahead. Today is lucky. The mining detector found a cave that has never been mined before, and there is no one around. Shun Sun took out a hammer from her bag and struck the stone wall in front of her. The hammer hit the wall with a sharp sound. After 2 strikes, Shun Sun set her backpack down on the ground. Standing tall, she gripped the hammer tightly and swung it with all her strength against the stone wall. With a loud crash, the wall shattered, and Shun Sun put away the hammer, picked up her backpack, and stepped back several paces. Once the falling stone stopped, she tapped on the wall to ensure it wouldn't suddenly collapse before entering. Inside the broken wall was a naturally formed passage. Shun Sun bent down and walked in, collecting the ore crystals on both sides into her bag. The passage felt much wider now, and she walked further inside. Not long after Shun Sun entered the cave, a group of people appeared at the entrance. "She's inside, go," one of them said. Once they all entered, the last 2 people kindly blocked the entrance with stones and dusted off their hands. "Let's go." The deeper they went, the darker the cave became. Shun Sun collected more ore into her bag and unbuckled her backpack, searching for a flashlight. There was a noise in the passage, and Shun Sun looked toward it. At the corner, she saw a flashlight flickering. 3 seconds later, the person in the passage shone the flashlight on Shun Sun, who was crouched down searching her bag. "Ha ha ha." The man laughed as he waved the flashlight, hidden in the shadows, making it hard for Shun Sun to see his face. As he approached, his excitement grew. The flashlight in his hand flickered weakly, sometimes going out, and in those moments, Shun Sun noticed several people behind him. Staying calm, Shun Sun found a strong flashlight in her bag, stood up, and held her backpack in one hand and the flashlight in the other. She turned on the flashlight and shone it into the passage, revealing several burly men standing there. As the bright light swept over them, a few instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. "Why aren't you moving?" A voice came from behind, and someone pushed the man in front of Shun Sun, causing him to stumble forward. Before she could collect the crystals inside, the group stared at the wall behind Shun Sun, which was filled with ore and crystals. "Haha, I told you following her was a good idea." The 2 approached, seemingly ignoring Shun Sun, and began to take the ore from the rock wall and stuff it into their bags. With just a glance, they recognized the new mining device in Shun Sun's hand, known for never coming back empty-handed. 2 more joined the group, collecting crystals, and 4 of them walked toward Shun Sun, chuckling strangely. The man had dark skin and wore a torn tank top. His exposed skin showed signs of sunburn. Shun Sun looked away. They examined Shun Sun closely and saw she had no weapons. As the man moved closer, he started to take off his shirt, and another had already loosened his belt. The man's pants slipped down, revealing more than intended, while the woman remained alone. "Hey, hurry up, we still have to deal with you." The group collecting ore turned their attention to Shun Sun in the center. "Be quiet." The man pressed his hand between his legs, not daring to look further. During the commotion, Shun Sun's backpack fell to the ground, and a handgun appeared in her hand. She aimed at the man closest to her. With a bang, the bullet fired, hitting the man in the head without a sound of a scream. He fell sideways. "Wow, this woman has a gun," the man thought as he tried to run down the corridor. Shun Sun fired 2 shots at his back. He barely took 3 steps before collapsing, lifeless. Out of bullets, Shun Sun put away her handgun and took out a rifle. Seeing 2 men fall, Those collecting or didn't even grab their bags and ran toward the corridor. The bolder ones pulled out a bloody knife with several nicks and swung it at Shinsun. They had underestimated her, thinking she was just a woman without weapons, but she had a gun. Almost as soon as the man charged with the knife, Shinsun raised her rifle and sprayed bullets in their direction. The sound of bullets hitting flesh echoed, and the knife clattered to the ground. The bullets didn't hit vital areas, but blood flowed from their mouths as they felt their warmth fading. Four bodies lay around her, and Shinsun put away her rifle, picked up her fallen backpack, and stepped over the men. She walked to the bags filled with ore and collected them into her space. As he walked deeper into the mine, Shinsun collected the remaining ore and crystals. Seeing Shinsun moving further inside, the few remaining men, still alive, covered their wounds and swallowed the blood flowing from their mouths. They struggled to crawl toward the exit, leaving trails of blood on the ground. After finishing collecting the ore, Shinsun turned to leave and naturally noticed the men crawling in the passage. The light from his flashlight made them crawl even faster. Taking out a long knife from his backpack, Shinsun struck down on each man he passed, quickly ending their suffering.
Ugh.
A man groaned as he felt a sharp pain in his chest, his breathing slowing until it stopped.
Don't.
As his companions fell behind him, the man at the front pushed himself up with great effort. One hand pressed against his bleeding wound while the other supported him against the stone wall as he moved toward the nearby exit. It seemed that if he could just reach the exit, there might still be a chance of survival. Sweat dripped into his eyes, and blood covered his vision. Darn it! The man looked at the 3 stones piled at the entrance, sunlight streaming through the cracks, shining on his feet. In the narrow passage, Shinsun's knife occasionally scraped against the stone wall, making a scratching sound. The sound echoed in the man's mind, tightening his nerves. Ignoring the pain, he pushed against the stones blocking the exit. The scraping of the knife grew closer behind him, and the man dared not look back, driven by a desperate will to survive. He pushed the first stone aside, letting sunlight in. He reached for the second stone, but suddenly, the long knife pierced through his chest, the tip striking the stone.
Cough.
Blood surged in his throat as he gasped and spat blood. With no strength left to hold himself up, the man collapsed forward. Withdrawing the knife, Shinsun put it away and lifted the stone the man had moved, placing it back to block the exit. Grabbing the man's body, Shinsun walked deeper into the mine, stacking the body in a corner. Leaning against the stone wall, Shinsun took several sips from his water bottle. Sounds came from the entrance as the stones blocking it were pushed aside, crashing to the ground. Shinsun put away his water bottle and walked toward the entrance. A white, fluffy paw reached into the hole, rummaging around and pulling out several stones. "Rai-Fu, move aside," Shinsun said at the entrance. Hearing his master's voice, Rai-Fu stepped back a couple of paces and Shinsun walked out. Ow! Rai-Fu looked into the hole, a strong smell of blood wafting out. After a quick glance, Rai-Fu trotted forward to catch up with Shinsun as they headed down the mountain. Around 6 o'clock, the sun had not fully set, and a group of survivors walked together in the mining area, carrying bags filled with ore toward the base. Shinsun followed behind these survivors, and at the fork between the base and the mountain, he chose to go into the mountains. "Hey, girl, you're going the wrong way. It's this way, come back," a man shouted in a thick accent. With so many people missing lately, the man worried about what might happen if Shinsun left the group. The surrounding survivors moved on in silence. Only the man stopped by the roadside, calling out to Shinsun. Seeing Shinsun not turning back, the man panicked and ran after him, carrying his bag. "I'm telling you, kid." Rai-Fu's large head popped out from the roadside, his eyes warning the man. The man, caught in Rai-Fu's intense gaze, trembled and stepped back. "Rai-Fu," Shinsun called out without turning, and Rai-Fu crawled back slowly. In the night, the man watched the small figure walking alone on the forest path. He opened his mouth to say something but ultimately picked up the bag of ore and left. After distancing themselves from the survivors, Rai-Fu emerged from the forest and walked alongside Shinsun. His fur occasionally brushed against Shinsun's arm. As the warm wind blew, Shinsun took out half a chilled watermelon from his face. Rai Fu opened his mouth, and Shinsun fed it to him. After eating the watermelon, Shinsun took out homemade fruit tea filled with at least half a cup of ice, sipping the cold water. Rai Fu watched eagerly, and after finishing, Shinsun opened the lid and poured the remaining ice into Rai Fu's mouth, saying, "Go ahead, enjoy." Rai Fu's teeth crunched on the ice, and cold water dripped from between his teeth as he licked with his tongue. Shinsun shook the wet washcloth and, after entering the forest, rode on Rai Fu back to the fortress. Finding crystals alone takes a lot of time. After organizing everything, Shinsun lay on the bed and entered a different space. He sorted the crystals he found today from the ore. With the help of a mining device, he managed to collect only a few tons in a day. After melting the crystals, Shinsun exited the space and went to sleep. After breakfast, Shinsun took the melted ore from the space. By the time he finished, it was already noon. He didn't go out again. Instead, he took out his tablet and opened a video tutorial on making pickled vegetables. The weather was hot, and he didn't feel like cooking regular meals. He was eating less every day, so he decided to prepare something appetizing to enjoy slowly. After Lai Fu went out in the morning, he hadn't returned. Shinsun activated the fortress defense system, and two large semicircular structures rose from inside the fortress. With a loud sound, the two structures joined perfectly, protecting the fortress inside. Instead of working in the space, Shinsun directly grew several cabbages, peppers, and various needed seasonings in the planting area. Once the peppers were ready, he ground them into powder and started pickling the vegetables he had grown. While watching the video, he coated everything with the pepper and packed them into two small boxes, making several jars of pickles. The afternoon passed slowly. When the last bit of light disappeared from the sky, Lai Fu returned, but the fortress defense system was still on, preventing him from entering. With a catch in his mouth, Lai Fu ran around the fortress several times, calling out from outside. Hearing Lai Fu, Shinsun pressed the switch to open the defense system, and the door opened automatically for Lai Fu to come in. After Lai Fu entered, Shinsun closed the door and activated the vine electric net on the fortress's outer wall, which crackled with electricity for 3 seconds before stopping. He opened the room where the energy crystals were stored and checked inside, finding plenty of energy left in the triangular devices. He plugged in a high-power air conditioner, cooling the room down completely, then took out a fish grill and caught a 5-pound fish from the small bay. After gutting it and brushing on some sauce, he started grilling. He didn't go out again, and on the 6th day, Shinsun took out the pickled vegetables he had prepared a few days earlier. For dinner, he surprisingly ate 2 bowls. Lai Fu continued his routine of going out early and returning late. When it was time, Shinsun opened the door for him. Time passed quickly, and the new year was approaching. He hadn't gone outside lately, so he was unsure of what was happening out there. He enjoyed his peaceful life in the woods, living freely and happily. The calendar turned a page, and in just 2 days, it would be New Year's. Shinsun took out some red paper from her space and wrote a few New Year wishes to stick on either side of the fortress door. Even alone, one should celebrate the new year properly. Sitting in a lounge chair, Shinsun focused on her space, caught a chicken, and started preparing it. Just then, Lai Fu, who was wandering in the planting area, came running over, making loud noises. Woof! Shinsun opened her eyes and looked at Lai Fu. What's wrong? Lai Fu barked at Shinsun and ran toward the door. Shinsun became alert and did not open the fortress door right away. She swung a vine in her hand, which hooked onto the highest point of the fortress. The vine lifted Shinsun up, and once she was steady on her feet, she took out binoculars to look down at the door. There was nothing outside the fortress door, and Shinsun sighed in relief. She looked toward the thorny forest and saw 2 figures sneaking around outside. It was too far to see clearly, so Shinsun scanned the area. Besides those 2 people, there was no one else outside the thorny forest. Putting away the binoculars, she extended the vine in her hand, gripped it tightly, and descended. Once her feet touched the ground, Shinsun opened the fortress door. Lai Fu hesitated and stayed at the door, watching Shinsun. She closed the door behind her and stepped outside, with Lai Fu closely following her. Shinsun controlled the thorny forest to create a path in the opposite direction of the two figures who were still exploring outside. Once out of the thorny forest, Shinsun climbed onto Lai Fu's back. "Let's go."
Bunya. Bunya.
Zhou Nan walked around the thorny forest, calling out Shinsun's name loudly every few steps. Why is it him? Shinsun thought as she recognized the two familiar figures ahead, Zhou Nan and his father. Sliding off Lai Fu, Shinsun patted his leg, and Lai Fu stayed close to her as they approached the two.
Bunya. Sun.
Zhou Nan froze, seeing Shinsun and Lai Fu appear behind him, his words caught in his throat. "What are you doing here?" Shinsun asked Zhou Nan, surprised that he had found this place, which was quite far from the base. "Sun Jie, you really are here," Zhou Nan said excitedly, glancing at Lai Fu behind Shinsun. He stood still, not daring to approach. Heaven knows how many days Zhou Nan had searched for Shinsun in this forest. Zhou Nan's father approached, leaning on a cane. Though he had difficulty walking, he had been following Zhou Nan in the forest for half a month.
"You
came to find me," Shinsun said, scanning her surroundings before finally focusing on Zhou Nan. "Yes, I came to find you. I didn't know where you lived, so I searched the mountains for half a month. Luckily, I ran into you today," Zhou Nan said with relief. He was about to give up, but he didn't expect to actually find someone here. However, it was too remote. It would take him and his father 2 days to walk out with just their feet. "What do you want from me?" Shinsun turned her body, not looking at Zhou Nan, and placed her hand on Lai Fu's leg, gently untangling the fur. "I just wanted to ask if you are still accepting crystal stones," Zhou Nan said nervously, looking at Shinsun. The food he exchanged with Shinsun before was already gone, and he had been hungry for 2 days. Those living on the outskirts of the base could only eat a bowl of thin porridge a day. There was no food left in the base, and remembering how Shinsun always went into the mountains, he decided to take a chance and look for her. Shinsun paused her grooming and turned to look at him. Zhou Nan's father stood nearby, his weathered face showing the toll of hiding in the mountains for half a month. "Are you still accepting them, Shinsun?" Zhou Nan's eyes were filled with hope. If Shinsun didn't accept them, he and his father would starve to death soon. Too many people had died of hunger on the outskirts of the base recently, especially in the last 2 days when food was scarce. Every time he felt that hunger, the faces of those who died lingered in his mind. Shinsun looked away. She had already decided not to accept crystal stones anymore, but she was surprised that Zhou Nan had found her. "I already told you last time that I won't accept crystal stones anymore," Shinsun said casually, even if they were to starve outside the thorny forest today. Zhou Nan's father hesitated to speak, but remembered how he had begged Shinsun last time without success. He leaned against a nearby tree. Sitting on the ground, Zhou Nan's father looked desperate. "Xiao Nan." Zhou Nan was still processing Shinsun's words. The exhaustion from the past few days had taken a toll on him, and he walked over to his father. The two sat on the ground, saying nothing, saving a bit of energy for the return to the base. Shinsun turned to look at them. "Even though I won't exchange for crystal stones, I have something I want you to do." "I agree," Zhou Nan interrupted eagerly, responding before Shinsun finished speaking. "Xiao Nan." Zhou Nan's father looked at his son with mixed feelings, blaming himself for being useless. After all, Xiao Nan was just a teenager. If his leg hadn't been broken, Xiao Nan could be like other kids. "You don't even know what I want you to do, yet you agreed right away. Aren't you afraid I might ask you to do something terrible?" Shinsun looked at Zhou Nan's shirt, soaked with sweat. He was thin, and his collarbones were deeply visible. I'm not afraid. If you tell me who to hurt, I will," Zhou Nan said, his hair covering his eyes, making it hard for Shinsun to see his expression. "Don't be so nervous. What I want you to do is simple. You just need to keep an eye on a piece of news in the base for me." "Sister Sun, what news?" Zhou Nan looked at Shinsun, feeling a bit lost. I want to know what those with special abilities in Base B are doing and how many people there currently have special abilities. Also, and this is the most important part, I know that news between official bases is shared, so I need you to keep a close watch on City F. You must bring me any news from City F as soon as it happens. Is that clear? Shun Sun finished speaking and looked at Zhou Nan. Time was running out and Little Black would be out soon, but she didn't have any direct news about him. The only thing she knew was that Little Black had appeared in City F. Zhou Nan's father looked at his son with hopeful eyes, relieved that he wasn't really asking Zhou Nan to hurt anyone. Zhou Nan struggled internally. His father might not have understood Shun Sun's words, but he did. Shun Sun was asking him to spy on official news, and if he got caught, he could be executed on the spot. It would be better to be asked to hurt someone. At least he would have some control over that. Spying on official news would mean living in constant fear. I want 3 bags of food each month, Zhou Nan decided. If he got caught, at least he would be well fed until the end. Okay, just wait. Shun Sun agilely jumped onto the back of her leopard, and the two went to a secluded corner. Shun Sun took out 3 bags of food from her space, 2 bags of sweet potatoes and 1 bag of potatoes. She wouldn't give rice or wheat, as the base couldn't provide that much at once. Yes, I understand, Dad. It's fine. Zhou Nan picked up his father's cane that had fallen by the tree. You've grown up, the man said, his eyes slightly red as he took the cane from his son. Since his leg was broken, and with this terrible weather, he had been cared for by his little son, who should be playing at his age. He owed Zhou Nan so much. It's okay, Dad. We'll have food soon, Zhou Nan said, looking at Shun Sun's figure approaching in the distance. Seeing the food, Zhou Nan felt a surge of strength and helped his father up. He stepped forward to take the food from Shun Sun's hands. Sister Sun, you mentioned someone with special abilities. I remembered something. A while ago, a person suddenly appeared at the base. I heard some news about him. He seems to be very good at healing. Many difficult illnesses don't require medicine when he treats them. Even serious injuries can heal by the next day after he treats them. Zhou Nan opened the bag of food and took out 2 sweet potatoes to eat. The man was rumored among the survivors at the base to be extraordinary, with many saying he was a reincarnation of a famous healer, but Zhou Nan didn't believe those tales. Shun Sun nodded. This was similar to what she had heard recently. There's another person I'm not sure about, but there are many rumors about him at the base. He has never shown his face and stays in the inner part of the base. Zhou Nan shared information about the second person with Shun Sun. He was strong, lived in the inner part of the base, and often worked with the military, going on various missions. He liked to flirt with women, and every month, the base would choose a woman for him from the survivors. After all, being with him meant food, so many women were willing to do it. Many women at the base would fight for that opportunity each month. After seeing his father finish eating, Zhou Nan offered him another sweet potato. I'm full, you eat it. Eat more, his father replied. I'll wait for you at the base gate in 4 days, Shun Sun said as she rode away. In the end, neither of them ate more. Watching Shun Sun's figure disappear, Zhou Nan pondered that getting official information wouldn't be easy. The task Shun Sun gave him would require a lot of effort. Zhou Nan's gaze gradually focused on the 3 bags of food. He needed to infiltrate the official ranks to get accurate information. For the sake of those 3 bags of food each month, Zhou Nan decided to give it a try. He broke off a few dry branches in the woods, tied them together with rope to make a simple carrying tool, and placed the 3 bags of food on it. Together with his father, they each pulled a side of the rope to drag the food out. For days, back at the fortress, Shun Sun noticed that the thorny forest had grown another meter under her control. Watching the sun set in the west, the surface of the thorny forest seemed vibrant, but without her abilities, it wouldn't survive more than 3 days. The roots would surely be scorched by the sun. She broke off a section of thorny vine and removed the thorns, which were brittle and had been dried out by the sun. Kneeling down, Shun Sun placed her hands on the ground and activated her powers, instantly reviving the circle of thorny vines outside the fortress. Wiping the sweat from his cheek, Shun Sun pushed open the big door and walked inside. Laifu raised his front paws and placed them on the door, slowly closing both doors. When he reached the planting area, Shun-sun squatted down and took out a knife to cut down a dozen cabbages from the ground. They had finished the pickled vegetables from last time. Although these cabbages were a bit wilted, they were still good to eat. After it got completely dark, Shun-sun activated the fortress defense system. Unfortunately, there was only one energy crystal. If there were another, he could add more weapon slots to the defense system. Once the defense system was activated, a buzzing sound filled the outer walls of the fortress, startling Laifu, who dashed inside. Finding the air conditioning button, Shun-sun turned on the 4 high-power air conditioners in the room. He went down to the first basement level, which had over 40 vegetable racks. He took a basket and picked some vegetables, then went up to the second basement level. Shun-sun opened the kitchen door. Both the first and second floors had been renovated. There were living spaces and storage all set up. After preparing some food, Shun-sun carried a dish and soup upstairs. Laifu lay on the ground, his large head facing the door, watching Shun-sun come up the stairs with food. Laifu's eyes followed Shun-sun as he took out Laifu's food from storage and placed ice cubes in Laifu's bowl. They each enjoyed their own meal. After waking up in the morning, Shun-sun marked an X on the calendar for New Year's Eve. He put couplets on the doors of his room and Laifu's room, planning to have a nice meal today. Shun-sun remembered Lin Xiangrui and Chen Cheng, who had stayed across the hall during last year's extreme cold. On New Year's Eve, they had all run out of food, and she had brought out a bag of flour. Lin Xiangrui made dumplings, and they all enjoyed a hearty meal with spicy sauce. Originally, she wanted to cook something rich, but considering the two were living across the hall, Shun-sun quickly dismissed that idea. Going down to the first basement level, Shun-sun picked vegetables with his basket and took out prepared chicken, duck, fish, and meat to start cooking. The fortress was filled with delicious aromas, and the table was already set with several dishes, making Laifu drool with delight. Laifu squatted by the door, lowering his head with his eyes fixed on the round table, a puddle of drool forming in front of him. Woof! When Shun-sun came up for the third time with food, Laifu joyfully barked because this time, Shun-sun brought out his portion. A whole braised pig's head and several cans of pet food were poured into Laifu's food bowl, along with about 10 eggs that Shun-sun added. The New Year's dinner was exceptionally lavish, with many treats that Laifu usually only got a little of, but this time Shun-sun let it eat as much as it wanted. Laifu watched Shun-sun pour the meat into the bowl, circling around it until Shun-sun stood up with the bucket. Excited, Laifu ran over. Steam rose from the food bowl while the 2 air conditioners kept the room cool, making it comfortable for Laifu to eat heartily. Once everything was ready, Shun-sun sat at the table, looking at the spread of dishes. Picking up chopsticks, Shun-sun enjoyed the meal, and as a result, both Shun-sun and Laifu ended up stuffed. In the forest, a team of 16 was cleaning up the mess, with a few wriggling vines still on the ground. A burly man sat down on a nearby rock, pulled out a sweet potato, and began to munch on it. "Hey, do you smell that? It smells amazing," Hyung said, looking at the others who were busy cleaning up. No one responded, so Hyung put away half of his sweet potato and stashed it in his bag. A few minutes later, 2 people looked up. "There really is a nice smell," they said, their appetite stirred. They pulled out sweet potatoes from their backpacks and started eating. If they guessed correctly, it was the smell of stir-fried dishes wafting through the air. "Captain." The team leader signaled for everyone to spread out and search for the source of the smell in the forest. Hyung watched them search, chuckling to himself. Even if they found it, would anyone invite them to eat? He noticed a vine wriggling at his feet and stomped on it hard, causing it to burst. A warm breeze passed by, and the enticing smell faded away, dissipating completely after a few minutes. The team wandered aimlessly in the forest. "Captain, the smell is gone. Come back." The team regrouped and sat down to rest, munching on sweet potatoes, as if the delicious smell they had sensed was just a figment of their imagination. Hyung slumped against the rock, gazing in a certain direction in the forest. "Hyung, you carry this," the team leader said, looking at a green tree trunk tightly bound with ropes, squatting down to check the knots again. Hyung propped himself up, giving the team leader a half-smile. Yes, Captain. Hee-young effortlessly lifted a tree trunk that required several people to carry, resting it on his shoulder as he walked down the mountain. Everyone follow me, the squad leader said, watching Hee-yang's retreating figure as he picked up a backpack from the ground and hurried after him. A group of over 10 people carried bags and branches, moving down the mountain in a large crowd. As they passed through a thicket of thorns, Hee-young glanced at it briefly before quickly looking away. The tree trunk on his shoulder shifted slightly, and Hee-young pretended to lose his balance, falling to the ground as the trunk slipped to the side. He fell and exclaimed, "Ouch. That hurts so much." "You few, come with me," the squad leader pointed to a few people, and those called followed him. "The rest of you, keep an eye on him," the squad leader said, looking at Hee-young, who was moaning on the ground, his eyes cold. With a clatter, the remaining team members held their rifles, pointing them at Hee-young as if facing a great threat. No one dared to relax, maintaining a steady readiness to fire. The squad leader led the selected few to retrieve the fallen green trunk. This was an important experimental subject. There could be no mistakes. They checked the ropes on the trunk for any damage. "You three, lift that side. You two, follow me on this side." The squad leader bent down first, placing his hands on the trunk. "Okay, let's start. I'll count, and then we lift. 1, 2, 3. They worked together to raise the trunk. Hee-young, lying on the ground, stopped crying out in pain and simply lay there, watching the rifles in their hands with a cold smile. "Get down here," the squad leader shouted to the people on the mountain. They exchanged glances, looking at Hee-young on the ground. "Get up," they hesitated, not daring to approach him without the leader. Hee-young slowly got up, brushing off the dirt on his clothes. "Let's go." One person poked him with a gun. Hee-young turned to glare at him. "What are you looking at? Hurry up." The person, irritated by Hee-yang's gaze, poked him again. Hee-young stumbled slightly but continued forward. 6 people stood at the foot of the mountain, watching as the group approached. As they got closer, the squad leader stepped forward and punched Hee-young in the face. "This is not a base. I suggest you behave," he said, surprising everyone with his sudden aggression. 2 team members stepped in to hold back the leader, who was still ready to strike. "Captain." This punch was nothing to Hee-young. He touched the spot on his cheek where he was hit and noted the appearance of the squad leader. On the way down the mountain, the 6 of them took turns carrying a tree trunk. Hee-young was constantly watched by the squad leader. Every time he turned around, he would meet his gaze. They hurried along and finally made it out of the mountain just as it got dark. "You all rest here. Let him handle the next part," the squad leader said. Under the threat of a gun, Hee-young reluctantly took up the heavy tree trunk. Once he was out of the forest, he looked back at the trees behind him. After washing up, Shin-sun lay on his bed, rubbing his full stomach. He took some digestive tablets from his supplies and felt better after taking 2. It must be due to the mutation. Lai Fu could eat so much without any issues, and now he was sleeping soundly next door, snoring loudly. Shin-sun got up and closed the door connecting to Lai Fu's room, silencing the thunderous snoring. He took out a cooling mat and replaced the one on his bed. The old mat smelled of sweat, so Shin-sun cleaned it and hung it on a branch of the big tree in the fortress to dry. In the morning, Shin-sun grew over 60 large cabbages in the garden and prepared the pickling ingredients, busying himself in the yard. After 3 days of work, he had made quite a bit, filling 6 jars with pickles. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he stored some jars away. An unusual bird flew into the fortress, and Lai Fu was chasing it around. After taking a cold bath in the basin, Shin-sun lay in bed, feeling like he had forgotten something important but couldn't recall what it was. Deciding not to think about it, he fell asleep, knowing he needed to head to base B the next day. The air conditioner hummed, and as Shin-sun slept soundly, Lai Fu lay by the door, closing his eyes as well. In the morning, Shin-sun steamed dumplings and ate over 20 of them. After cleaning up, he got ready to leave. Riding on Lai Fu's back, he poured half a cup of fruit ice into his water bottle. Once the ice melted, he could enjoy some fruit. Lai Fu walked slowly, as if taking a stroll in the woods. Shin Sun scooped up some fruit pulp from the bottom of the cup while sipping cold water through a straw. He wasn't sweating as much anymore, so he gently patted Lai Fu's neck and said, "Let's go," prompting Lai Fu to start running. In less than 3 hours, Lai Fu brought Shin Sun out of the forest. The path was busy with vehicles, some heading to missions and others returning to the base. "We'll go that way." Shin Sun pointed to a nearby hill, which was the previous exchange point. Lai Fu quickly ran up the mountain and slid down from his back. Shin Sun found a shaded spot to sit at the mountainside. Zhou Nan, being so smart, should know I'm waiting for him here. Shin Sun took out a folding stool and leaned against a tree to rest. She initially wanted to find a rock, but the stones were too hot to sit on. She waited until almost noon when Zhou Nan finally arrived. Not seeing Shin Sun, he sat down on the mountainside to wait. Just as he was settling in, he heard a noise behind him. Turning around, he saw Shin Sun pushing aside some weeds. "Sister Sun, when did you get here?" Zhou Nan straightened up and helped clear the weeds, allowing Shin Sun to walk out. "Sister Sun, why didn't I see you earlier?" Shin Sun pointed to the folding stool behind the tree, where Lai Fu was resting in the shade. Zhou Nan glanced at it and then looked away. "Do you have any news?" Shin Sun walked over to Zhou Nan, and they looked around before deciding to return to the shaded spot to talk. The midday sun was too strong. Shin Sun sat on the folding stool and took a sip from her water bottle. Zhou Nan watched her drink, feeling parched himself since he hadn't had water in a long time. Noticing Zhou Nan's gaze, Shin Sun closed her water bottle and put it back in her backpack, waiting for him to continue. "Yes, I have news. Sister Sun, do you remember the person with special abilities I told you about last time?" Shin Sun nodded.
Go on.
"I found out his name is Hyang. He was from the fire base, but for some reason he suddenly came to the B City base. I also learned that a couple of days ago, he went into the mountains with a team for a mission. On the way back, the team leader and one member died along the way. Because of this, Hyang has been held in the inner layer of the base and hasn't been heard from for 2 days. Recently, it's also time for him to choose a bride. He hasn't come out, and the women in the base are getting anxious." Shin Sun assessed Zhou Nan, surprised that he had managed to find out even the name. Feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze, Zhou Nan chuckled awkwardly. "Sister Sun, why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing." Shin Sun leaned against the tree, her eyes slightly downcast. Zhou Nan couldn't tell if Shin Sun was satisfied with the information he provided. He cautiously continued, "I also got another piece of news. There's someone with special abilities within the military."
Oh.
Shin Sun's tone unconsciously lingered, not letting Zhou Nan notice her slip. Shin Sun kept her gaze fixed on one spot. "I only have limited information right now. The person with special abilities in the military is very well protected. I don't know if they are male or female or their name. But if you give me some time, I will definitely bring you more news next time." The more Zhou Nan tried to get involved with these matters, the more anxious he became. The task Shin Sun gave him felt like opening a door. The deeper he went, the more curious he became. He realized he could uncover the unknown without Shin Sun needing to say anything more. However, the more he learned, the more dangerous it became. Zhou Nan's face showed fear, but his eyes held no trace of it. Shin Sun noticed the unusual spark in his eyes, but maintained her calm demeanor. They discussed for a while, with Zhou Nan doing most of the talking, while Shin Sun listened quietly. Zhou Nan suspected there was some connection between the high-ranking officials in Base B and the fire base, but it was just a guess without solid evidence. Shin Sun acted as a good listener, occasionally responding. "By the way, Sister Sun, there are a few people with special abilities at the fire base. I used to know one of them, but the key is that he didn't have any special abilities before. If it were someone else suddenly becoming so powerful, Zhou Nan might believe it, but he had seen that person at the fire base a few times, and he used to be timid. You should go back. We'll meet here in 7 days." After hearing the news, there was nothing more Shin Sun wanted to know. It was all just Zhou Nan complaining. Riding away on the motorcycle, Shin Sun left without looking back. "Goodbye, Sister Sun," Zhou Nan said, watching her figure disappear, his smile fading. His intuition told him that Shinsun was very dangerous, but to survive in this post-apocalyptic world for 2 years, he had already seen through many things. Riding the motorcycle, Shinsun sped through the forest until she vanished at the end of the road. Zhounan picked up a stick from the ground and hit the grass beside his feet as he made his way down the mountain. Once in the forest, Shinsun slid off the motorcycle and walked into the woods. As she walked, she pondered Zhounan's earlier words about Hyang also being an ability user, but aside from being a bit stronger, she couldn't figure out what kind of ability Hyang had. After all ability users had considerable strength. The genetic serum altered human genes, reshaping them to push the limits of the human body. But gene treatments are selective. Not just anyone can receive the injection. Until they are perfected, these individuals can only be considered failures. There was a rustling in the grass, and Shinsun stopped. Life Fu dashed into the dry grass with a bark. A small snake with red stripes darted out of the grass, moving quickly toward Shinsun, leaving only a red and black blur in its wake. A hook appeared in Shinsun's hand, and he struck down hard at the approaching snake. With a thud, the snake was knocked out on the ground. Using all his strength, the small snake fell limply. Shinsun hooked the snake's body and lifted it to his face, noticing the sharp red and black scales. Even his hook left no mark on the snake. It was a good find. He put away the hook and took out a dagger made of crystal from his space. He firmly held the snake by its midsection and plunged the dagger into it. The snake woke up in pain, wrapping its tail tightly around Shinsun's arm. Life Fu jumped beside Shinsun, eyeing the snake in his master's hand, eager to eat. The tail tightened around Shinsun's arm, leaving a mark with the snake's scales. "Let's go," he said, putting away the dagger and tightly holding the snake's mouth to prevent it from escaping. As the snake struggled, Shinsun and Life Fu walked into the forest. Eventually, the snake's tail around his arm grew limp, and Shinsun released his grip on its head. The dagger appeared in his hand again, and Shinsun swiftly cut off the snake's head and tossed it into Life Fu's mouth, who gulped it down. Though the snake looked small, its transformation was comparable to that of the Spider King, and Life Fu surely found it tempting. He used the dagger to carefully peel off the snake's skin, which was over a meter long, with alternating red and black stripes. Even in the warm weather, the skin felt cool to the touch. He divided it into 4 pieces for making wrist and knee guards, scraping off the remaining meat. Shinsun mounted Life Fu and stored the snake's skin in his space. He then focused on retrieving the sheepskin he had previously removed, which was soft and fit nicely against his skin. He sewed the snake's skin and sheepskin together to create the guards, which he put on. The coolness of the snake's skin at the joints felt very comfortable. Life Fu chewed on the snake meat, the tail hanging from his mouth swaying as he moved. With just over an hour left to reach the fortress, Shinsun looked around at the dry yellow grass and bare tree trunks in the forest. He had walked this path countless times. Looking up at the mountain he was about to climb, he thought that in half an hour, he would be home. Upon entering the fortress through the main gate, Shinsun immediately spotted the large green tree in the center. Among the surrounding hills, this unique plant was a rare splash of green. The leaves at the top of the tree had turned yellow. Shinsun took a chicken from his storage and tossed it at the base of the tree. 4 roots quickly emerged from the ground, piercing into the chicken, which squawked in distress. The chicken's blood dripped onto the roots, and more roots pulled it down into the ground, covering it with soil as if nothing had happened. After absorbing the chicken's blood, the yellow leaves at the top of the tree gradually turned a fresh green, swaying in the wind. Life Fu sniffed the faint scent of blood in the air and began to dig in the soil around the tree. Shinsun pretended not to see and took down the mat hanging from the tree, carrying it inside. The air conditioner had been on for over 10 minutes, and the room felt cool. He had prepared a set of fitness equipment, so Shinsun took out the ones he used most often from his storage. He set up the equipment in the corner of the room. With the air conditioning on, it wasn't too hot, and Shinsun strapped on some weights to start exercising, having not worked out in a long time. He gradually increased the weight until he could no longer bear it, then stopped. Life Fu lay by the door, watching as Shunsun switched between different pieces of equipment. He continued exercising until it was completely dark outside, finally collapsing onto the equipment, feeling more relaxed than he had in a long time. His tense muscles, after the intense workout, returned to their former state. Standing up from the equipment, Shunsun noticed a puddle of sweat on the floor. He opened a water bottle nearby and gulped down half of it. After such intense training, hunger set in, and his stomach growled. Shunsun opened the door to the lower level. In the kitchen, he took a fish from his storage, killed it, and added a seasoning packet for sour fish soup before placing the cleaned fish into a pot. As the seasoning boiled, a delicious aroma filled the fortress, and he couldn't imagine what it would be like at the base. He set aside some soup and fish for Lai Fu, mixing it with some meat for both of them to enjoy. In the following time, Shunsun took out extra minerals and divided the planting area into several sections. In the past, the planting area was just a handful of soil where anything could be planted directly. Now, a half-meter-high fence made from refined ore was set up by Shunsun, enclosing the planting area piece by piece. She left several pathways in between and didn't prepare everything in advance. Instead, she worked on it herself for over a week. Wiping the sweat from her eyes, Shunsun used a broom to sweep the dirt from the pathways into the fenced area. After finishing, she took out the prepared barrier and blocked the opening at the bottom of the pathway, while Lai Fu pressed down on the other end of the barrier with his legs. Once Shunsun secured it, he removed his legs. After taking a sip of water from her cup, Shunsun stood outside the planting area, looking at the neatly divided vegetable gardens with satisfaction. In 2 lifetimes, time can feel both long and short. Long ago, she didn't even know how to plant vegetables, loosen soil, or cook. She was just a wealthy young lady waiting to be taken care of. Sitting casually on a fence by the vegetable garden, Shunsun closed her water cup. Remembering her past life with her uncle and second uncle's family during the apocalypse, she closed her eyes and sighed, realizing they were no longer in her life. Their lives must be even harder now, but it was a pity she couldn't see their suffering firsthand. Lai Fu stood by the door, holding his large food bowl in his mouth, making a clinking sound as it bumped against the floor. Shunsun snapped back to reality, picked up the broom and shovel that had fallen to the side, and didn't want to make another trip. She stored the other tools in her space, washed the thick dirt off her hands, and began preparing dinner. Dinner was exceptionally lavish, with over 20 steamed crabs, lobsters, and various seafood. Lai Fu chewed eagerly, even crunching the shells as he enjoyed his meal. After cleaning up, Shunsun went to the planting area and took out labels to write on chili peppers, sweet potatoes, eggplants, tomatoes, strawberries. She had every kind. Once finished, she stored the labels in her space and walked along the pathways, inserting the labeled signs into the soil. Yawning, Shunsun quickened her pace to place the remaining labels. After finishing, she lay down on her bed, and the exercise equipment by the window cast long shadows in the moonlight. Turning to look at Lai Fu, who was sleeping in the next room, she remembered that he had fallen asleep while she was labeling the plants. Closing her eyes, Shunsun soon drifted off to sleep. Around 8 in the morning, Shunsun got out of bed and checked her watch by the pillow. It was a little past 8:40. There isn't much time left. Today is the 7th day. I need to go out to the mountains soon, so I quickly prepared some food. Lai Fu carried Shunsun out the door. Riding on Lai Fu's back, Shunsun took out her thermal suit from her space and put it on. She also applied some ointment. In just a few minutes, it would be 10 o'clock. I must reach my destination before noon. Otherwise, the sun will be too strong for both Lai Fu and me to handle. The ice in my cup has melted, and the sunlight is getting stronger. Shunsun took out a washcloth and wrapped the ice in it. Holding one end tightly, she rubbed the wrapped ice on her face and neck. The cool sensation made her feel a bit better. Lai Fu drooled, and Shunsun focused on her space, taking out 2 ice blocks and cutting them into long strips the size of her arm. Lai Fu, Shunsun said as she took out the long ice strips and bent down to place one by Lai Fu's mouth. Lai Fu tilted his head and bit into the ice strip. Soon, they left the forest and Lai Fu slowed down, so Shin Sun gave him another ice strip. As they got closer to the base, there were more survivors on the road. Shin Sun rode on Laifu's back, passing between the vehicles. "Look over there." "No, it's this way." A man in a car nudged his companion, both of them staring at a leopard climbing the hill. "You missed it. I told you there was a woman sitting on that leopard and she looked pretty good." The man leaned in. "A woman? You must be mistaken. You just want to see a woman." His companion didn't believe him. It's rare to see women at the base now, and who would dare to go out alone to complete tasks? They must be looking for trouble. "Let's go, let's go." The man urged his companion to hurry back to the base, shaking his wet shirt. Sweat had soaked through his shirt, and his pants were damp where they met the seat. After giving Laifu another ice strip, Shin Sun slid off his back. Sunjia, I'm over here." Zhou Nand wiped the sweat from his face as he stepped out from behind a tree. Laifu had a piece of ice sticking out of his mouth, which Shin Sun had given him. The two of them went to the big tree where they had talked last time, which provided some shade. It was still very hot. Shin Sun took out a folding stool from her backpack. After setting up the stool, Shin Sun sat down while Zhou Nen gathered some dry grass to sit on. Shin Sun noticed the marks on the grass where someone had sat before. Zhou Nan must have been there for a while. She took a sip of the icy water from her cup, which had a straw and ice at the bottom. The heat had eased a bit, and Zhou Nan was chatting about many recent events at the base. Seeing that the break was almost over, Shin Sun asked him to get to the main points. After talking for a while, Zhou Nan felt a bit thirsty, swallowed, and got to the point. "Sister Sun, do you remember the person with special abilities that the military has been hiding?" Shin Sun nodded. This was indeed her main concern. "I found out it's a woman, and she has a significant background. Her father is a high-ranking official at the base." "What are her special abilities?" Shin Sun interrupted, eager to know.
"Well,
"I couldn't find out. She is very well protected. Rather than being protected, I feel she is more like a prisoner." "Tell me more," Shin Sun said, surprised by Zhou Nan's insight for someone his age. To gather information, I sneaked into the inner part of the base. A few days ago, I passed by her living area and saw her room. There were many soldiers guarding it, all armed. Every hour, several people in blue uniforms would bring boxes inside. Not long after they entered, I heard screams from the room that lasted for half an hour. After Zhou Nan finished speaking, he looked at Shin Sun, hoping she would understand that getting this information was not easy for him. Shin Sun noticed his intent. "Is there more?" Zhou Nan swallowed again. "Hyung has been locked up and hasn't been released. Last time, he killed the team leader and a member during a mission. Last night, Hyung was seriously injured in detention, and the high-ranking officials called in a skilled doctor to treat him. So far, the person who hurt Hyung hasn't been found." Zhou Nan watched Shin Sun's expression closely. "Sister Sun, why do you want me to find out this information?" Zhou Nan asked cautiously. Shin Sun looked at him. "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Just focus on what you need to do, and I won't shortchange you on what you deserve." "Okay, I'll do my best," Zhou Nan replied, looking away, unable to find any cracks in Shin Sun's demeanor. After spending so much time together, Zhou Nan grew more curious about Shin Sun's identity. It seemed like she knew many things. Even when he first uncovered this information, he was surprised, but when he shared it with Shin Sun, he didn't see the same reaction on her face, which he found hard to understand. Her reaction was very calm, but after spending so much time together, it was clear that there were no other expressions on Shin Sun's face. "Is there any news from City F?" Shin Sun wiped the sweat from the corner of her eye. "Yes, there's a privately established base in City F, and it's quite large. A few days ago, the City F base contacted the City B base. Do you know why? I heard some things. It seems that the City F base has run out of food, and many survivors have starved. They have asked several official bases for help. The City B base received their distress signal." Zhou Nan recalled what he had heard that day and told Shin Sun exactly. Shin Sun pondered. The timing matched perfectly. It was now the third year of the apocalypse, and the private base in City F had completely run out of supplies. In her past life, It was around this time that the person in charge of the City F base was desperately searching for news from official bases, hoping to make contact. In the end, they never reached an official base and were instead swallowed up by a smaller neighboring base. Those people had food, weapons, and farming facilities. The survivors thought they had found hope, but it turned out to be another round of hell. Human experiments, genetic drugs, came one after another, and to survive, she was sent in.
Sunjia.
Sunjia. Zhou called Shin-sun several times. She looked up and met his gaze. Sunjia, why are you looking at me like that? Zhou felt the intense gaze from Shin-sun and took 2 steps back, falling to the ground. Shin-sun reached out her right hand to help him, but Zhou stepped back again, saying, I can get up by myself. Shin-sun withdrew her hand and sat back down in the folding chair. The midday sun grew stronger, and the two sat in the shade, talking for over an hour. Zhou shared how difficult it was to gather information at the base. Many places were using food as currency, and he had very little left. He hoped Shin-sun could give him some more. He didn't need much for himself, mainly to build connections with the inner circle of the base. He had already used quite a bit. Shin-sun opened her water bottle and took a sip, considering Zhou-nan's words. As an ordinary person, it was indeed challenging for him to gather this information. Using food to buy information was currently his safest method, but if he suddenly got access to inner circle news, Shin-sun would have to be cautious of him. I can only give you 1 more bag of sweet potatoes, Shin-sun said firmly. A bag is enough. Zhou-nan thought of the bag of sweet potatoes he spent, and it was worth it. The two chatted for a while longer, and when the sun was past noon, they went down the mountain together. Lai Fu followed behind, and Zhou-nan occasionally turned to look at him. The ground began to shake.
Bunya.
Zhou-nan lost his balance and fell to the ground, almost rolling down the mountain. In a panic, Zhou-nan grabbed the dry grass nearby, his fingers digging into the roots, holding on tightly. Ow! Lai Fu suddenly pounced on Shin-sun, protecting her with his body. The shaking lasted for 5 minutes, but it was just a tremor that made people unsteady. Pushing Lai Fu's paws aside, Shin-sun got up from the ground. She took out her watch and checked the time. 2:30 in the afternoon, with more than 5 hours until the earthquake. At Lai Fu's speed, they could reach the fortress in just over 4 hours. She had been busy with the planting area lately and had forgotten about the earthquake after the New Year. Putting away her watch, Shin-sun thought to herself, I knew I had forgotten something. Zhou-nan got up from the ground, said goodbye to Shin-sun, and hurried towards the base. 7 days later, back here, Shin-sun wanted to say more, but Zhou-nan had already disappeared. She climbed onto Lai Fu's back, and he quickened his pace towards the forest. Lai Fu, go faster, Shin-sun urged, watching the trees blur past them. Lai Fu ran faster, and in the woods, only a white shadow flashed by. The ground shook again, this time more violently than before. Lai Fu held onto a nearby dry branch tightly. Shin-sun wrapped her arms around Lai Fu's neck, and when the shaking stopped, he started running again. Half an hour later, the ground shook once more. Releasing vines from her space, Shin-sun anchored them deep into the ground, wrapping them around Lai Fu and herself. The shaking lasted longer, and as the vines coiled around her, she watched the dust on the ground bounce up and down with the tremors. Small stones from the mountain top rolled down with the shaking, and several rocks were heading towards where Shin-sun and Lai Fu had just been lying. Her powers activated instantly. The vines lifted them into the air, just as large stones rolled down from the spot they had occupied. When the shaking stopped, hurry! Shin-sun urged as she climbed back onto Lai Fu. He seemed even more anxious than her, heading towards the fortress. They were moving faster than before, and as they ran, Lai Fu howled, with responses echoing through the forest.
Ow!
For hours later, they finally arrived at the fortress. Shin-sun opened the door, and Lai Fu quickly darted inside, hiding in its room. The shaking started again, but the fortress was exceptionally sturdy, and the vibrations did not affect it at all. To be safe, Shin-sun stored all the electrical appliances from the first floor and basement into his space. He remembered the room full of gym equipment in Tianfu. If any of these appliances broke during the shaking, it would be a big loss. After putting everything he could into the space, Shunsun stood in the center of the fortress for a moment, feeling that it was very safe inside. His hard work collecting ores and crystals was not in vain. The shaking lasted for over 10 minutes before it finally stopped, and there was no sign of disturbance inside the fortress. Laifu crouched in its room, watching Shinsun stand under the big tree, howling in a way that Shinsun had never heard before. "Stop howling. I'm not dead yet," Shinsun shouted at it. Laifu wagged its tail and cautiously stepped out of the room. It ran to Shinsun's side, biting the corner of his clothes and trying to pull him back inside. In its mind, the fortress was very strong. Even its claws only left faint marks, and hiding inside was the safest option. As Shinsun and Laifu tugged at each other, the shaking began again, but this time it was not just simple vibrations. A rumbling sound came from the ground. The booming noise was like thunder, making it hard to bear, and Shinsun's heartbeat began to sync with the rumbling, echoing in everyone's ears. It felt like the heartbeat of the earth. With each pulse, the ground cracked, creating fissures up to 3 meters wide. The earthquake had begun.
Crack.
Crack. Outside the fortress, a fissure split the mountain in two, and the ground shook violently. Shunsun tightly gripped the railing, his body bouncing up and down with the tremors. A vine shot out from his hand, one end securely wrapping around the railing. The other end was tied to Shinsun, and as he regained his senses from the intense shaking, his pale face felt a bit better. Laifu couldn't find anything stable to hold onto, and its body bounced around the room, letting out a wailing sound that nearly pierced Shinsun's eardrums. With a swift motion, Shinsun sent a vine flying towards Laifu, wrapping it around the creature. Both Shinsun and Laifu were lifted into the air by the vine. With a loud boom, the mountainside cracked open, and the fortress tilted to one side. Shinsun's body leaned to the right, but fortunately, the vine was still wrapped around him. Laifu's limbs flailed in the air, unsure of the situation outside, until the vibrations from the vines on his body stopped. Shinsun controlled the vines wrapped around her and let go. The fortress had tilted, and as her feet touched the ground, she quickly grabbed the handrail on the wall. She walked steadily toward the main door, pushed it open, and was met with a scene of chaos. The ground had cracked open in several places, with gaps 3 meters wide, leading into a bottomless darkness. There was also a crack beneath the fortress, wider than the others, causing half of it to tilt downwards. Shinsun looked at the destroyed pit, which she had spent 2 weeks digging. Now she would have to find another place. She stored the fortress in her space and jumped into the pit below. There was a large gap at the edge of the pit, and she took out a strong flashlight to shine down. The dark abyss below absorbed the light, revealing nothing. Shinsun then retrieved the batch of vines she had previously cultivated. Using her powers, she filled the gap at the bottom of the pit with the vines. Once everything was ready, she took the fortress out again. The fortress was no longer tilted. Laifu dashed out of the room and ran to the door, looking for Shinsun. It was completely dark outside. Shinsun closed the fortress door. There would still be aftershocks, but the fortress was sturdy enough that they were hardly noticeable. Her stomach growled. She had stored her kitchen appliances and refrigerator in her space, so she took out some home-cooked meals. There were 3 dishes and a soup, all steaming hot, as if just cooked. Laifu found his bowl in the corner and placed it by Shinsun's feet. She took out some frozen meat and put it in his bowl. Having just experienced an earthquake, Laifu wasn't very hungry and left half of the food uneaten. Shinsun stored the leftover half in her space, knowing that at the current temperature, the meat would spoil in just a couple of hours. After going through 2 earthquakes, Shinsun was mentally prepared and finished all the food on the table. The fortress shook slightly from the aftershocks, likely to continue throughout the night. Without washing up, she lay down on the bed. As the fortress swayed, Shinsun fell asleep. Laifu, however, stayed awake, opening his eyes at every little vibration. Just before dawn, when the shaking stopped, Lai Fu finally fell asleep. After breakfast, Shun-sun looked at Lai Fu snoring loudly in the room and placed a few boiled eggs and some dried fish in his bowl. She opened the door and stepped outside. She hadn't seen it clearly last night, but the thorny forest had collapsed halfway due to the earthquake. Several large cracks surrounded the fortress, with several leading directly underground. No wonder the fortress was tilting and sinking into the ground. Without the cover of the thorny forest, the fortress would soon be discovered by survivors entering the mountains. Shun-sun walked around the thorny forest. It was time to move. This place was no longer suitable for hiding. The earthquake had caused several large fissures in the thorny forest. Through the cracks, the fortress was clearly visible, and it was no longer safe here. Green light points floated from his fingertips as Shun-sun encouraged the thorny forest to grow thicker, covering the open cracks. Although he needed to find a new location, this place could still provide some shelter for a while. The midday sun was too harsh, so Shun-sun returned to the fortress, activated the crystal energy, and brought out the air conditioning unit. The bowl was empty, clearly indicating that someone had eaten and gone back to sleep. Resting in a lounge chair, Shun-sun could imagine the dire situation at Base B City. Besides the inner buildings made of ore and crystal, the outer houses made of dirt and bricks had likely collapsed. He stuffed ice cubes into his mouth and set up 2 air conditioning fans to blow cool air. Inside the medical facility of Base B City. Where is Guan GMO? Hurry and find him. Can't you see that Major General Su is in critical condition? A man shouted angrily, exhausted from a night of rescue efforts. His face and body were covered in dirt, and the calluses on his hands had been worn down, dirt seeping into the broken skin. He seemed to feel no pain as he placed Major General Su on a makeshift. He stuffed ice cubes into his mouth and set up 2 air conditioning fans to blow cool air. Inside the medical facility of Base B City. Where is Guan GMO? Sweat dripped into his eyes, but he didn't have time to wipe it away. On the few intact beds, several more seriously injured survivors lay. They had lost limbs in the earthquake, and under the thin sheets, only their torsos were visible. If it weren't for the rising and falling of their chests, many would think they were already dead. Mr. Guan has gone to help another injured person. There are also several critical cases there. Let me check on Major General Su, a nurse said, stepping away from her duties to kneel beside the man and examine Major General Su. Without Guan GMO, what can you do? Go find a doctor and don't waste time. The man urged, frustrated. There's no one left. They are all busy, the nurse replied, feeling helpless, knowing that Major General Su could not afford to be in danger. However, the few doctors in the clinic are busy performing surgeries on survivors and cannot attend to Major Su at all. Life is precious, so the nurse quickly grabs her tools and begins to check on the unconscious Major Su. Watching her professional technique, the man holds back his words. Major Su is fine. He is just exhausted. Let him rest here for now. The nurse wipes the sweat from her forehead and gives the man a reassuring smile. Joining the busy team, the nurse checks each survivor's wounds at their bedsides. When the man wakes up from his coma, he instinctively tries to sit up. His broken arm presses against the bed, causing him pain. What happened to my arm? He raises his injured arm to his eyes, but the sudden movement causes the stitched wound to reopen. Blood soaks through the white bandage. He tries to stand but feels nothing in his right leg. Where is my leg? Enduring the sharp pain in his arm, the man struggles to lift himself from the bed. As he does, the thin sheet slips from his chest. A tear falls from his eye, blurring his vision. He looks at his bandaged leg and arm, trembling uncontrollably in this harsh world where food is scarce. With such severe injuries, even if he heals, surviving in this environment will be difficult. Despair fills his heart, and his eyes reflect hopelessness. The nurse passes by with a treatment tray, and the man's gaze falls on it, spotting several blood-stained surgical tools. Fixated on the surgical knives, he pushes himself up and stands. As the nurse approaches, he rushes toward her. The treatment tray crashes to the ground, scattering the bloody instruments in the corner. The nurse is pushed and falls to the floor. Seeing the fallen surgical knife beside him, the man grabs it with his remaining limbs and tries to harm himself. No, put it down. After the apocalypse, the nurse has seen too many people like this, and she reacts instantly. Ignoring the man's injuries, she forcefully takes the knife from him. Calm down. Think about your child, your parents, your wife. Her words only deepen his despair. With bloodshot eyes, he looks at the nurse. Let me die. Living like this is no different from being dead. The people around silently watched the man's scene, as if they were watching themselves. The nurse took the opportunity to give the man a sedative, and he fell into a deep sleep. A few survivors helped to move him to a bed to rest. Soft sobs echoed in the metal shed, intermittent and quiet. Stop crying. It's so noisy, the man said, disturbed, feeling pain from his wounds. A little girl in the next bed had been crying, which made him feel uneasy. The girl stopped sobbing and sat on the floor, watching over the woman in the bed. In a closed medical room, there was a luxurious bed with a man who had graying hair lying on it. With a creak, the door opened, and 4 armed soldiers brought a man into the room. One soldier stepped forward and offered a chair, saying, "Mr. Guan, please sit." Guan Gmo looked at the man on the bed and moved the chair closer. "Mr. Guan, have some water," one person said, pouring a clear glass of water for him. Guan Gmo took the cup and drank it in one go. Another person took the empty cup from his hand, showing great respect. Guan Gmo placed his right hand on the man's forehead, and a gentle light radiated from his palm. The light flowed into the man's body, and his complexion improved. The 4 soldiers stood behind Guan Gmo, watching this miraculous scene. Even though they had seen it many times before, they were still amazed. "All done," Guan Gmo said as he stepped aside. The 4 soldiers positioned themselves around him to escort him out. Once Guan Gmo left the room, several stern elders waiting outside rushed in. "He's really okay now, all good." "All good," they said again, checking the man's injuries on the bed, where a deep wound from a building collapse had been. At this point, it had completely healed, leaving no scars. As night fell, Shinsun got up from the lounge chair and entered the planting area, where he had grown a lot of vegetables in the small garden. He took out a knife and skillfully prepared the vegetables before putting them into a basket. After dinner, Shinsun lay down and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, the fortress felt a slight tremor. Even the bed shook a little, waking Shinsun, but he turned over and continued to sleep. Lai Fu woke up during the shaking, watching his master on the bed. Seeing that his master was calmly sleeping, Lai Fu lay down obediently on the floor and went back to sleep. After the earthquake, I stayed in the fortress for 3 days without going outside. After lunch, I moved a lounge chair into the room to enjoy the air conditioning. When the sun was high, I took my pet out. My pet jumped gracefully between the cracks in the ground. The earth was damaged, and the mountains were split apart, with large boulders blocking the way ahead. "Let's go this way," I said, looking at the only gap in the distance. My pet leaped down from the rocks and ran toward that direction. The mountain had split open, and several huge boulders stood at the exit, with a 4-meter-wide passage just enough for my pet to get through. Not wanting to take any risks, I cleared the rocks at the entrance before riding my pet out. The usual path was now covered in rubble, leaving no place to step. Standing at the entrance, I looked at the pile of rocks ahead and realized I needed to find another way out if I had to leave from here. I needed to clear the rocks from the road. I took out some vines to help grow, sitting on them as they gradually stretched toward the sky. I unbuckled my backpack and pulled out a pair of binoculars as the vines lifted me higher. I raised the binoculars to look into the distance, where I saw several figures moving on a distant hill, waving something in their hands. One tree after another fell, and as I adjusted the binoculars, I could see more clearly that there were about 10 people on the hill. They were cutting down trees, and half the trees on the hill had been cleared. I put away the binoculars and decided not to watch any longer. I retraced my steps, walking back, with my pet beside me. I noticed a fallen dead tree and quickly stored it away. On my way back, I collected several dead tree trunks from the forest, enough to start a fire easily. As night fell, I looked at the mountain ahead. Once I climbed over it, the fortress would be at the foot of the mountain. My pet ran ahead, leaping gracefully in the moonlight. Using my abilities, I extended green vines from my wrist to create a small bridge over a 3-meter-wide gap. I stepped onto the bridge, feeling the vine's softness. After last night's tremors, it seemed the ground had cracked open even more. I looked at the wide gap beneath the fortress. I reinforced the vines I had grown last night and opened the door to enter the fortress. A few days passed quickly. Shunsun stood in front of the fortress, nurturing the vines beneath it. In just a few days, the gaps below the fortress grew larger. At this rate, it would likely collapse into the ground within a month. Calling for Fu, Shunsun prepared to leave, as today was the day she had arranged to meet Zhou Nan. After several days of exploring the mountains, she and her leopard had found a way out. Taking out some chilled fruit, Shunsun played with the vines on her wrist, encouraging new green shoots to grow and white flowers to bloom. The air carried their faint fragrance, but as she stopped nurturing them, the flowers withered under the sunlight. Plucking a flower and holding it in her palm, Shunsun squeezed it until it turned to powder, scattering in the air. Wow! Fu stood by the roadside as they exited the forest. Shunsun looked around, encouraging the vines to rise, gaining a better view. She took out binoculars to scan the surroundings and finally focused on one direction. "Let's go that way," she said, pointing a direction while riding on Fu, who set off eagerly. Approaching a familiar hill, Fu skillfully climbed to the halfway point, and Shunsun took out a folding stool to wait for Zhou Nan in the shade. As noon approached, Zhou Nan still hadn't arrived. Feeling a bit hungry, Shunsun took out some fried rice and ate a few bites with pickled vegetables. "Sister Sun," Zhou Nan called out, approaching the figure with her back turned. Shunsun put away the fried rice and took a sip of water as Zhou Nan came closer. Surprised, Shunsun had thought Zhou Nan might have been caught in the earthquake. "Sister Sun, when did you arrive?" Zhou Nan asked as she sat beside Shunsun, her leg injured and taking longer to walk. Shunsun noticed the tired look on Zhou Nan's face, clearly having not slept well for several days. Leaning against a tree, Zhou Nan pulled out a sweet potato and ate it quickly. The base was filled with survivors injured from the earthquake, many of whom had gone days without food, so she didn't dare eat there. After days of exhaustion and hunger, Zhou Nan's body had reached its limit. As she ate, her stomach growled, especially with the faint smell of fried rice in the air. At one point, she wondered if she was imagining things, as she had been craving fried rice lately. Finishing the last bite of sweet potato, Zhou Nan patted her chest and swallowed, finally feeling a bit better. Shunsun watched her until she finished eating. "Sun Jia, I met that amazing healer," Zhou Nan said with a strange expression on his face. "His name is Guan GMO, and everyone at the base calls him Mr. Guan. He was a doctor before. Is that what special abilities are?" Zhou Nan recalled what he saw in the metal shed, looking enchanted. When Guan GMO acted, it was as if a god had descended. As long as there was breath left, he could bring someone back to life. He realized he had misunderstood before. The soldiers around Mr. Guan respected him greatly. They were there to ensure Mr. Guan's safety, which is why they stayed close. Shunsun listened quietly. The B City base was indeed playing a big game. They took advantage of the heavy casualties from the earthquake to promote Guan GMO at this time. Zhou Nan had previously mentioned those with special abilities with fear in his eyes, but now he looked enchanted. Plus, the healer from the B City base was a rare type of healing ability. If the higher-ups at the base announced the gene serum now, claiming that Guan GMO gained his healing power from it, the survivors would rush to volunteer as test subjects. Thinking of that scene made Shunsun feel a chill down her back. Zhou Nan grew more excited as he spoke, seemingly forgetting his earlier near experience of being taken for experiments. Taking a sip of water through a straw, Shunsun listened quietly as Zhou Nan continued sharing information about Guan GMO without stopping. "By the way, Sun Jia, there's news from F City too. It's also a rescue message. This time, they are not only suffering from the earthquake, but also being attacked by mutated plants. Mutated plants. What kind of plants? Shun Sun tried to keep her voice steady. It seems to be vines, yes, vines. Zhou Nan frowned, recalling the news from a few days ago. What color? Shun Sun lowered her head, and Zhou Nan, lost in thought, didn't notice her unusual reaction. They're black, and they seem quite powerful. Not many people died in the earthquake in F City, but many were killed by them. Black. With a loud crash, Shun Sun's cup shattered in her hand, a shard of glass cutting her palm, and blood began to flow from the wound. Sunjia, what's wrong? Zhou Nan looked at the water dripping into the soil, feeling a bit regretful. Sensing the smell of blood on his master, Laifu got up from the ground and took an attacking stance towards Zhou Nan, letting out a loud growl. Laifu's roar echoed across the mountain as he quickly charged toward Zhou Nan, raising his paw to strike. Laifu. Shun Sun firmly caught Laifu's paw and looked back at Zhou Nan, who was frozen in shock. Zhou Nan was startled by Laifu's sudden attack and fell to the ground, retreating a considerable distance.
Roar.
Even though Shun Sun stopped Laifu, he continued to growl at Zhou Nan, crouching as if ready to pounce. You should go first. Meet me here in 3 days, Shun Sun said, turning to Zhou Nan, who was still sitting on the ground. Zhou Nan hesitated, then got up. Is there something else? Shun Sun asked, noticing Zhou Nan still standing there. Sister Sun, I might not be able to come in 3 days. Didn't F City send out a rescue signal? The base organized a rescue team, and survivors volunteered to join. My dad was seriously injured in the earthquake, and I have limited points. I don't have enough to buy medicine, so I joined this rescue mission. If I can survive the trip, I'll earn 50,000 points. We leave in 3 days, so I can't come then, but don't worry, I'll make up for the extra food when I return, he said, having originally promised to help Shun Sun. He took Shun Sun's food to gather information for her at the base, but the earthquake was so sudden that he had no choice. Laifu continued to growl at Zhou Nan as he turned and ran down the mountain. Wait, Shun Sun called out to Zhou Nan. Sister Sun, is there something else? Zhou Nan looked at Shun Sun's injured hand, where glass was still embedded, but the bleeding had stopped. Are you going to F City with the rescue team? Shun Sun asked. Yes, I'm going to F City. It could take up to 3 months, but I should be back in 2 months at the earliest, he said, having come to say goodbye to Shun Sun. Find a way to get me into the rescue team, Shun Sun said, calming Laifu and pulling out 2 packets of medicine and a box of pills from her backpack. Zhou Nan was initially hesitant about Shun Sun's request, but when he saw what she had, he fell silent and agreed immediately. No problem. It might be a bit tricky, but I'll make it happen, Zhou Nan said, taking the medicine from Shun Sun and repeatedly thanking her. When does the rescue team leave? Shun Sun asked as she zipped up her backpack and adjusted the straps. The rescue team will depart at 6 in the morning 3 days from now. Sun Jia, it would be best if you could come early, ideally the night before. They might leave earlier, Zhou Nan thought, even though it was his first time going on a mission with the base. He had heard that the team usually leaves ahead of schedule once everyone is gathered. Shun Sun pondered, no problem, I'll be here 2 days from now. Many routes were currently disrupted, and while she knew that Xiaohe was in City F, she didn't have a clear path to get there. Following the rescue team would ensure she wouldn't get lost and could reach her destination sooner. Zhou Nan had a packet of medicine in his waistband, covering it with his clothes, so he looked just like usual. After saying goodbye to Shun Sun, he headed towards the base, thinking about how to help her join the rescue team. When he reached the base entrance, Zhou Nan saw several trucks belonging to the fire base parked in front of the B-City base. 4 soldiers stood guard by the trucks, holding their guns and standing straight. As Zhou Nan walked toward the main gate, he noticed about 200 people lined up at the side entrance, all appearing to be from the fire base. As he got closer, he felt the wary eyes of the fire base personnel on him, and he tried to appear calm. Why were so many people from the fire base here? What were they planning? Normally, there wasn't much interaction between the 2 bases. Even when B-City base personnel were on missions, they would often avoid each other. Zhou walked around, feeling that his actions were too suspicious, and eventually, a soldier with a gun asked him to leave. However, he had gathered enough information and suddenly had an idea about how to help Shin Sun join the rescue team. At the registration desk, Zhou quickly made up an identity for Shin Sun, claiming she was a distant cousin. The staff member looked at him with some hesitation. They searched for Zhou name in the database and found that he lived outside the base and had already signed up for the rescue mission. The staff member couldn't find any information about the cousin he mentioned, but there were many people without records. The main issue was that the rescue team list had already been finalized, and adding someone last minute would require a complete reorganization. The rescue team departs in 3 days, right? I've already submitted the list, the staff member said, refusing Zhou request. The names on the record, if they returned alive, would earn thousands of points. Although the survivors volunteered for this mission, the base will still prepare extra food based on their numbers. Zhou stepped aside, took a deep breath, and turned to leave. He dragged out a bag of potatoes from under the bed and placed a dozen potatoes neatly. Holding the food, Zhou returned to the registration desk, where the same staff member was still present. He knocked on the glass window, and the staff member looked up, saying, "What do you want now?" "I already told you." Zhou pushed the bag of potatoes through the window, saying, "Please help me." The staff member opened the bag with suspicion, but their dismissive expression quickly changed when they saw the potatoes. They counted the dozen and glanced around before quickly placing the bag securely at their feet. "No problem. It's just adding one more person. What's your name?" Their tone was now completely different, warm and friendly. Zhou was used to this change and replied, "Shin Sun." After registering his name, Zhou noticed several other names already written on the page. It seemed he wasn't the only one trying to join last minute. Once everything was settled, Zhou wandered around the base entrance. The people from the fire base were still conducting checks. They were also here for the rescue mission, meaning the two bases were working together. Back at the fortress, after washing up, Shin Sun lay on the bed. Joining the rescue team meant being surrounded by many people, and there were likely many things that couldn't be eaten. Not knowing when he would return, it was best to prepare some quick meals in the next couple of days. The next morning, Shin Sun entered his space and searched for the labeled tablets, finally finding 3 of them. Each tablet had different videos downloaded, some for pastries, some for pancakes, and others for cakes. With plenty of milk and eggs stored in the space, he decided to make something. Watching the videos, Shin Sun took out 20 ovens, plugged them in, and mixed flour with eggs. He chose a few recipes that looked like doughy pancakes. The filling included minced meat and red beans, and the pancakes were palm-sized. They looked simple on the outside, but had a surprise inside.
Ding!
The ovens filled the air with a delicious aroma as rows of small breads were ready. Shin Sun placed the bread on the wide floor to let the smell spread. In the central area of the fortress, there were already many freshly baked buns and bread piled up. They were small, about the size of a palm, making them easy to grab and eat. The rice steamer found in the mall was also put to use, and several trays of rice were steaming. Shin Sun took out the pre-cut beef and pork from her storage, prepared the filling, and once the rice was done, she stored everything back. She made rice balls in her space, and within a few minutes, warm rice balls filled with meat were ready, with the savory aroma completely enveloped in the rice. For 2 days, she had been busy, and the fortress was filled with various delicious smells. Laifu also enjoyed quite a bit of food. On the afternoon of the second day, Shin Sun gathered the buns that were giving off a strong smell, checked the time, and prepared to leave the mountain. She closed the fortress door and looked at the familiar valley, realizing that she had been living there for a year. She raised her hand to store the fortress back in her space, revealing a large pit underneath, about 10 meters deep, which had taken quite some time to dig. "Laifu, let's go," she said as the sun began to set, and the figures of one person and one leopard disappeared into the valley. By the time they exited the forest, it was completely dark. Laifu carried Shin Sun as they ran toward the familiar hill. Zhou had been waiting for Shin Sun halfway up the mountain for a long time. As it got completely dark, he found a hidden spot to stay out of sight. A large white figure rushed up from the foot of the mountain. Hearing the noise, Zhou looked up and, seeing the familiar figure, he sighed in relief. "Sun-jie, you're here," Zhou said as he approached her. Shin-sun nodded, noticing the dry grass above Zhou head, guessing he had been waiting for a while. "Sun-jie, why don't you stay at my place tonight? The rescue team will call names tomorrow," Zhou said, glancing at Laifu's large body. This posed a bit of a problem. "Do we have to go into the base?" Shin-sun asked Zhou, voicing her concern. She hadn't registered her information at the base, so she probably wouldn't be allowed in. "It's fine. The person on duty at the base today is someone I know, and I've already talked to them." Zhou explained that he had registered Shin-sun's name a couple of days ago. Since he started taking on tasks from Shin-sun, he had made connections with many people working at the base. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received so much useful information, and they were willing to help with small favors. "Okay, let's go," Shin-sun thought to herself. It was just a formality, so she reassured Laifu to wait outside. Tomorrow, when the team sets off, let it follow from a distance. Rafa squats on the hillside, watching Shin-sun's figure gradually fade away. Zhou leg injury has improved a lot thanks to the medicine Shin-sun gave him, and he can walk normally now. After walking for nearly an hour, they finally reached the base. Shin-sun looked up at the entrance, which was no longer as grand as it used to be. The earthquake had caused almost all of the outer layer of the base to collapse, and the entrance was only temporarily built with bricks and wood. A dozen soldiers were guarding outside. Zhou felt a bit nervous as he passed by a few of them and glanced back at Shin-sun. He noticed she seemed completely unfazed, looking around as if she belonged there even more than he did. Zhou tried to act normal too, but the soldiers were watching them closely before quickly looking away. The staff checking at the entrance noticed Zhou approaching and exchanged glances. "You can go in," Zhou said, leading Shin-sun to stand in the line waiting for the door to open. They always closed the door for checks, and it would only open once a certain number of people had gathered. "Sun-jie, this way," Zhou called as he led the way, with Shin-sun following behind, observing the buildings on either side. The last time he was inside the base, he didn't have the mood to explore B City base, but now, looking again, he saw the ruins left by the earthquake. Zhou lived on the 5th floor, but after the earthquake, the outer 4 floors as well as the 5th and 6th had all collapsed. Surprisingly, the 3rd, 2nd, and inner layers remained intact. Through the gaps in the wall, Shin-sun could see faint lights inside. The walls were made of stone bricks, seemingly made from ore. Shin-sun reached out to touch the black stone bricks, realizing they were indeed made from ore, mixed with regular stones to create sturdy bricks that withstood the earthquake. "The 3rd floor has electricity," Zhou said, peering through the gap. "People on the 3rd floor must be living quite comfortably. What do they eat every day? At least they wouldn't have to worry about their next meal like he did." With electricity on the 3rd floor, Shin-sun immediately thought of crystal energy. They continued walking until they reached a stone house. There were many similar stone houses in this row. Zhou father was sitting in front of the door. With a cane resting beside him and sitting on a square stone bench, the man watched the two of them approach. When he saw Zhou, he picked up his cane and stood up. "Xiao Nan, you're back." Even without the lights, the man recognized Zhou figure. When he saw the person beside Zhou, the man widened his eyes. Zhou gave his father a look, and only then did the man realize there were other pairs of eyes watching nearby. In the dark, many people stood in front of the neighboring stone house, all eyes focused on Zhou and his father. "Wow, Xiao Nan is getting married. Where did you find this girl?" A woman approached, swaying her hips as she tried to get a better look at Shin-sun. Shin-sun fidgeted with the gun in her pocket. "Sister Sun, you should go inside," Zhou said, standing in front of Shin-sun. She stepped into the stone house. From behind, Zhou and the woman could be heard talking intermittently. Shin-sun surveyed the stone house, which was about 20 square meters. There were 2 beds on the floor, separated by an old curtain, and the room was pitch black. Shin-sun took off her night vision goggles. Soon, Zhounan came in, bringing the stone bench from outside with him. Zhounan intended for Shinsun to sleep on his bed while he and his father shared one, but Shinsun refused. Shinsun couldn't sleep, and neither could Zhounan and his father. Sitting on the stone bench, Shinsun listened to the knocking sounds coming from outside. She had already heard it several times that night. No one answered the door, and after a while, the people outside left. Taking out a water cup, she sipped some water. Her shirt was soaked with sweat, and she secretly popped some ice cubes into her mouth to cool down. This stone house was truly unbearable. The high temperature made the stones feel warm to the touch. Shinsun recalled her days living in a greenhouse. Compared to that, this stone house was actually better. Another round of knocking came from outside, and a woman was mumbling softly. Shinsun couldn't make out the words, but it was definitely a woman's voice. Until dawn broke, Zhounan's father was snoring on the bed. Zhounan got up to pack his things for this mission. For the next month, the base wouldn't provide food for survivors. They would have to wait until a month later when the base would only supply one meal a day. He pulled out a bag of sweet potatoes and potatoes from under the bed, filling his backpack with half a bag of potatoes and half a bag of sweet potatoes. He pushed the rest back under the bed, thinking it would be enough for his father until he returned. While Zhounan was packing, Shinsun reached into her backpack and took out some rice balls she had prepared, just the right size for a bite. She put a rice ball in her mouth, chewed a few times, swallowed, and then stuffed another one in. The fillings included chicken, beef, marinated meat, and sausage, all different kinds. After eating more than 20, Zhounan was still only half full. At this moment, Zhounan finished packing and said, "Sister Sun, let's go." Zhounan led Shinsun through the base, where many survivors were watching her. A woman, and a clean-looking one at that. Shinsun fiddled with the gun in her hand. Soon, they arrived at the gathering place, where 20 modified trucks were parked, and the area was crowded with people. Shinsun scanned the crowd, estimating around 300 people. Isn't that the Wild Wolf team and the Grass Tiger team? They are also part of this rescue mission a few people were discussing nearby. Zhounan and Shinsun stood aside, and Zhounan pointed to one of the groups. Shinsun followed Zhounan's finger and saw a dozen people gathered around 2 modified off-road vehicles, checking them before departure. Zhounan introduced the teams one by one, but Shinsun couldn't remember the strange names.
Hey.
Sister Sun, look over there, Zhounan said in surprise. That team over there is the Silver Moon team. They are considered the strongest among these teams, with a completion rate of 90% for the tasks they take on. I didn't expect them to come for this rescue mission. They usually wouldn't care about small points like this, Zhounan explained about this legendary team. The team had more than 20 members, all highly skilled, specializing in high-point tasks within the base, often earning tens of thousands of points per mission. Ha, you don't know this, do you? The Silver Moon team is here because they were invited by the base. A man walked past them with a disdainful look, clearly having overheard their conversation. Oh, what kind of tasks do they usually take? Shinsun asked, curious about the impressive points. Mutated beasts and mutated plants, Zhounan said, gazing longingly at the Silver Moon team. Shinsun recalled the point exchange system she had seen at the exchange window in City B. Capturing a mutated beast indeed earned much more than a rescue mission. The Silver Moon team was invited by the base for this rescue mission. They likely didn't care about the points. The base must have promised them other benefits. Shinsun watched the busy teams in the open area, lost in thought. Zhounan looked at the powerful teams arriving one after another, unable to hide her excitement. To put it simply, no matter how clever he is just a teenager. The Firebase, it's actually people from the Firebase, a group of over 200 emerged from behind, all wearing the unique emblem of the Firebase. How did they end up here? The survivors gathered on the ground began to discuss loudly when they saw the people from the Firebase. The two groups looked at each other like enemies. The survivors from Base B were shouting, wanting to drive the others away. Get out of our base, you're not welcome here, they argued back and forth, but since there were soldiers watching, no one took it too far. Zhounan joined in because he had been charged a toll by the Firebase people a few times while looking for minerals outside. Shun Sun quietly squatted to the side, took a sip from his water bottle, and with his cap pulled low, secretly popped a piece of fruit ice into his mouth. About 500 survivors had gathered, and with the high temperature, their clothes were damp and dry repeatedly. No one knew when the group would set off. Shin Sun watched the argument between the two sides, and the soldiers nearby showed no intention of stepping in. Two women walked over to Shin Sun. "Hello, I'm Zhuang Qingqing. Nice to meet you." The woman smiled confidently, her arm bearing the fire base emblem. A fair hand reached out in front of him. Shin Sun looked up at Zhuang Qingqing. "How nice is it?" The question left her speechless, and she smiled awkwardly as her companions called out to her from behind. The woman beside Zhuang Qingqing pulled her away. They had only wanted to meet Shin Sun since she was the only woman there. This little incident didn't affect Shin Sun's enjoyment of the scene. The argument continued. Zhou Nan was flushed with anger, as if shouting a bit more could ease his frustration over losing minerals. Others, like Shin Sun, were also watching the commotion, including the teams from Base B and the Fire Base. "I think I just saw Shin Sun." Sun Jiahong stood up and looked toward the survivors from Base B, her gaze locking onto the figure wearing a cap. Chen Cheng and Lin Xiangrui were busy loading things onto the truck. Upon hearing Sun Jiahong, they both turned to look at the survivors from Base B. "You must be mistaken. How could Shin Sun be at Base B?" Lin Xiangrui said confidently, even though he wasn't very familiar with Shin Sun's temperament. But after spending so much time together, his intuition told him that Shin Sun was not the type to enter the base. "What's wrong? Do you know someone over there?" a man asked with a smile as he loaded things into the car. "Captain, you're late," Sun Jiahong said, pulling her gaze away to help the man lift a bag from the ground into the car. "Haha, isn't it because your sister-in-law doesn't want me to go far?" the man said with a happy expression. Turning back, Sun Jiahong looked again at the figure she had seen earlier, noticing two men standing in front of Shin Sun, engaged in conversation. The man's figure blocked the view of that familiar silhouette. "Jiahong, it's time to gather," the captain called out. "I'll be right there." Sun Jiahong slammed the car door shut and didn't look back. The people from the fire base were calling names, and Sun Jiahong fell in step with the three, lining up at the back of the group. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Huai and Oh Xiang stood in front of Shin Sun, surprised to see her. Shin Sun recognized the two. Ever since she started collecting ore and crystals, Jiang Huai, Oh Xiang, and Zhao Bin had been her biggest clients, leaving a strong impression on her. Jiang Huai seemed to think of something, looking at Shin Sun with a puzzled expression, guessing that she had run out of food and had come to the base to earn points. Seeing the expression on Jiang Huai's face, Shin Sun decided to hold back her words. It wasn't worth explaining. The people from the fire base were called back, and the survivors from Base B took a break. Everyone stood still for a moment until a soldier approached, leading 4 others. "We will now begin counting heads," the woman said, holding a notebook as the survivors automatically formed small teams. The crowd fell silent. After counting, the woman crossed out a few extra names and left the stage with her notebook. A man in a green camouflage vest stood on the stage with a megaphone, turning up the volume to the max. He went on about the dangers they might face on this mission and praised the survivors participating in the rescue effort. The survivors gradually got lost in the praise, feeling a bit euphoric, and the crowd became excited as the man commanded, "To quickly rescue our fellow citizens in the dire situation of City F. This rescue operation is now underway." The man put down the megaphone, and applause erupted from the crowd. Shin Sun fastened her backpack's waist buckle. Although the man had said a lot of unnecessary things, most of it was still practical. Survivors without cars can take the modified trucks prepared by the base. There are more than 20 modified trucks ready for the survivors of City F. Zhou Nan was pushed onto another truck by the crowd and helplessly turned to look at Shin Sun, with the noise around them overwhelming. Shin Sun could only read his lips and figured he was calling for her.
"Bunya."
Zhou Nan's voice was drowned out by the loud crowd, and his small frame was quickly pushed onto the truck. This time, over 300 people were going from the base. The first 4 trucks were full, so Shin Sun walked toward the 5th truck. There was still room for one person to sit alone, but once they picked up the survivors from City F, it would likely be 100 people crammed into one compartment. The modified truck had windows on the sides, and Shin-sun found a seat by the window and sat down. Survivors from the rescue team boarded the truck one after another. Shin-sun pulled her cap down low, leaned against the window, and closed her eyes. "Excuse me, can I bother you? My son always needs to sit by the window to be quiet. Can we switch seats?" A woman with a smile stood next to Shin-sun, holding a child who was 2 or 3 years younger than Jo-nan. "Sorry, I can't," Shin-sun said, meeting the woman's gaze and refusing. "Just for one child. Can't you let him?" The woman's smile faded, and she questioned Shin-sun loudly. Her sudden loud voice attracted the attention of other survivors nearby. With a cold smile, Shin-sun looked at the child the woman was holding. "He's not my child," she replied, feeling no obligation to give up her seat.
Greedy.
The child said to Shin-sun, "Right, your mom is generous. Why don't you ask her to take you to the driver's seat? The view is better there." Shin-sun turned her head to look out the window. Suppressing her rising anger, she said, "I have a short temper, so stay away from me." After that, she closed her eyes again. What a time to be dealing with such odd people at the base. Even in the apocalypse, they still spoil their children. The woman mumbled a few words, but Shin-sun didn't catch them. Seeing that Shin-sun was ignoring her, the woman rolled her eyes and left with the child. "Let's go." The child glared at Shin-sun. "Mom, I want to sit by the window." The child threw a tantrum, and the woman scanned the people sitting by the window before finally targeting a man. A few minutes later, the truck was filled with the man shouting, "Get lost! Stay away from me," as he glanced at the woman's hand resting on his arm. The woman was pushed away and fell to the ground, hitting her back against the neighboring seat, likely injuring herself. The other survivors watched the commotion, cheering and shouting. Hearing the noise from the front, Shin-sun opened her eyes. It was the woman with the child from earlier. "What's all the noise? Get back to your seats. If you keep this up, you won't be going on this mission." A soldier entered the vehicle and looked around. The survivors quieted down and returned to their seats. The cabin fell silent. Even the noisy mother and child dared not make a sound and found a spot to sit quietly. As more than 20 trucks left the base, they all honked their horns, the sound echoing like a farewell. The truck swayed as it drove out of Base B. Shin-sun listened to the long honking and watched the dozen trucks following behind. For this rescue mission, over 300 people from Base B were going, and there were many unknown risks on the road. If half of these people could safely reach City F, it would be a blessing. Many survivors seemed to understand the meaning of the long honking, feeling a heavy weight in their hearts. Shin-sun traced the shape of the gun in her pocket with her fingers, calming herself. After more than an hour of travel, Shin-sun looked out the window at the cleared road ahead. It seemed that when Base B first received the rescue signal from City F, they had already decided to help. This road to Base F must have been cleared recently. Looking towards the distant hills, Shin-sun searched the forest for the figure of Lai Fu, who must have followed the rescue team. She wasn't worried that Lai Fu hadn't eaten yet. With so many mutated beasts in the forest, if he were hungry, he would definitely hunt to fill his stomach. If he encountered something too strong, he would simply run away. As the truck moved forward, the road became increasingly difficult, and the vehicle jolted. Shin-sun fastened her seatbelt. 2 hours later, the cabin was filled with the sound of snoring. Many survivors had fallen asleep. Shin-sun opened her backpack and found her water bottle. She took off the lid, added half a cup of ice, and watched it quickly melt in the warm water. She took several gulps from the cup, feeling refreshed. The temperature in the cabin rose sharply, so Shin-sun opened the window, letting in the hot air, which made it even warmer.
Creak.
The truck came to a stop. "Everyone, take a 15-minute break," a man's voice announced from the speaker inside the truck. The doors opened, and all the survivors stepped out to get some fresh air. Shin-sun checked his watch. It was exactly noon. The sunlight was stronger than at any other time, and the truck parked under the blazing sun made the inside even hotter. He took off his cap, and sweat soaked it through. Shin-sun pulled out a washcloth to wipe the sweat from his forehead. The soldiers driving the truck gathered together, moving some stones to sit in the shade. They quickly opened their lunch cans and ate. After all, they only had 15 minutes to rest, and if they didn't eat now, they might not get another chance until later. The air was filled with delicious smells. Someone was cooking instant noodles. Others had exchanged for ready-to-eat flatbreads at the base, and some were enjoying self-heating hot pots. Those who could enjoy flavorful food were mostly from the strong teams, while most survivors were nibbling on energy bars and sweet potatoes. Shun Sun pulled out a flatbread from his backpack, filled with pork. Although it had lost some of its flavor, it still tasted good with a first bite. However, compared to the hot pots and instant noodles around him, the flatbread's taste was almost negligible, especially since he had only eaten a little for breakfast. Shun Sun ate 4 flatbreads in a row, careful not to drink too much water, as there were many people around in the truck. Because the flatbread looked a bit like mud, he received several pitying looks from others. He turned toward the window and swallowed the last bite of flatbread. 15 minutes passed quickly, and the speaker inside the truck announced it was time to board again. Those who hadn't gotten window seats took the chance to sit by the window before the original owner returned. Shun Sun zipped up his backpack, which only contained a water bottle and some snacks. It looked full but was just a distraction. He turned the backpack around and rested his head on it, closing his eyes. 2 minutes later, the truck started to shake as the rescue team set off again. 15 minutes was hardly enough time to eat. So many survivors were munching on their food inside the truck, and the smell of various foods filled the air. A man next to Shun Sun was holding half-eaten instant noodles, and steam occasionally rose from his small pot, mixing with the aroma of the noodles. The smell of food lingered in the truck, and Shun Sun opened the window to let in some fresh air. Gently touching the green vine on her wrist, Shun Sun closed her eyes and listened to the sound of the wind outside the window, eventually drifting off to sleep. The noisy voices around her reminded her of the large greenhouse where she lived in her past life. Hearing familiar voices, Shun Sun opened her eyes to see the familiar yellow wooden boards above her, which were already cracked in many places. Looking around, she noticed the small room was filled with 50 bunk beds. For a moment, she was stunned, but her strong mental strength brought her back to reality. This was her second dream. The last one was in the lab, and this time it was in the greenhouse. The bed above her creaked as a girl got up. A foot descended, with long toenails that hadn't been trimmed in a long time, about 3 centimeters long. The nails were filled with dark dirt, and her soles were thick with calluses, while the tops of her feet bore severe frostbite and sunburn scars. Another foot followed, landing on the bed sheet at Shun Sun's feet. "Shun Sun, you're awake," the girl greeted her. She pulled out a pair of straw sandals from under the bed and put them on. The girl's familiar face brought back memories for Shun Sun. Her name was Miao Ranfan, who slept in the upper bunk. They didn't know each other well, only exchanging greetings when getting in and out of bed. Miao Ranfan put on her shoes and left with 2 other women, all of whom worked at the same place. One by one, the others got out of bed, leaving Shun Sun lying alone. It was as if they couldn't see her, as they busily went about their own tasks. Raising her hand to her face, Shun Sun opened her palm. Her nails were dirty too, just like Miao Ranfan's. Her arms were thin and bony, marked with dark scars. It had been so long that she almost forgot how those scars had come to be. Within a few minutes, most of the people in the greenhouse had left. "Is Shun Sun here? Could you please call her?" "She's in bed 404, thank you," a gentle voice called from outside. Soon, an ant approached Shun Sun's bed. "Someone is looking for you," she said before leaving. "Looking for me?" Shun Sun propped herself up and looked toward the door. A familiar figure stood there. It was Shini. While she might not remember others, she certainly recognized her uncle's family. Shun-Yi waited outside for a moment, and when Shun Sun didn't respond, she called out loudly, "Shun Sun, Shun Sun." Upon seeing Shun-Yi, fragments of memories flashed in Shun Sun's mind. If she remembered correctly, Shun-Yi was there to call her to see their uncle's tragic state. With a fierce look in her eyes, Shun Sun walked barefoot across the warm floor toward Shun-Yi.
"Exa,
"Please come with me to see Uncle." He's not doing well, and he wants to see you one last time, Shinyi said, tears streaming down her face, her expression filled with pain. When Shin Sun reached Shinyi, she raised her hand and grabbed Shin Yi by the neck.
Shin,
she said, her fingers tightening slowly. Shin Yi placed her hands on Shin Sun's arms, desperately trying to push her away, but no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. Shin Yi's eyes began to bulge. As Shin Sun tightened her grip, Shin Yi's toes lifted off the ground. She could no longer breathe, and her struggles grew weaker. Shin Yi's face showed terror, and with a sudden snap, Shin Sun broke Shin Yi's neck and casually tossed her body aside. The scene blurred for a moment, like a glitch in code, and then shifted to a 2-meter-high glass container. Dressed in blue lab coats, the researchers rushed between the containers, which held small test subjects like Shin Sun. The glass cover was removed from above, and a machine firmly restrained the subject's limbs. A masked researcher, whose face was obscured, picked up a syringe. The syringe was injected into Shin Sun's body, delivering a genetic serum. Shin Sun watched numbly as, minutes later, the man in the next container stopped screaming, his body slowly swelling. The researchers did not retreat. Instead, they wore expressions of unhealthy obsession. Holding computers and notebooks, they recorded the changes in the man's body after receiving the serum. With a loud bang, the man's swollen body exploded, pieces mixed with blood splattering against the glass container. 20 minutes later, all the test subjects in the glass containers exploded, except for the one holding Shin Sun. All the researchers, with wild eyes, surrounded Shin Sun's container. The mechanical arms inside began to move, and her body was securely restrained. The glass cover was opened, and a researcher approached with a syringe of sedative, aiming for Shin Sun's neck. Suddenly, everything went dark. The vehicle shook more violently, and when Shin Sun opened her eyes, the space beside her was empty. The sky had darkened, and 2 hours later a horn sounded, announcing, "Everyone, take a 20-minute break." Only a 20-minute break. It seems they have to travel through the night. Everyone got off the vehicle to get some fresh air. Shin Sun stood up to stretch her arms and legs. She felt a bit hungry, but didn't get off. Instead, she sat back in her seat. In the dark, the survivors gathered in an open area, taking out the food they had brought. Shin Sun had prepared a lot of ready-to-eat meals for this trip. She took out a piece of toasted bread filled with red bean paste. Shin Sun quickly finished one small bun that fit in her hand and then ate 2 more pancakes. Her hunger eased a little, and she checked her watch. There were 5 minutes left before they would depart. The break was too short, otherwise, she would have liked to go out and see the surroundings. Survivors gradually got back on the vehicle, and in the dark, the headlights of more than 20 trucks lit up at the same time. Through the window, the distant darkness looked like an abyss. Inside the truck, it was dark. Shin Sun carefully picked up her cup and took small sips of water, the warm liquid soothing her dry throat. She popped a piece of frozen fruit into her mouth and savored it. The vehicle swayed as it moved forward, and Shin Sun closed her eyes. She was awakened later in the night by noise. Inside the truck, it was pitch black, but through the moonlight, she could vaguely see 2 people arguing. She put on her night vision goggles. Shin Sun looked in the direction of the commotion. In the middle aisle of the truck, a man was lying on the ground, tightly gripping the strap of a black backpack. 2 people stood in front of him, desperately trying to pull the backpack away from him. They were trying to steal it. Realizing this, Shin Sun sat back down and listened to the sounds coming from the front. "Someone is stealing my stuff. Help me, please." The man cried out in despair. He had brought everything he owned for this rescue mission, and the food in his backpack was carefully rationed for the journey to City F. No one stepped forward to help him. In fact, when they heard him shout about the theft, everyone clutched their own backpacks tightly, fearing they would be the next target. "Please don't take my things," the man pleaded, his voice trembling with emotion. He was no match for the 2 thieves. They had no intention of letting him go. One of them moved closer and found the man's hand gripping the backpack strap in the dark. He kicked the man's hand hard, crushing it. Despite the pain, the man still dared not let go. He was afraid that if he let go, he would starve to death. The feeling of hunger was unbearable, and he was sure the two men wouldn't dare to kill him. The man shouted desperately. Soon, the truck stopped. The two men sensed something was wrong, released their grip, and returned to their seats. The man grabbed his backpack tightly, still shaken from what had just happened. Two soldiers got on the truck with rifles. What's all the noise? You're wasting precious rescue time. Do you know how many people could die because of this? They had been driving all night without proper rest, and just when they finally had a moment to relax, these people started causing trouble. Earlier, someone tried to steal my things. The man who was robbed stood up, and the soldiers shone their flashlights on him. His shirt had torn during the struggle, leaving him in tatters and looking quite disheveled. In the darkness, there had been thefts, and many compartments had experienced similar incidents. Everyone, stay put and rest for an hour. After what had just happened, everyone in the truck felt uneasy. Shin Sun got off with his backpack. An hour was enough time. As he walked toward the forest, a soldier raised his hand to stop him. Where do you think you're going? You can't go beyond the restricted area. My stomach hurts. I need to go over there to use the restroom, Shin Sun said, holding his stomach. Go quickly and come back. Don't wander too far. The team won't wait for you. Shin Sun thanked him repeatedly and hurried toward the forest, clutching his stomach. After running a short distance, Shin Sun checked his watch. There was still over half an hour left, so he quickened his pace. Once in the forest, Shin Sun found a rock to sit on and took out some chilled watermelon, eating 3 pieces in a row. It was sweet and juicy, making him feel revitalized. He checked the time and waited for another 15 minutes. Half an hour passed, but Lai Fu still hadn't arrived. It was time to head back. Picking up his backpack from beside his left foot, Shin Sun looked deep into the forest and turned to go down the mountain. Howl! A familiar sound echoed in the distance, and Shin Sun paused, turning to look back.
Lai Fu.
In the forest, a large white figure rushed toward him. It could only be Lai Fu. Howl! Lai Fu leaped through the forest, getting more excited as he approached Shin Sun. Suddenly, Lai Fu pounced on him, and Shin Sun pushed him away, pulling out 5 chilled watermelons and a bowl of water from his face. Lai Fu buried his head in the bowl, gulping down the water. Soon, the bowl was empty, and Shin Sun noticed Lai Fu's fur stained red with blood. It seems you have eaten a lot of strange things recently. Putting the water basin away, Shin Sun turned to Lai Fu and said, I'm leaving now. Lai Fu closely followed Shin Sun as he ran down the mountain.
Go back.
When you arrive in F City, I will come to pick you up. You are the most important part of my plan, so listen to me, Shin Sun said, pushing against Lai Fu's large body. Many soldiers in B City had seen him. He was too big a target, and there were other plans in place.
Lai Fu could not be seen by these people right now.
After leaving some food for him, Shin Sun quickly ran away. Time was running out, and he needed to hurry back. Lai Fu followed for a few steps, but then stopped, watching Shin Sun's figure disappear into the distance. Why are you back now? Get in the car. We are about to leave, a soldier shouted as he saw Shin Sun approaching. Shin Sun looked relieved to have caught up and got into the vehicle. Once inside, he noticed 2 soldiers standing in the cabin. Since it was nighttime, some people might try to steal supplies from the survivors, so the army had just held an emergency meeting. Each vehicle was equipped with 2 armed soldiers to protect the survivors' belongings and prevent any issues with future plans. After all, they would not provide food to the survivors participating in this mission for a month. If supplies were stolen on the way, it would disrupt their plans. With the soldiers' presence, order was restored in the cabin, allowing the survivors to sleep peacefully. Finding a seat by the window, Shin Sun took off his backpack and held it in front of him, secretly eating ice. The heat from running had faded, but he hadn't bathed or cleaned himself for 2 days, and his sweat felt sticky, making his shirt cling to him. A smell was coming from him, but Shin Sun was used to it. It was nothing compared to how he smelled in his previous life. Even though the truck was moving, the heat lingered around him, while the survivors in the cabin slept soundly. As dawn approached, Shin-sun took off his insulated suit and applied sunscreen, which contained mint. The moment it touched his skin, a cool sensation spread over him. In the morning, the horn in the cabin did not sound, indicating they would continue their journey and breakfast would be eaten in the vehicle. The smell of instant noodles filled the air, covering up the scent of the flatbreads. After 2 hours, all the trucks came to a stop. Everyone get out and help move the supplies. A pile of collapsed buildings appeared ahead, blocking the road to F-City. Survivors got off the vehicle and, under military guidance, moved objects blocking the road. This was just a part of what these survivors could do. Carrying her backpack, Shin-sun followed the survivors off the vehicle, feeling a wave of heat. She looked ahead at a collapsed building that was leaning and blocking the road.
You.
Come over here, shouted a soldier with a megaphone. A few people in the crowd stepped forward when their names were called. They were tall and looked strong. A soldier stood in front, assigning tasks to the survivors. When it was Shin-sun's turn, the man couldn't help but glance at her twice. She was young with slender arms and legs, and he thought, how much can she lift? He quickly decided, you all, go over there. Shin-sun followed 6 other women in the direction he pointed. None of them knew each other, and in this harsh world, they were reluctant to talk. Walking behind the others, Shin-sun felt relaxed and secretly popped a piece of ice into her mouth, savoring it slowly. Under the blazing sun, survivors busily moved back and forth, pushing wheelbarrows filled with debris to the side of the road to dump. They didn't even have time to wipe the sweat from their faces before the next wheelbarrow was filled. How can you fill them so quickly? Slow down, take a break. I'm about to collapse, a man said, pushing a wheelbarrow and straightening up to look at another that was already full, exhaustion written all over his face. In the open area, besides the busy survivors, there were also several sunshade tents where various teams rested, teams whose names Shin-sun couldn't recall. Why do they get to rest while we have to move things? A woman complained as Shin-sun shoveled debris into a wheelbarrow. Hey, didn't you know? Those teams are the bodyguards for this rescue mission. They only step in when there's danger. We have to do the heavy lifting so they can save their strength for emergencies. I wish I could be that strong, the woman said, glancing with admiration at the men in the tents. Just be grateful and get back to work. The sooner we finish moving this stuff, the sooner we can rest, another woman advised. The soldiers were already being considerate by helping them. Compared to what others were doing, their work was relatively easier. 5 people were chatting excitedly, while Shin-sun gripped her shovel tightly, not joining in their conversation. Their topic drifted further away from the main point, revolving around a man under a sunshade nearby. Hey, look over there. That man with white hair and very fair skin. He is the captain of the Silver Moon team, a woman whispered, continuing her work. Talking while working gave them all a boost of energy. His hair is really white. Even at a time like this, he still dyes it. No wonder he's the team captain, they said, not seeing his face clearly, but still swooning over him. It was all because of the captain's youthful looks. What dye? I heard he has a condition called albinism, the woman said, glancing secretly at the Silver Moon team sunshade. But she quickly looked away when a soldier walked past them, and they all lowered their heads, falling silent for a moment. Albinism, similar to the condition of another person, Shin-sun turned to look at the man, whose pale face was hidden behind sunglasses. Her intuition told her that the eyes behind those sunglasses were watching them, and when they casually shifted away, Shin-sun wiped the sweat from her face. Once the soldier passed, the group resumed their discussion.
Sis, how do you know so much about him?
The quiet woman finally spoke, voicing what everyone was thinking. The woman was momentarily taken aback, but she wasn't ready to share more since she wasn't close to them. Seeing her reluctance, they didn't press further. Sis, do you know what kind of woman he likes? Shin-sun glanced at the woman who asked, noticing her interest. In this harsh world, attaching oneself to a strong person could indeed make life easier. I don't know what type of woman he likes, but it's definitely not someone like you, a voice came from behind, openly mocking her. The woman's face turned red, feeling embarrassed. Her secret thoughts were exposed, and she buried her head even lower. Shin Sun felt like an outsider throughout the whole exchange. No one affected her, and she was almost swinging her shovel, with sparks flying.
Who are you?
She was just asking a question. Why be so rude? The group that had been chatting happily now stood united against the newcomer. Exactly, we're all women, and life is already tough for us in this world. They confronted the woman who had suddenly appeared, while Shin Sun glanced at them and continued working, noticing two soldiers walking in their direction. What's all the noise about? If you have so much energy to argue, then you all come with me, said one of the soldiers, turning to leave before the group could explain. Many survivors were unhappy with how the women were being treated. The heavy and dirty work was done by the men, while the women only did the lighter tasks. The men struggled to lift the rubble, their backs aching, while the women still had the energy to argue. Everyone was there to work. Why was there such a distinction? Nervously, the group followed the soldiers. You over there and you two come here, one soldier called out. They turned to see that the soldiers were not referring to the woman who had been arguing, but to Shin Sun, who was holding a shovel. Shin Sun put down her shovel and met the soldier's gaze. It's you. Someone saw you together. So, come with me. To the soldier, Shin Sun's shovel seemed like just a prop. Pausing for a moment, Shin Sun finally set down her shovel and joined the group. The five looked at her apologetically. She was indeed innocent and hadn't said a word, yet was caught up in their troubles. Wait. Why aren't you taking her too? They asked, glancing back. The woman who had been arguing stood with her arms crossed, looking defiantly at them. She's from the Silver Moon team. Can you compare yourselves to her? Before the soldiers could respond, a man approached, mocking them. He wore the Firebase insignia and was spotless, clearly a member of a strong team. Hearing the man's introduction, the woman's expression grew even prouder. While she was part of a powerful team, they were stuck moving stones. There was a clear difference. The group fell silent as they processed this information. Shin Sun, standing at the back, was losing her patience as time passed. The soldier spoke up, "Let's go," and the group quietly followed them. After surveying the area, the soldiers assigned them to the stone-moving section, pairing them up since they were all women. Shin Sun was placed with the most talkative woman, who initially tried to engage her in conversation. However, after a long while without a response from Shin Sun, the woman lost interest and fell silent. A few people were separated and soon forgot their previous familiarity. Even when they met during the work, they didn't even nod at each other. Besides daily training and eating, Shin Sun had never done such things before. Have you always had this much strength? The woman looked at Shin Sun's hands in surprise. During several previous tasks, the cart almost tipped over. The girl reached out effortlessly, making the woman doubt her own eyes. When they were moving stones earlier, even though the woman was lifting a stone, it felt light, like it was made of foam. Once or twice was fine, but after a while, she sensed something unusual. This girl really had great strength. She lifted a stone that required two men to carry, and she did it alone without even breathing hard. Hearing the woman's comment, Shin Sun relaxed her grip, and the woman immediately felt the weight of the stone in her hands. She puffed up her cheeks, her face turning red. Shin Sun mimicked the woman's effort, and together they loaded the stone onto the cart. Near noon, four soldiers shouted through a loudspeaker at the gathering point. It was too far to hear clearly, but survivors passed the message along. The gist was to rest in place for an hour and a half. Shin Sun found a quiet corner, opened her backpack, and secretly put ice cubes into her water bottle. After that, she took out a box of rice balls. After a whole morning of physical activity, her appetite had increased. After finishing the rice balls, she put the empty box back in her backpack and ate 2 more pancakes. The midday sun was scorching, and the military set up a large shade tent at the gathering point, where many survivors took refuge. Before getting close to the tent, Shin Sun felt the hot air and a strong odor coming from inside. She found an empty corner and sat in the shade, taking out a cooling herbal medicine from her space, which had a strong herbal scent. After drinking it, the taste lingered in her nose. They had worked the survivors all morning without giving them a break, treating them like laborers under the blazing sun. If she didn't take some medicine, even with her strong physique, she might struggle in the afternoon. After putting the medicine bottle back in her space, Shin-sun leaned back against the stone wall and closed her eyes to rest. A few soldiers with guns patrolled the area. Seeing that the survivors were almost done resting, they began to urge them to get back to work. The most passionate speech energized the sleepy survivors, and they gradually shook off their fatigue, picking up their tools to get back to work. In the morning, they moved a third of the stones, leaving only some small pieces to deal with. They said they would rest for an hour and a half, but it was really just an hour. Shin-sun checked the time. It was now 1 in the afternoon. The scorching sun beat down on the survivors, and even the strongest emotions faded under its intense heat. 2 hours later. Someone has fainted here. Someone else has fainted here. Quick, I need 2 people to help me lift this every 5 minutes. 8 or 9 people fainted from heat exhaustion. With the high-intensity work, they had reached their limits. One by one, the survivors were carried away to lie under the shade, while only a few were left to finish moving the remaining stones. Seeing this, the military personnel did not call for a stop. Members of various teams stood under their own shade, indifferent to the suffering of the survivors, their expressions cold. The survivors who could still stand inside the shade protested loudly. We all came out to do tasks. Why do they get to sit and rest while we work ourselves to exhaustion? In the sweltering heat, who could endure it? The man's words resonated with countless survivors. Although they knew the purpose of these teams, they felt a deep sense of unfairness. With several more people collapsing, it felt like the last straw for the survivors. Yes, they were here to earn points, but if these teams had never valued their lives from the start, what did their efforts mean now? Would the points be worth it if they could survive to go back, but not enjoy life? As the first person dropped their shovel, a few others followed suit, the shovels clanging against the stones. They slumped down on the ground. Almost everyone stopped working. Shin-sun found a shaded spot and sat down. The ointment on the back of his hand had worn off after countless bends while moving stones. His hand was sunburned, red with a thin layer of skin peeling off. He felt little pain as he took out the ointment from his backpack and applied a thick layer. The inevitable scene had finally arrived. Shin-sun looked at the exhausted survivors sitting on the ground. Just wait. This was only the beginning. From the moment Shin-sun discovered that the B-City base was conducting gene experiments, he became wary of it. In such extreme conditions of the apocalypse, sacrificing a few people to save the majority is a difficult choice. It's like deciding whether to kill 1 person to save 100. At least the B-City base managed to keep this matter relatively secret, known only to a small number of people.
Bang! Bang!
2 gunshots rang out nearby. Shin-sun looked toward the sound and saw a soldier firing 2 shots into the sky, silencing the noisy survivors. I want to go back. I'm done with this, someone shouted. They had only been out of the base for a day, and if they walked, they could return in 2 or 3 days. Due to the survivors' protests, the military quickly gathered all the teams for a small meeting. The final solution was that 1 person from each team would join the survivors to help clear the road. This was their biggest concession, as they had originally come to assist in this rescue mission at the base's request.